maid might actually defeat him. His thoughts were abruptly severed by a concussive sound. Both Wade and Ziggs spun around sharply, while other students panicked, questioning if this was yet another attack. Instantly, a colossal purple magical explosion submerged the entire area in an eerie light. Amidst the chaos, the sound of someone's footsteps echoed. Ziggs rushed off, intending to find the head maid for a situation report, but then he abruptly froze. He realized that given this level of magic, it was already too late. The scene before him was a nightmare. Countless staff and maids frozen in place, helpless within shimmering bands of purple energy. High-level time magic, the temporal prison, had been activated, confining everyone within an eternal moment. High above, Lucy Mayriel hovered within a colossal magical vortex, wielding a spell that others would spend a lifetime attempting to master. In a bone-chilling voice, Lucy commanded, "Bring Tanya Rothstaler to me." Ziggs recognized the terrifying source of power with horror, stammering Lucy Mayriel's name. A maid who had fortunately escaped waved desperately, urging everyone to evacuate immediately. When Ziggs and Wade arrived, another maid collapsed to her knees, reporting in panic that even the head maid had fallen victim. The maid continued with an even more horrifying truth. If Lucy's words were accurate, then third-year student Ed Rothstelor was dead. The shocking news momentarily stunned Ziggs, but he then decisively stepped forward, charging toward the eye of the storm. Wade Callermore was aghast when the maid revealed the assassin was a Rothstaler vassal, immediately leading him to suspect Tanya Rothstaler's involvement. He turned to the maid, his expression filled with confusion and disbelief. Amidst the turmoil, Ziggs Eifelstein coldly ordered everyone to proceed without him. Wade angrily yelled at Ziggs, demanding to know why he was seeking revenge instead of evacuating. Ziggs glanced back, offered an apology, and asserted that he would leave later, when the opportunity arose. Immediately afterward, the door leading into a room slammed shut with finality. Without hesitation, Ziggs used his power to shatter the sturdy wooden door. His eyes flashed with resolve, as if he had confirmed a suspicion. Ziggs stepped into the ruined room, recalling that Tanya had not been seen since the initial explosion, and this door had been locked from the inside. He quickly pinpointed the only possible hiding spot in the room. Inside the large chest, Tanya was trembling with fear, sobbing and wondering why things had devolved into this state. Ziggs looked at the girl with a complex expression, thinking that all the evidence was stacked against Tanya, yet he still couldn't comprehend it. He recalled that thanks to Ed, Tanya's reputation and life at the academy had vastly improved. Thus, even if she harbored ill will toward her brother, orchestrating an assassination seemed utterly illogical. Ziggs remained silent for a moment, weighing the contradictions in his mind. Then he spoke in a serious tone, demanding that Tanya answer him truthfully. His eyes blazing with intensity, Ziggs growled the direct question. "Did you order Ed's assassination?" Tanya burst into desperate sobs, utterly terrified, and swore she was innocent. Ziggs looked at the cowering girl, realizing he couldn't be certain of the truth. But if things continued this way, Tanya would surely die by Lucy's hand. Thinking of Ed's death, Ziggs felt an encompassing void, yet too many confusing events were unfolding. He clenched his fist, deciding that while non-intervention might be the logical choice, he could not simply stand by and watch. Ziggs sternly ordered Tanya to stay put, promising to hear the details later. He looked at the trembling girl and judged that, if Tanya stepped out into the plaza, death would be unavoidable. In Ziggs' mind, the image of Luce's hair ribbon floated amidst a stream of blue magical power, symbolizing the prospect of her having to shed blood. Shrouded in an aura of determination, Ziggs declared that he would stop Lucy, believing this was not what Ed desired. Wade Collarmore suddenly spoke up, coldly questioning Ziggs about his apparent unawareness of the dangerous situation. Suddenly, a warrior clad in full red armor appeared, declaring that they would use force to take Tanya away. A blazing magical arrow was fired from a bow of light, soaring toward the plaza. The arrow aimed directly at Lucy, who was hovering in midair within her own vortex of magic. A terrifying explosion engulfed the plaza in a sea of fire. The destructive power of the attack was tremendous. Under the heavy downpour, the white-haired cat warrior lay motionless on the ground, her body completely petrified. Clevius Nortondale screamed in horror upon witnessing a fellow student being petrified right before his eyes. The face of the petrified warrior looked strangely serene, as if she were smiling. In his shock, Clevius recalled Dorothy, the third-year top student of the alchemy faculty. He panicked intensely, mistakenly believing the victim was Dorothy, and couldn't believe even a top student had been defeated. Clevius's desperate gaze turned toward the sky, where Lucy still hovered like an enraged deity. Lucy, concealed beneath the brim of her witch's hat, radiated a terrifying, unshakable purple magical aura. Overwhelmed by terror at that power, Clevius let out a cry and turned to flee for his life. He ran while screaming in despair, cursing the fate that had thrust him into this chaotic situation. In his panic, Clevius slipped and fell, sprawling into a puddle of rainwater. He scrambled back up and continued his desperate flight from the plaza amidst the torrential rain. Clevius fell backward into the cold rainwater puddle. Lying motionless in the rain, he thought fearfully of the terrifying power he had just witnessed and cursed his own helplessness. A voice suddenly rang out, scolding Clevius for being an idiot for just lying there. Looking up, he saw Elvira Aniston standing over him. She explained that she had just used up all her reagents and was heading to the laboratory. Elvira assessed that currently, only the top students had the capability to stop the monster, Lucy Mayriel. She calculated that they needed to hold out for at least 30 minutes before the academy staff arrived. Seeing that Clevius had lost all will to fight, Elvira told him to run to the faculty building as soon as possible and call for help. With that, Elvira turned away, looking up at Lucy's massive magical power in the sky with a determined expression. Clevius stared blankly at her retreating back. He lowered his head, letting the heavy raindrops fall upon him. Clenching his fists, Clevius tormented himself, calling himself foolish and pathetic. He gritted his teeth, hating himself for his utter uselessness. The rain continued relentlessly, washing over the desolate plaza. In a hidden cave, Yennecar anxiously reported the situation to the recuperating Ed Rothstaler, stating that the academy staff and Marilda were on their way. She explained that Lucy had discovered everything before she could explain, and she didn't know what would happen next, prompting Ed to ask about Lucy. Yennecar said she thought Lucy had gone to the Ophelis dormitory to find Tanya, causing Ed to clench his bandaged hand tightly. Despite the pain throughout his body, Ed struggled to get up. After a moment of silence, he replied decisively. Ed stood up straight, his gaze resolute despite his injuries, declaring that he would have to go himself. Outside, the rain still poured heavily onto the wooden roof, signaling a long night ahead. In a distant memory, Archmage Glocht gently cared for his young, feverish student Lucy, reminding her that staying out in the rain would make her sick like this. He advised the girl to remember this feeling. Lucy was confused, and Glocht explained that a time would come when her body would no longer be easily hurt or fall ill. He predicted that she would meet weak people, those who struggled their entire lives just to accomplish things she could do effortlessly. The memory of Lucy's terrifying magical power suddenly flashed like a multicolored explosion. Returning to the present, Ziggs asked Lucy in astonishment if she intended to ignore taking Tanya away. Lucy coldly replied that it didn't matter. Shrouded in dark magic, she declared it wouldn't be long before she found Tanya herself. Glock's words echoed again, that Lucy would become a mage so powerful that no one could compare to her. Images of future enemies faded before her purple vortex of magical power. Lucy began to move forward, her feet parting the rainwater in the dark night. Glocht continued to warn that life could become dull due to innate talent, and everything might seem meaningless. Even the feeling of pain, he said, would eventually become a distant memory. Standing alone in the rain, Lucy whispered that her teacher was a lying old man. Ziggs stomped his foot onto a blazing magic circle, determined to block Lucy's path. A fierce explosion erupted from the ground, aimed directly at her position. The smoke gradually cleared, revealing a devastated area after the attack. Lucy stood there completely unharmed, thinking to herself that it was not a bad plan. She suddenly noticed the presence of a panting Elvira Aniston nearby. Finding the unfamiliar magic with its abnormal casting speed strange, Lucy raised her hand. Purple magical power gathered, and she ordered Elvira to step aside. Thrown back by a surge of pure purple energy, Elvira Aniston coughed up blood. Lying amidst the rubble, she realized this terrifying power was not magic, but raw, pure mana. Facing her, Lucy Mayriel hovered, enveloped in a magical aura, and Elvira understood that the core problem was that colossal amount of mana. With a defiant smile on her bloodied face, Elvira explained that unlike mages, alchemists had their own methods for dealing with mana. A flicker of curiosity crossed Lucy's eyes at her declaration. Elvira stated that alchemists could transform mana into magical engineering artifacts, or even specialized reagents. She held up a vial of red quartz reagent, a catalyst capable of absorbing and controlling vast amounts of mana. Elvira declared that she would use Lucy's own mana as fuel to activate all her magical engineering artifacts. A mana circuit connected, linking Lucy's power to the complex array of devices Elvira had set up. Her plan was to activate them all simultaneously at maximum output, neutralizing all the mana in the area. Elvira accepted the painful truth that all the intellectual creations she had spent her life crafting would be destroyed. All of this was merely to buy time for the students and maids who had not yet fully evacuated. With a defiant shout, Elvira activated the final magic circle, daring Lucy to break it. Immediately, the devices surrounding Lucy overloaded, emitting fierce red light and violent electrical sparks. One of the machines signaled an overload, as the mana volume exceeded its tolerance limit. Lucy's eyes widened in astonishment at the audacity of the plan. A terrifying chain of explosions engulfed everything, submerging Lucy in a sea of fire. Watching the result, Elvira gasped, telling herself that calculating the overload of artifacts was theoretically possible, but no one did it because it was academically worthless. But when the smoke cleared, Lucy still stood there without a scratch, and Elvira bitterly realized the true reason, simply because no one else possessed such an absurdly colossal amount of mana. Clinging desperately to Lucy's leg, Elvira warned that she would regret continuing down this path. Elvira pointed out that with that immense mana, Lucy could flatten the entire Ophelis Hall, but her refusal to do so proved she understood Ed would never want that. Lucy responded only with silence, her face hidden beneath the brim of her hat, revealing no emotion in the heavy rain. Decisively walking away, she left the exhausted Elvira lying on the cold ground amidst the shattered alchemical artifacts. A complex and brilliantly purple magic circle formed in Lucy's palm. She asserted that everything would be decided after she met Tanya, but right behind her, a colossal, shadowy entity with glowing red eyes was gradually manifesting. Suddenly, the shadow monster swung its claw to attack, but a figure managed to rush out and intercept the blow. Elvira recognized the newcomer in horror, as the person roared a frantic challenge. Clevius Nortondale stood shielding Elvira, raising his massive sword and shouting that he would not let the enemy pass. Amidst the ruined campus, Clevius formed the final line of defense for Elvira, while Lucy stood observing silently from a distance. The shadow monster condensed a blinding purple energy sphere right above its fingertip. Clevius braced himself, receiving the destructive magical torrent aimed directly at his sword. The force of the attack was overwhelming, sending Clevius flying backward and shattering the ground completely. The sophomore top student of the combat faculty, Clevius, lay motionless on the ground, his face covered in injuries. Lucy watched it all coldly, calculating that it took exactly 1 second to defeat a top student. Elsewhere, a mysterious warrior in red armor declared that he would achieve his goal at any cost, even if it required force. The red-armored figure charged, shouting demands to hand over Tanya, his target being Taylor standing before him. With an unbelievable move, Taylor used the sole of his shoe to stop the opponent's incoming sword tip. He gently deflected the sword aside and delivered a precise chop to the enemy's arm. To finish the fight, Taylor launched an overhead kick, shattering both the sword and the red-armored figure's will to fight. Wade Collarmore was stunned by his opponent's power. In his mind, Ziggs Eiffelstein analyzed Wade's swordsmanship, initially doubting if it belonged to the Islan family, but finding it too distinct. He determined this was the swordsmanship of a wild beast from the northern plains, tamed within the Islan territory. Although he acknowledged the practical combat experience in every one of Wade's sword strokes, Ziggs remained calm. However, he saw through a fatal flaw. The two rushed at each other, sword light flashing through the air. Ziggs quickly realized Wade's swordsmanship was incomplete, with a center of gravity that was too high, exposing a weakness. Believing victory was certain, Wade charged forward with a smug smile, but Ziggs was waiting, preparing for the decisive counterattack. He suddenly unleashed the Windblade skill, concentrating wind magic into his hand. The azure Windblade violently clashed with Wade's sword. Ziggs's attack was completely overwhelming, sending Wade flying backward. Wade was knocked away, crashing hard onto the ground in a cloud of dust. Lying amidst the wreckage, Wade heard Ziggs's question about whether he wished to continue. Struggling to his feet, Wade affirmed that he would continue fighting. With a crazed smile on his bruised face, he confessed that he yearned to fight opponents as strong as Ziggs. Wade charged again, screaming for a more satisfying battle. Ziggs looked at his opponent with disgust, coldly remarking that Wade's actions were unsightly. He blocked the attack and exposed Wade's true nature, not a lover of combat, but merely one who craved victory. Ziggs challenged him, suggesting Wade was only enthusiastic when he saw a chance to win, leaving Wade stunned. Ziggs continued to pressure Wade, exposing that if he truly wanted to confront the strong, he should have aimed for Lucy May Reel, the top student of the magic faculty. Called a coward, Wade screamed wildly in a fit of rage. He lunged forward to attack, but Ziggs easily blocked the move with utter disdain. Wade's face paled, filled with horror as he realized the insurmountable gap in power. Ziggs unleashed a powerful attack, radiating a stream of blazing red energy. After a heavy breath, Ziggs had completely subdued Wade. Defeated, Wade tremblingly asked in despair what he should do against an unbeatable opponent. Ziggs coldly replied, stating that confronting him so foolishly was precisely Wade's limit. Having said that, Ziggs turned and walked away, leaving Wade stunned in defeat. The scene abruptly shifted to a desolate ruin, where Lucy Mayriel stood alone beneath the pouring rain. She looked confused as a voice echoed, explaining that pride is the root of all failure and warning against those who are blindly courageous. The lesson continued, advising not to respect those who risk their lives merely to show off, as the image of a shadowy warrior rushing through the rain appeared. The voice called Clevius by name, urging him to embrace fear, as his blood-soaked hand trembled while gripping the sword hilt. Clevius sobbed in pain, and the mysterious voice asserted that fear itself was his weapon. The warning rang out, stating that there would come a day when his feet could not lift from the blood-stained ground. Elvira watched in horror the moment a person's feet refused to retreat, even though escape was still possible. The voice affirmed that, even if his body trembled, the hand holding the sword would become strangely steady, and despite the losses, he would still advance. Addressed as son, Clevius roared, his entire body erupting in a stream of dark red energy. With pitch-black eyes glowing red and a savage smile, Clevius seemed to have found a new strength born from his own fear. Amidst the pouring rain and the crimson energy, Elvira cried out in horror, unable to believe Clevius's transformation. Just then, Lucy Mayriel appeared with a confident smile, raising her staff to summon a gigantic fireball. The intermediate fire magic, Pillar of Fire, was deployed as a blazing whip. Lucy unleashed 100 pillars of fire simultaneously, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Within the sea of flames, she reminded herself that she still remembered her promise not to kill anyone. With resolute eyes, Lucy asserted that the reason she dared to use such destructive power was because she was confident that with only that much magic, she could never kill the monster rising from the flames. However, Lucy's confidence shattered when Clevius charged forward at blinding speed, causing her to gasp in astonishment at his increased swiftness. Just as Clevius's sudden attack was about to connect, a magical shield, the protection of wind, abruptly materialized and repelled him. Blocked by the gust of wind, Clevius roared in fury, his face contorted by rage. The wind barrier successfully protected Lucy, throwing Clevius far back. Clevius landed heavily amidst the remnants of fire and wind, yet remained completely unfazed. New wounds spontaneously appeared on his body, causing blood to gush out relentlessly. Although he had lost enough blood to collapse, Clevius stood firm, and paradoxically, the mana enveloping his body and sword grew even stronger. He lunged forward like a crimson-black phantom, easily overwhelming Lucy's purple defensive magic. Lucy could only widen her eyes in horror, unable to believe the absurd power manifesting before her. That power originated from a cursed sword, the taboo of the Nortondale family. Now, Clevius was nothing more than a demonic specter, an embodiment of destruction, looming before Lucy. He let out a savage roar, unleashing a terrifying vortex of dark energy. In response, Lucy concentrated a purple magical sphere in her palm, preparing for the decisive counterattack. Amidst the heavy rain, Lucy's purple magic circle enveloped the furiously charging Clevius. She clenched her fist, compressing a colossal amount of magical power to finish off her opponent. An earth-shattering explosion engulfed the battlefield in destructive purple light. Yet, Lucy's eyes widened, revealing extreme astonishment at the unbelievable sight. Clevius let out a savage roar from the epicenter, his entire body now shrouded in a violent crimson-black aura. He swung his arm, firing a stream of pure dark energy toward Lucy. The attack easily pierced her magical shield. Lucy was thrown backward by the irresistible force. The two opposing energy sources collided, creating a fierce shockwave. Clevius collapsed, his body ragged and drenched in blood. This was the blood sword technique, a forbidden art that converts blood into a new source of mana. In the past, the young Clevius had been abandoned by his own family, called a sword demon, a monster. Only his older brother insisted that he was not a monster. His brother smiled gently, affectionately calling him by name, Clevius. Back in reality, Clevius's hand was submerged in a pool of blood, the fuel for his cursed power. His face was icy, devoid of any emotion. His eyes glowed with a deadly red light, fully accepting his true self. He was the monster who had mastered the forbidden art, the sword demon, Clevius Nortondale. Clevius gritted his teeth as he recalled that even his brother eventually had to admit the truth. Facing Lucy, who was accumulating a massive energy sphere, he realized that she was the true monster. Lucy Mayriel unleashed the high-grade lightning magic, divine punishment. Meanwhile, Ziggs and Tanya were rushing through a ruined corridor, and he reassured her that they were almost at safety. Ziggs pointed ahead, but then froze in shock. Lortelka Helland stood blocking the end of the corridor, coldly announcing that the only exit was the door behind her. Ziggs couldn't believe his eyes when he recognized Lortel, who wore an inscrutable smile. Lortel sarcastically remarked that Tanya was lucky to have Ziggs accompanying her through the blocked paths, and should thank him. Ziggs called Lortel's name, trying to gauge her intentions. Lortel asked Ziggs if he had heard any news about Ed, but he replied that he wasn't sure. Lortel challenged Ziggs, asking what he intended to do if Tanya were here alone, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Ziggs was stunned, unable to answer the loaded question. With eyes flashing with cruelty, Lortel declared that she would tear Tanya limb from limb. Ziggs warned that it was a reckless act, but Lortel casually replied that she would start with Tanya's fingernails. Tanya screamed in panic that it wasn't her, while Ziggs tried to calm her down. Lortel challenged Ziggs, asking if he intended to let her go simply because he couldn't defeat her. Ziggs felt his body instinctively freeze under the invisible pressure. He realized a truth known by everyone at Sylvania. Becoming Lortel, Cahellan's enemy, was a foolish choice. The moment Lortel revealed her hostility, no one could predict what awaited them beyond that door. Frozen in place, Ziggs desperately wondered what he should do in this situation. But he still hadn't grasped the more crucial question. Why were they still safe? Tanya sobbed uncontrollably in the rain, and Ziggs still couldn't understand how he could waste such precious time dwelling on his thoughts. Amidst the thunderous downpour, Elvira fearfully wondered how much longer Clevius could withstand this high-level magic. She whispered his name in utter panic, as Clevius's glowing red eyes flashed in the darkness. In a distant memory, Clevius' brother had once urged him not to blame himself, insisting the fault lay with those who sought to test his power. His gentle brother told Clevius to lift his head, asserting that the power was not a curse. He pointed to the ancestor's portrait, explaining that it was the strength they used to protect their clan, and Clevius, too, could become a hero. Snapping back to reality, Clevius gritted his teeth, recognizing the bitter truth. He roared that his brother had been wrong, as the furious blood energy condensed into a crimson blade in his hand. Another memory resurfaced, recalling how people referred to the Nortondale clan as the dwelling of a sword demon. The memory of a younger Clevius slaughtering everyone in a fit of madness. Whispers echoed that no matter how hard he tried to maintain his humanity, once he lost his reason, only a sea of blood would remain in his wake. For a monster that drowns everything in fresh blood, antiquated concepts like morality hold no meaning. Now, Clevius charged forward, fully embracing his monstrous nature. He used the blood sword technique to brutally tear through Lucy's pillar of lightning. Both were thrown back by the devastating aftershock of the energy explosion. Without hesitation, Clevius lunged, overwhelming Lucy with sheer brute force. Lucy's defensive magic shattered under the unbearable pressure. Lucy's violet eyes flashed with utter shock. She was stunned, realizing the terrifying power she was truly up against. From afar, Elvira watched, frozen in place, as Clevius underwent a complete and horrifying transformation. Once again, crimson blood energy and azure lightning collided, shaking the entire battlefield. In his frenzy, Clevius questioned whether this power could ever truly turn him into a hero. Memories flooded back, showing the face of young Clevius with blazing red eyes and streaks of blood staining his cheek. In the past, Clevius' dying brother coughed up blood, yet his expression was strangely serene. Young Clevius stood paralyzed as his brother, impaled by his own hand, whispered that he felt relieved. His brother looked at him one last time, saying he could forgive him, because the one who ended his life was Clevius himself. Clevius' blood-soaked hand clenched as his brother's dying words still echoed in his mind. With his final breath, his brother advised Clevius not to torment himself too much, concluding that the true hero had died that day. Young Clevius burst into sobs, realizing he had become the monster who killed the hero of his life. Back in reality, Clevius, utterly exhausted, cursed under the torrential rain. He gritted his teeth, enduring the agonizing pain, knowing he couldn't continue much longer. In a final, desperate attempt to cling to his humanity, Clevius screamed internally that he didn't want to be a hero. He just wished not to become a monster. His strength completely depleted, Clevius' body slumped backward. He collapsed onto the cold stone floor right before Lucy Mayriel, his weapon clattering from his grasp. In the final moments before losing consciousness, Clevius continued to weep. His mind flashed with images of the other students being safely evacuated by a maid, and he felt satisfied, believing his mission was complete. Lucy stood frozen, staring down at Clevius' motionless body in the pouring rain. The blood sword technique was a paradoxical ability. The more the user bled and the more severely they were injured, the greater the mana surrounding their body and blade became. The closer he came to death, the more terrifying Clevius' power grew. Yet it was still insufficient against the omnipotent Lucy. However, that very moment created the impossible. A small streak of blood seeped from Lucy's collar, proof that she had narrowly escaped death. For the first time in her life, Lucy, who had always stood at the pinnacle of power, experienced the chilling sensation of utter fear when facing death. The newfound fear of death forged a ruthless resolve within Lucy. She unleashed a destructive magical strike, aimed directly at Clevius, who was utterly spent and incapable of resistance. But just before the energy orb could be launched, a stream of brilliant azure light shot forward and intercepted it. Lucy was dumbfounded, unable to believe the sudden intervention that occurred right before her eyes. On the ground, Clevius whispered softly, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Emerging from the rain, a hooded figure silently appeared, the one who had just halted the world's strongest mage. Ed Rothstaler pulled down his hood, his sharp gaze confirming his return with a cryptic declaration. In a different corridor, the confrontation between Lortel and Ziggs was also reaching its climax. Ziggs desperately searched for an escape route, sweat pouring down as he was cornered. He knew time was up. A life-or-death decision had to be made instantly. Just as Ziggs resolved to face Lortel, an impossible event occurred. The space surrounding Lortel suddenly fractured like a shattered mirror. Ziggs stood paralyzed by the surreal sight, utterly failing to comprehend what was unfolding. Lortel couldn't hide her astonishment either. Her confidence evaporated in the face of the unexpected phenomenon. She lost her footing, pulled into the fractured void as if sinking into deep water. Lortel's body floated amidst the glittering fragments of reality. She fell directly into the arms of Yennecar, who had also appeared unexpectedly, leaving both girls bewildered. Lortel was still dazed, while Yennecar seemed to have just awakened from a long slumber. Yennecar quickly stood up, pointed toward the end of the corridor, and exclaimed that she had found her target. Now, the dynamic had completely shifted. Yennecar and Lortel stood united, facing Ziggs, who was desperately trying to protect Tanya. Lortel looked at Yennecar, also known as Janica, and wondered if her composure following the news about Ed was a sign of complete madness. Her eyes widened as another possibility flashed through her mind, making her wonder if she was fundamentally misjudging the situation. Yennecar turned to the confused Lortel and asked if she was misunderstanding the current state of affairs. As Yennecar spoke, the majestic wolf spirit Marilda manifested behind her in the pouring rain. The torrential rain poured down, signaling a dramatic shift in the situation. Elsewhere, Ed Rothstaler appeared in his black cloak, and from Clevius's side came the confirmation that Ed had arrived just in time and was still alive. Ed looked down at the slumped Clevius and asked if he was all right. Clevius struggled to push himself up, admitting he had been thoroughly beaten and knew the recent fight was futile, realizing he could never measure up to her. He collapsed onto the soaked ground, filled with regret for not having run away. Lying in a puddle of rainwater, Clevius bitterly wondered if he was the only fool. He recalled the sight of other students, knowing they were outmatched, still charging hopelessly to attack Lucy. The image of Elvira screaming his name and rushing forward appeared. He thought she had sacrificed everything without being asked. Clevius reflected on his own choice, believing that even though giving up would have been easier, he could still become a hero even in destruction. The painful memory of his dying brother's serene smile flooded back, causing Clevius to curse aloud. Back in reality, with Elvira supporting him, Clevius wondered why she hadn't just let him run away. Drowning in despair, Clevius felt that everything had once again gone wrong and become meaningless. Suddenly, a hand gripped his chin, forcefully lifting his head. Ed, having removed his hood, looked directly at Clevius and Elvira and offered his thanks to both of them. Ed told the stunned Clevius that his efforts were not meaningless, but truly worthwhile. Elvira, still supporting Clevius, looked up at the newcomer with an expression of utter disbelief. Clevius sank into despair, declaring himself a miserable failure, while Elvira frantically called his name. Elvira tried to shake Clevius back to his senses, shouting for him to calm down. From the shadows, Ed Rothstaler quietly observed, admitting that he was genuinely shocked. He thought to himself that although he knew the key figures in the academy well, he never imagined anyone, including himself, would be capable of achieving this feat. Ed looked back at the battlefield, admiring Clevius for holding out alone for 10 minutes until he arrived. He realized that this failed swordsman had dared to confront the awakened one alone. Lucy Mayriel stood motionless in the rain, her face obscured by her hat, silent and wordless. Ed turned to Lucy and began to apologize, explaining that he was forced to fake his death due to a life-threatening situation. He concluded his explanation by expressing regret that he couldn't prepare or warn her beforehand. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lucy dropped her witch's hat onto the soaking wet ground. Without a word, she rushed forward and embraced Ed, holding him tightly. With tears welling up, Lucy sobbed that she truly thought he was dead. As she continued to cry, Ed gently reassured her that he was still here. He held her close, offering a gentle smile to comfort her and affirm his presence. From the shadows of the academy buildings, Lortel and Yennecar witnessed the entire emotional reunion. Elsewhere, Ziggs stood shielding the frightened Tanya, recalling his confidence that he would never feel fear again after returning to civilization. Suddenly, the spectral head of the high-rank wolf spirit Marilda appeared from the darkness right in front of him. Yennecar, while Lortel pinned Tanya to the ground, declared that she had finally found Tanya, admitting the situation was difficult. Ziggs realized in horror that both Yennecar and Lortel were in a state of psychological instability due to the news of Ed's death. With a chilling smile and glowing red eyes, Yennecar cut him off, announcing that she had something important to say about Ed. Ziggs swung his sword, releasing a burst of green energy to create distance from his pursuers. He urged the panicked Tanya Rothstaler to think clearly. Ziggs pointed out an escape route to Tanya, instructing her to run west toward the residential buildings and find shelter to call for help. With tearful eyes, Tanya anxiously asked what about him. Ziggs asserted that he would hold them back with all his strength, even knowing it might be impossible. Tanya, stunned, asked why he would risk his life, and Ziggs shouted that it was because she was Ed's sister, urging her to run quickly. Tanya immediately turned and fled through a gap in the ruined wall. Once Tanya was safe, Ziggs let out a breath, steadying his mind. He took a defensive stance, declaring himself ready to face Yennecar and Lortel. Ziggs attempted to reason with them, calling Yennecar by the familiar name Janica and saying that he completely understood her feelings. He confessed that he also had someone dear to him, while Lortel silently watched. Ziggs recalled the extreme pain of imagining losing that person, his face contorting with rage. He yelled, asserting that he understood the flame of fury within Yennecar, because she had loved Ed more than anyone. Yennecar was completely stunned, her glowing red eyes widening at Ziggs's unexpected empathy. Ziggs continued to roar that the passionate love she held for Ed would forever remain a part of her heart. Suddenly, he screamed in extreme pain as he was unexpectedly engulfed by a fierce flame. An explosion erupted, blasting Ziggs away and shaking the entire area. Thin smoke rose from the damp ground beneath the torrential rain. Ziggs lay motionless on the ground, his body charred and smoking heavily. A cold thought echoed, confirming that he was not yet dead. In a frenzy, Yennecar repeatedly slammed her staff down onto Ziggs's charred body, screaming that Ed was not dead and begging for everything to stop. Amidst the night, a lonely crescent moon shone through the incessant raindrops. Suddenly, Ed appeared and embraced the trembling Lucy, comforting her in his safe arms. The spring rain fell, washing away the withered petals on the ground. All things change, and the seasons take on a new appearance. Emotions are the same, much like the memory of Archmage Glocht, gently caring for little Lucy when she was sick. He smiled kindly. For once emotions are resolved, even the strongest relationships can turn a new page. Lucy once believed that the affection she held for her master Glocht was the same as what she felt for Ed. But now, she realized that while the two feelings were similar, they held a profound difference. On the silent school grounds, Belle, Maya, and another maid quietly watched the scene of Ed embracing Lucy. Ed gently released Lucy, causing her to look up at him in a daze. Still stunned, Lucy gasped, raising her hand as if to keep her distance. When Ed spoke her name, a torrent of pink-purple magical energy violently erupted from Lucy's body. It was just an ordinary call of her name, yet her heart felt as if it were ablaze. Amidst her trembling, with tears welling up, Lucy finally realized the true nature of this emotion. In her mind, she recalled the serene scent of grass and herbs. It was the scent from the pile of hay near the shack where she used to lie down and relax. A scent she didn't dislike at all. She mused that the maids didn't like that smell, just as smokers always reeked of smoke. A girl who spends her youth running through a peach garden will always carry the sweet scent of peaches. And what she wanted to say was that her witch hat was now lying alone in a puddle of rainwater. A distinct scent, the smell of grass and herbs, emanated from Ed Rothstaler, a scent that, once smelled, was impossible to ignore. Surrounded by a gentle blue aura, Ed looked exhausted, stating that they didn't have much time before the academy personnel arrived. He calculated inwardly, realizing he had to explain the situation, while simultaneously reviewing the status of the others in his mind. Once the rain had stopped, Ed turned to Lucy Mayriel, urging her to come meet the others, but she only stared back blankly. Ed spoke in a serious tone, saying she would definitely have to face the disciplinary committee and apologize to Clevius and Elvira. Lucy retorted that Elvira had attacked her first, as images of their fierce battle flashed through her mind. She went on to explain that Clevius had injured himself, not by her hand, as the memory of his blood-soaked body rushed back. But Ed still firmly demanded that she apologize, leaving Lucy stunned, her eyes teary as she felt misunderstood. Her purple eyes widened in extreme dismay. Ed sighed exasperatedly, saying that if she refused, he would take responsibility himself. That sigh was like a stab to Lucy's heart, causing her to crumble. She panicked, thinking she was being disliked, and worst of all, that Ed was disappointed in her. Immediately, Lucy hurriedly agreed to apologize, which satisfied Ed, who considered it a wise decision. The scent of grass once again spread intensely, as Ed noted that Lucy was completely unharmed. Meanwhile, Lucy felt her entire body tremble, her heart pounding wildly at that familiar scent. She recalled, wondering why things had turned out this way, remembering the early days at the campsite when Ed took care of her. Over a year had passed, and they had shared peaceful moments together, where she slept soundly with her head resting on his lap. Memories of intimacy, of the invisible fusion between the two of them, flooded back. And Lucy suddenly realized that those months spent together had created this scent of grass and herbs. However, while Lucy was immersed in her emotions, Ed was worried about Yennecar, and determined to quickly bring everything to an end. Just as Ed was about to leave, Lucy Mayriel suddenly clutched his cloak. With a flushed and teary face, she earnestly asked if he truly had to leave right now. Ed was simply flustered by her emotional reaction. The night sky enveloped the central entrance of the Ophelis building. There, Yennecar was irritably apologizing to a battered Ziggs. Nearby, the exhausted Clevius rested his head on the shoulder of a weary Elvira. Ed had just arrived, secretly relieved to see that everyone was present. However, he suddenly stopped short with a look of surprise. He caught sight of Lortel, whose ears were completely flushed red, and quickly asked what she was doing. Lortel cleared her throat, quickly regaining her usual composure. She smiled brightly, saying she was relieved Ed was safe, which prompted him to apologize for causing her worry. Lortel immediately refuted this, asserting that she hadn't worried at all, because she had logically deduced that he couldn't die so easily. She turned to the bewildered Ziggs, emphasizing that it was crucial for a merchant to always remain calm and rational. Ziggs hesitantly agreed, even though he knew clearly in his heart that Lortel was far from calm. Lortel recalled her tense confrontation with the suspicious Tanya, assuring herself that although harsh words were exchanged, no actual harm was done. Turning back to Ed, she clutched her collar and asserted firmly that she had never believed he would die. Yet immediately afterward, she moved closer to him, gently confessing that seeing him safe made her feel relieved, and perhaps she had worried just a little. She looked straight into Ed's eyes, reminding him that he had troubled her, and nothing in this world comes for free. Suddenly, Lortel grabbed Ed's shirt, pressing him to know how he intended to pay the price for her worry, leaving him completely stunned. She stood on her tiptoes, maintaining the intensely close distance between them. Lortel's eyes widened in astonishment at the awkward situation. Suddenly, Lucy Mayriel lunged forward, forcefully pushing Lortel away from Ed Rothstaler. Ed called Lucy's name in stunned disbelief, while the mage's face flushed bright red as she shielded him with outstretched arms. The unexpected shove caused Lortel to stagger. Lucy also lost her balance due to her abrupt action, falling backward awkwardly. The atmosphere became painfully silent, and the entire group simply stared at one another. Lortel looked at Lucy with a horrified expression, unable to believe what had just transpired. Ed gently placed a hand on Lucy's shoulder, kindly asking if something was wrong. He explained that Lortel was just worried, but Lucy reacted violently to his touch, her face growing even redder. Ed realized that Lucy's actions were far from her usual detached demeanor. His intuition told him something was profoundly different. Yennecar Palarover suddenly moved close to Lucy, shouting that she was standing too near. Lucy shrieked in panic and shoved Yennecar away. An invisible current of tension erupted between the three girls. Lortel, Lucy, and Yennecar. Ed and Clevius Nortondale could only watch, completely bewildered by the unfolding drama. Lortel, Lucy, and Yennecar glared at each other simultaneously, each wearing a complicated expression. Just then, Taily McClure appeared with a radiant smile, shattering the heavy atmosphere. He greeted them cheerfully, but quickly adopted a serious demeanor. Taily pointed toward the injured Ayla and Elvira Aniston, reminding them that they were running out of time. Ed nodded in agreement, confirming that Academy personnel would arrive soon. He informed the group that he would conceal the fact that he was alive, and briefly explained his reasons. After apologizing to Clevius and Elvira, Lucy decided she would help search for Tanya, who had fled. Ziggs showed a hint of regret, while Ed Rothstaler grabbed him during a tense moment. The group agreed upon a cover story before dispelling the petrification status on everyone else. Kadek, tightly bound and covered in injuries, slowly closed his eyes in unconsciousness. He suddenly snapped his eyes open, revealing astonishment and fury as his consciousness returned. Therefore, Ed had to vanish from the academy before anyone discovered he was still alive. Night fell, and the full moon shone brightly across the desolate campus. Clevius suddenly woke up, his entire body jolting in panic. He stared down at his body in shock, realizing all his wounds had been miraculously healed by magic. He looked around blankly, unable to comprehend what was happening to him. Elvira hovered above him, scolding Clevius as a fool for overdoing things. Clevius clutched his head, frantically wondering if he was dead, but then accepted the scolding for fighting until exhaustion. He turned and questioned how he could possibly lie about having stopped a monster like Lucy. Elvira flashed a sly smile, revealing her sharp teeth, and stated that for an alchemist, discovering new things was always exciting. In a flashback, Lucy leaned down to treat Clevius, while Lortel cheerfully wrote a guarantee, promising to provide secret operational funds for Ed. Clevius realized the day had been filled with unpredictable events, including the words spoken by Ed Rothstaler. Elvira suddenly pushed Clevius down, causing his head to land on her lap, making him shout in surprise. He lay on the ground, covering his eyes in silence, while Elvira stood watching. Clevius bitterly admitted defeat, muttering that the one who truly stopped Lucy must have been Ed Rothstaler, and that he ultimately still couldn't win against him. However, Elvira smiled, calling Clevius's name, as if she had made a new discovery. Clevius desperately mumbled that life was terrible, guessing he would be scolded again for complaining. Yet, Elvira gently placed her hand on his, unexpectedly agreeing, much to Clevius's astonishment. With an empathetic smile, she confirmed that life was indeed quite awful. In a moment of stillness, they sat leaning against each other, gazing up at the star-filled night sky. Elsewhere, in the dark forest, hurried footsteps echoed. Tanya Rothstaler collapsed face down on the muddy ground, exhausted and panicked. She struggled to stand, urging her weary legs to keep moving. Tanya told herself she couldn't be caught, believing she was being pursued, even though no one was actually there. She was determined to uncover the truth, to clear her name of the accusation of murdering Ed, a crime no one thought she had committed. With frantic eyes, Tanya insisted that she absolutely could not be captured. She continued to rush through the darkness, fleeing from enemies that existed only in her mind. Meanwhile, at the academy, an official reported that the investigation into Ed Rothstaler's death was nearing its conclusion. The magical reconstruction showed a scene that matched the testimony of the witness, Janica, though it was imperfect. The visualization confirmed that the vassals had stabbed Ed, and his fall from the cliff had been verified. The alleged perpetrators, the Rothstaler vassals, had been arrested and were being held in the academy basement. The dark-haired investigator listened to the report and concluded that Ed's death was essentially confirmed. Principal Obel Forsyth sternly declared that the academy must conclude this incident by any means necessary. He remarked that the death of one student had caused unexpectedly massive repercussions, from Lucy's rampage to the full-scale campus evacuation. Gazing at Ed's file, the principal mused that the student must have been a person of great influence. The report concluded with the information that Clevius Nortondale had successfully contained Lucy, and she had been found in the Rose Garden. Principal Obel admired Clevius's extraordinary ability and decided the academy would prepare a letter of commendation for him. Regarding Lucy, he proposed opening a disciplinary hearing to conclude the matter. Vice Principal Rachel presided over the hearing, listening intently to all parties with a thoughtful expression. Clevius and Elvira stepped forward to testify, presenting the petition from the students injured during Lucy's rampage. The damage report listed numerous destroyed structures: the third-floor exterior wall, the opposite corridor, the main gate, the stone floor of the Rose Garden, and a gazebo. Although not insignificant, this level of destruction was still considered minimal compared to the previous occupation of the Ophelis dormitory. Vice Principal Rachel leaned forward, tiredly thinking that the matter could have been concluded with a light penalty, if not for one intractable problem. That problem was Lucy's attitude, as she showed absolutely no sign of remorse. They could not act too harshly, as Sylvania Academy's reputation as a top educational institution was built upon having nurtured such a rare magical genius. And because the Academy was still using Lucy's image for promotion, expelling her was out of the question. Rachel's frustration peaked when Lucy yawned brazenly, causing her to secretly curse that the top student possessed no decorum whatsoever. A disciplinary document was drafted, revoking her scholarship, imposing a 10-day suspension, banning facility use for 70 days, lowering her grades by 2 ranks, and revoking her residency status at the Ophelis dormitory. Lucy calmly accepted, as these penalties were essentially meaningless to her. Her tuition was already paid, and her rank was virtually unshakable. Just as the decision was about to be finalized, a clear voice rang out, demanding they stop. Belmaya, the head maid of the Ophelis dormitory, stood up, introduced herself as a witness, and requested a review of Lucy's punishment. She argued that this punishment would not genuinely make Lucy repent, causing the young girl to panic and hastily try to sign the original disciplinary document. Bell shrewdly pointed out that removing Lucy from the Ophelis dormitory was not a punishment, but a reward. Grabbing the terrified Lucy, Bell proposed an alternative: a period of house arrest to restrict her from leaving the dormitory. Backed by the entire Ophelis dormitory maid corps, who appeared in a blaze of determination, Belle declared they would supervise Lucy 24/7, despite her desperate screams. Vice Principal Rachel, with a solemn expression, delivered the final verdict, announcing that, based on the headmaid's recommendation, Lucy would receive 30 days of house arrest, and, fortunately, the incident would not be recorded in her disciplinary file. Lucy Mayriel wailed in despair, pleading and insisting that she was truly remorseful, begging for any other punishment. Amidst her panic, Lucy froze when she heard her name called. Belle Maya gripped Lucy tightly from behind, her golden eyes blazing menacingly as she declared she would use all her abilities to ensure Lucy could not step outside. Under the vice principal's gaze, Belle carried the limp Lucy past 2 rows of bowing maids, officially commencing her period of house arrest. In a warm cave, Yennecar Palarover cooked while telling Ed Rothstaler that Lucy's punishment seemed quite light, likely because Elvira and Clevius had spoken favorably on her behalf, as Ed had requested. Yennecar proudly presented her most confident dish, beef stew, a meal she often cooked back home. Ed silently appreciated Yennecar's thoughtfulness, reflecting on her pure kindness as she always handled everything herself, from laundry and studying to cooking. However, Ed's mind quickly turned serious as he thought about the upcoming Student Council president election and the 3 factors that worried him most. First was Princess Penia, who seemed to have completely lost the will to run for the Student Council president position. Second was Tanya Rothstaler, who should have become the princess's antagonistic rival but was currently missing. And finally, the 2 Rothstaler family vassals, Kadek and Knox, were being detained right there at the academy. Ed recalled his plan. He had deliberately staged a scene so that news of his death would reach Kreppen Rothstaler. The purpose of faking his death was for Kreppen to completely stop concerning himself with Ed's existence. But because the plan had been disrupted, Kadek and Knox were arrested on charges of murdering him, making Ed realize he had to find a way to free them so Kreppen would truly believe he was dead. Returning to reality, Ed and Yennecar sat eating in the cave, and he told himself that only once everything was resolved could this suffocating, secluded life finally end. Ed sighed, feeling burdened by the countless tasks that needed to be done. Yennecar spoke up, admitting that she was just a country girl who couldn't understand the complex life of a noble young master like Ed. With a sincere expression, she explained that she couldn't offer him empty comfort, as words of encouragement without true understanding would only be meaningless and insincere. Ed told Yennecar that she didn't need to think so deeply to comfort him, but also selfishly admitted that he still wished she wouldn't worry anymore. Yennecar smiled gently, simply expressing her hope that he would no longer have to endure difficult times. Faced with her sincerity, Ed was completely taken aback and too flustered to speak. A silence enveloped them both, and Ed secretly thought that this sudden quiet had become familiar whenever they were alone together. Feeling the atmosphere grow slightly strange, Ed broke the silence with a thank you, saying that Yennecar was the only person who worried about him so much, then immediately felt embarrassed by his own words. Yennecar quickly changed the subject, reminding him that the most important task now was finding Tanya, which led Ed to ponder a place his sister might have gone. Ed recalled his initial surprise upon realizing that the real-life Tanya was different from his memory of her in the game Sylvania's Failed Swordsman. He also remembered the in-game Tanya as a strong, fearless, and proud girl, a resilience he had witnessed firsthand. With a confident smile, Ed affirmed his belief that Tanya would be fine and was planning her future somewhere. Ironically, the scene shifted to Tanya, who was curled up in the corner of a room, sobbing desperately, completely contradicting Ed's belief. Elsewhere, Tanya was trying to explain to Princess Penia, urgently insisting that she had never ordered her brother's assassination. Penia reflected silently, recalling that she had heard the news of Ed Rothstaler's death even before Tanya came to her. She recalled putting aside all her work to arrange a frank conversation with Ed to resolve their complicated relationship. But then, the image of a bloodied Ed collapsing flooded her mind. He had died just 1 day before that fateful meeting. Tormented by regret, Penia slammed her hand onto the table, blaming her petty pride for preventing her from acting 1 day sooner. She looked at the documents on the table, reminding herself of the goal she had relentlessly prepared for since enrollment, becoming the Sylvania Student Council president. Penia envisioned the power this position offered, allowing her to establish an independent domain within the academy, separate from the royal family. She resolved that she would no longer be a third princess who relied solely on her family, but would seize the presidency through her own abilities. Crushing a piece of paper in her hand, Penia determined to use her own standing to confront the dark secrets within both the Rothstaler and imperial families. In her fury and self-reproach, Penia smashed her desk. She collapsed, sobbing, believing that she was someone who should never possess power. Just then, a voice requested permission to enter, and she allowed Claire to step inside. The Royal Guard captain appeared, supporting an exhausted and filthy Tanya Rothstaler. Pennia's eyes turned cold as she recalled the Academy's investigation results, which suggested the Rothstaler family had assassinated Ed. She deduced that Tanya was the only remaining member of that family on Arkan Island. Through her tears, Tanya desperately insisted that she had not killed her brother. The girl was stunned when Pennia unexpectedly approached her, but instead of punishing her, Pennia embraced Tanya, acknowledging that the girl had suffered too much. Determined not to repeat past mistakes, Pennia invited Tanya inside and asked her to recount everything. After listening, Pennia declared her trust in Tanya and promised to help conceal her until the situation stabilized. Sitting beside her for comfort, Pennia reassured Tanya that she would be safe here. While contemplating Tanya's gentle nature, a maid announced that a visitor was waiting in the reception room. Pennia agreed to meet the guest. Looking at the sleeping Tanya, Pennia realized that her true opponent was someone else entirely. As the reception room door opened, a familiar voice offered a greeting. Lortel Cahelland was waiting, casually stating that while Ed's death was regrettable, the Academy's plans must continue. Lortel questioned Pennia, but the princess only responded with a sharp inquiry regarding the purpose of her visit. Lortel merely smiled. The only person who had fully analyzed and understood the Academy's chaotic political situation. Lortel Cahelland smiled meaningfully, getting straight to the point by asking why Pennia was concealing Tanya. In another room, Lucy Mayriel silently bowed her head, her purple eyes filled with boundless despair. Completely broken, she lay motionless on the bed and whispered a single plea. "Kill me." The narrative flashed back 3 hours before the fateful meeting, to a desolate beach. A fierce water spirit in the form of a beast roared and lunged forward. Ed Rothstaler swiftly drew his dagger, blocking the watery jaws poised to tear him apart. He strained against the spirit's attack, enduring the tremendous pressure. With a loud explosion, the attack was neutralized, scattering water everywhere. Ed skillfully spun around, mastering the situation amidst the chaotic currents. He stood firm, the dagger in his hand still dripping with the blue essence of the defeated spirit. The fire spirit mug fluttered nearby, admiring Ed's reflexes and declaring the training session over. The water spirit Lycia, now calm, admitted that Ed's close-quarters combat skills were extraordinary for a mage. Ed gasped but smiled contentedly, acknowledging that Lycia was the perfect opponent for his training. He mused that Mug was too weak, while training with the high-rank spirit, Marilda, was currently beyond his endurance. Lycia suggested that fighting Marilda would be more beneficial, explaining that high-rank spirits could change their forms at will. Although exhausted, Ed felt a strange satisfaction spread through his body after the intense battle. He realized his stats were nearing their limit, and further advancement would require special conditions. With his goal of achieving intermediate-level magic nearly complete, Ed began considering finding a unique ability for himself. Determined not to become complacent, he stood up and suddenly froze, sensing something unusual. Unexpectedly, Lortel Cahelland appeared, blushing awkwardly upon seeing Ed and claiming she was just enjoying the view. She showed concern, advising Ed to rest, but he replied that his current life was quite comfortable. Ed guessed that Lortel had been training with spirits, which she nearly confirmed, all while the water spirit Lycia watched. Lortel winked at Ed meaningfully. She wrapped her arms around Ed and playfully remarked that the spirits must be witnessing this scene. Immediately, Ed's spirits, Lycia and Mug, panicked and flew around erratically, making Lortel laugh. When Ed asked about her purpose, Lortel revealed her plan to meet Princess Pennia, to strike a business deal related to the election. She explained that freeing the 2 imprisoned knights, Kadek and Nox, was entirely possible, but she required a deposit. Ed asked in surprise about the deposit. Lortel looked at Ed suggestively and made an unexpected request: a hug. Ed was completely dumbfounded by her proposal. After a moment of silence, he closed his eyes, seemingly accepting the situation. Lortel was bewildered when Ed suddenly placed a hand on her head and pulled her into his embrace. He pulled her into a tight hug, catching Lortel completely off guard. Lortel's face flushed crimson. She had completely lost her usual composure. Feeling Ed's solid physique, Lortel stammered in confusion. She quickly pushed him away, causing Ed to ask in surprise what she was doing. Lortel buried her face in his chest, muttering that in situations like this, offense and defense were often 2 different things. Still flustered, Lortel admitted that the experience was completely different from what she had imagined, and finally questioned why Ed wasn't wearing a shirt. Lortel, red-faced with embarrassment, stammered that her heart was racing, and Ed needed to show some basic decency. Ed replied awkwardly that he was simply doing what she asked. She mumbled that he should have performed the action more slowly, Ed suddenly grew serious, stating that he came to receive an answer first and asked if she remembered. A flashback appeared, showing Lortel with a stranger who had silver hair and red eyes. In that memory, the strange man had once asked Lortel to stand by his side just once. Returning to the present, Ed tightened his embrace, deducing that Lortel must be harboring some kind of plan. He explained that he anticipated having many enemies soon, perhaps even the entire academy. Standing by the seashore, Ed expressed his hope that Lortel would at least remain his ally. At the royal dormitory, a voice rang out, asking why someone was looking for her. Lortel, wearing a smug smile in a luxurious room, cut straight to the chase, asking why Princess Penia was hiding Tanya. A fleeting memory showed that Tanya had been instructed to seek help from the royal family or noble houses if she ever faced danger. Lortel secretly reasoned that the Academy's inability to locate Tanya proved she was currently within the residential buildings. Penia questioned Lortel about her reason for seeking Tanya, but Lortel was confident that she had seen right through the princess. Telling herself that Penia was already in the palm of her hand, Lortel replied that she had some matters to settle with Tanya. Lortel began explaining her life philosophy, admitting that she was opportunistic and petty, only showing weakness before those stronger than herself. She casually declared that she was utterly ruthless toward those weaker than her. Penia warned that the Rothstaler family held immense power, and Lortel should reconsider whether Tanya was truly the weaker party. Lortel asserted that while she couldn't confront the entire family, with the economic power she wielded, she considered Tanya the weaker party, and warned Penia not to interfere. Princess Penia tensely admitted that she had anticipated this situation, and was prepared. Lortel, with fierce eyes, announced her candidacy for Student Council President, believing that once she held both powers, Tanya would have no choice but to seek her out. Stunned by the audacious plan, Penia could only watch as Lortel asserted her position as a superior power. As Lortel turned and left, Penia mused that with the Rothstaler vassals already captured, and every route controlled by Lortel, Tanya couldn't hide forever. In another room, Tanya explained to Penia that Lortel must suspect her of being the culprit, based on the special affection Lortel held for Ed. Penia sat beside the distraught Tanya, thanking her for her trust. Tanya desperately clung to Penia, pleading to know who had planned Ed's murder if it wasn't Lortel. A voice rang out, confessing, "It was me." Penia turned, utterly shocked. The confessor was Tanya herself, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked straight at Penia. Tanya recalled the moment Kadek and Nox arrived at Sylvania, claiming they were there to assist her. She revealed that the person behind the order was the family head, Krepin Rothstaler. Tanya explained that her father, who had never cared about Ed, made this cruel decision, perhaps simply because she had mentioned his name in a letter. With tears welling up, Tanya blamed herself for pushing Ed toward his tragic end, but Penia insisted that it was not a crime. Penia sternly stated that Tanya couldn't remain distraught forever, causing Tanya to look up and ask if she had a plan. Penia recalled the image of the resilient Ed, who had shown her just how much a person could change while they were alive. She told Tanya that there was only one path to survive, and uncover the truth behind Ed's death. Inspired, Tanya clenched her fists, her eyes burning with resolve, declaring that she must participate in the student council election. Penia calmly reminded her that this wouldn't be easy, as Tanya was currently a suspect in the murder of her own family member. But Tanya, for the sake of those who had helped her and for Ed, refused to back down, prompting Penia to make a major decision. She would publicly endorse Tanya. Tanya was stunned, asking Penia why she was helping her so much, and the princess simply replied that she wasn't sure herself. Penia squeezed Tanya's hand, her gaze filled with determination. With a sad smile, Penia confessed that she, too, owed an unpayable debt to Ed Rothstaler. Elsewhere in the academy, new plans were being set in motion. Lortel Cahelland was finalizing her candidacy documents, while her secretary, Liena, confirmed her decision. Liena reported that although there were rumors Tanya was also running with Penia's backing, the murder suspicion would prevent her from gaining much support. The secretary expressed concern that Lortel was taking on too much, from association leader to running for student council president. Chided coldly by Lortel, Liena apologized in a panic and rushed off to submit the documents. Alone in her office, Lortel continued her work as the student council election was about to begin. Lortel told herself that everything would soon become clear, as the distorted scenario she had orchestrated unfolded moment by moment. Meanwhile, in her private room, Lucy Mayriel struggled awkwardly to stand up. She finally succeeded, and cried out joyfully, celebrating her small victory. Lucy knelt on the bed, raising her hands to the sky like a child. After a moment of silence, the childish joy vanished. She returned to reality, seriously asking how many days were left. A maid entered, smiling as she announced that 27 days remained. The maid cheerfully added that Lucy's disciplinary plan had finally been approved after a period of delay. Hearing the news, Lucy seemed to lose all vitality, collapsing onto her pillow while the maid continued explaining the administrative procedures. Lucy desperately buried her face in the bed as the maid innocently announced that the actual probation period had been recalculated and extended to 29 days. Inside a dark, cold dungeon, dim light flickered onto the grim iron bars. An armored figure sat outside, bitterly admitting that Duke Crepin's judgment was entirely accurate. Inside, a heavily wounded vassal leaned against the wall, brooding over the potential threat Ed Rothstaler posed to the family if he remained alive. His comrade lay motionless on the floor, covered in injuries, while he asserted that it wasn't just Ed's abilities that were superior. He recalled the female elementalist who was determined to burn through all her mana, and the female mage who swore vengeance without hesitation, proving that Ed's ability to forge deep relationships was also a danger. Although they knew the Rothstaler heir was a cruel individual, they still didn't understand why the Patriarch had ordered the assassination. Now, they could vaguely guess, recalling the moment Ed, with his terrifying power, had overwhelmed them. They hypothesized that Ed had feigned madness to escape to Sylvania after being chosen as the heir, intending to oppose the Patriarch. Perhaps he had secretly built up his forces here, but the vassal dismissed the thought, believing it was useless to discuss such things now. Suddenly, the armored figure stood up, declaring that the most important thing now was to leave and report everything to the Patriarch. That person stepped inside the iron bars, signaled for silence, and revealed that there were those who would benefit from the two vassals escaping. Removing the helmet, the person smiled smugly, introducing himself as Dune, the decoy of the Elta Trading Company. In a moment of contemplation, the floating image of Ed Rothstaler appeared, signifying a scene change. Lucy Mayriel lay sprawled on her bed, languidly calling out for Belmaya. The head maid coldly announced the exact remaining time of her confinement, 24 days and 3 hours. Desperate, Lucy begged to just be put out of her misery. Belmaya replied with a strangely calm and radiant expression that she could not do that. Elsewhere, a woman with striking silver-blue hair walked through a crowd in front of a construction site. Her glossy hair and captivating aura drew every eye, causing someone to suddenly recall that they, too, once had silver hair. Clarice, in disguise, realized the silver-blue-haired woman had vanished and mused about her mysterious identity. She told herself that there was still so much she didn't know about this world. Clenching the scroll in her hand, Clarice encouraged herself to live each day fully, as there would be no second chance. She fell silent for a moment, lost in her own thoughts. With a sigh, Clarice unrolled the scroll, beginning to review the information she had gathered. She recalled intending to meet Tanya immediately after Ophelis Hall was liberated, but couldn't find her, and was then surprised to see Lortel Kihelland running for Student Council president. But the most shocking news was that Ed Rothstaler, a third-year student, had died, with vassals from the Rothstaler family itself named as the culprits. Memories of the tent during the winter blizzard flooded back, where Ed's image first made her contemplate the meaning of freedom. That feeling remained vivid in Clarice's mind, as if it had only happened yesterday. Yet now, Tanya, her first friend at the academy, was named as one of those who had murdered her own brother. Clarice trusted Tanya, but as news of the vassals escaping prison spread, public opinion within the academy worsened. The atmosphere at the academy following Ed's demise became incredibly dark and gloomy. The gloom permeated everywhere, even reflected in the sinister smiles of a group of advancing students. In the administration office, a high-ranking official with a scarred face complained about the massive workload related to Ed's death, demanding that a professor take responsibility. Professor Flubin replied that there was a suitable assistant professor, one who knew Ed and had interacted with both Clevius and Lucy. In her office, Assistant Professor Cleo tiredly looked at the stack of papers, thinking that whenever the workload was this heavy, Ed was always the one who helped her. A female student in a red uniform entered, lamenting the unpredictability of life, causing Cleo to startle and respond. Cleo silently bowed her head, immersed in sadness and exhaustion over the immense loss. Elsewhere, an ash-blonde female student sadly looked at a document, realizing that even Anise had stopped talking. After the brief and fruitless meeting, the overwhelming pain in her heart made her unable to hold back her tears. The ash-blonde female student reassured herself that she would be fine, even though the image of Ed Rothstaler still haunted her mind. In a flashback, under the pouring rain, Yennecar was the one who stepped forward to testify about the true culprit in Ed's murder. The ash-blonde female student sighed wearily, thinking that although she was suffering greatly, Yennecar must be enduring even more. Meanwhile, Yennecar tried to lift her spirits, cheerfully announcing that she would try cooking curry today. She asked her friend, Anise, for cooking advice, But Anise confessed she was only used to prepping ingredients and was hesitant to try a new dish. Anise suddenly realized they had only been eating spicy food lately. Just as she suggested making a salad to add vegetables, Yennecar suddenly turned back with a look of terror, horrifying Anise. In a painful memory, Anise was sobbing, trying to shake Yennecar out of her delusion, forcing her to accept that Ed was dead. Yennecar looked at her friend with a stunned expression, unable to believe the harsh truth. She quickly hugged Anise, signaling for silence while the wind spirit Dries flew around anxiously. Elsewhere, Ed Rothstaler was contemplating. He knew that Tanya had returned to the academy on her own. According to reports, Tanya was actively cooperating with the investigation to prove her innocence after a period of hiding in the royal dormitory. While Yennecar quietly washed his shirt, Ed thought that Princess Penia's public support had helped Tanya regain some of her reputation. However, the number of Lortel's supporters in the academy far outnumbered hers. They cheered passionately for the commoners' president. Ed recalled the moment Lortel came to the cave and wondered what had happened. As the momentum for the election had completely shifted in her favor, he remained silent, still bewildered by Yennecar's presence and her act of care. Yennecar cheerfully held up the clean shirt, saying that although this wasn't her business, if the situation continued like this, Lortel would certainly become the student council president. Just then, Ziggs unexpectedly appeared, declaring that he came because of his promise to Ed, but also because Yennecar was here. Ziggs sternly warned that Lortel's election was less important than the news that Kadek and Nox had escaped prison, which further fueled the rumors that Tanya had murdered Ed. Ziggs explained to Princess Penia and Tanya that he could not testify on Tanya's behalf, because he also had to respect Penia's sacrifice. He emphasized that the critical issue right now was Tanya's truly terrible condition. In the past, Tanya was a prominent figure, always beloved by the top students. But now, falsely accused of murdering a relative, she is suspected by the entire academy and seems unable to endure any further. After hearing the report, Ed Rothstaler interrupted Ziggs, asserting that he already understood the situation clearly. Ed began analyzing the game's original scenario, where the election was meant to showcase the relationships that the protagonist, Tayley, had built. Normally, Tayley would actively support Princess Penia, who had saved him after driving away the original Ed Rothstaler. Tayley's strategy was to focus on persuading the influential valedictorian students. Ed listed those who could not be persuaded: the lazy Lucy, the neutral Yennecar, Wade, who had already sided with the princess, and Dorothy, who supported Tanya. The real targets were the remaining 8 valedictorians from various academic years, who could still change their votes. Securing the support of just 5 out of these 8 individuals would guarantee victory in the election. In the original scenario, Princess Penia won and became the student council president, providing Tayley with invaluable royal backing. That power was especially crucial in Act 4, for fighting Kreppen Rothstaler, and also in the battle against the final boss. For Ed, maintaining this plot flow was a matter of survival, as it was the weapon that guaranteed his existence. It was the surest path to overcome the great challenges ahead, symbolized by the legendary dragon. Ed told himself that even if the minor details had changed, he had to ensure the overall flow remained intact. Princess Penia must become the president. He calculated that if he remained silent, Tanya's situation would worsen, which might force Penia to run for election to prevent Lortel from winning. Another option was to secretly inform Penia that he was alive, persuade her to run, and use his connections to stir up the election. Ed was confident that there were still many ways to position Princess Penia as a candidate before the registration deadline expired. However, a final question suddenly arose in his mind, causing him to hesitate. What about Tanya? Ed was tormented, realizing that his own actions had pushed Tanya onto a tragic path, turning her into a murderer, facing a cruel, off-script fate. He faced the painful choice between saving Tanya and adhering to the original plot progression, and his confusion was noticed by someone else. Ziggs Eifelstein, who had arranged to meet Ed on the beach, noticed his worried expression and suggested canceling the sparring session. But Ed dismissed the idea and decided to proceed. With a confident smile, Ziggs declared that the sparring match had officially begun. Ed placed his hand on his weapon, telling himself that he needed to verify the results of his training and confirm one specific thing. He figured that physical exertion was the best way to clear his troubled mind. Ziggs also drew his greatsword, admitting that he was eager for a serious fight, and Ed agreed. Both men were resolute, their eyes locked, and the tension in the air was palpable. Meanwhile, Tanya's old, faded memories flooded back, starting with the image of a sun-drenched field of flowers. She tried to recall every detail of that day, when the 3 siblings walked hand in hand on a hill covered in blooming flowers. The memory showed her eldest sister, Arwen, Tanya, and their brother. That was likely the last happy memory, because ever since then, Tanya's life had only been the burden of responsibility and pressure. She reminisced about the beautiful days gone by, but the memory was quickly drowned out by shouts demanding her resignation. The crowd of furious students screamed, calling her a murderer, leaving Tanya desperately wondering why everything had gone so wrong. Returning to Ed, he hesitated, realizing that helping Tanya would cause an immeasurable impact on the entire scenario. His hesitation grew stronger, since the plot was already disrupted by too many unknown factors. Pushing aside his thoughts, Ed focused on the opponent before him and called out Ziggs Eifelstein's name. He recalled Ziggs' role in the game, a powerful warrior who, according to the original plot, should have been defeated by Wade Callermore. Ziggs roared and charged forward, unleashing the single strike technique with a surging wave of black energy. A small detail about Ziggs' strength bothered Ed, and he decided he had to verify it himself right now. Facing Ziggs' opening attack, Ed Rothstaler took a defensive stance with the dagger in his hand. Ed thought to himself that this was his chance to see how much stronger he had become, having changed the most compared to the original scenario. He quickly erected a basic defensive magic shield to block the incoming surge of black energy. However, Ed was astonished when the attack was blocked with unusual ease. Ziggs had vanished and reappeared right behind him with unbelievable speed, swinging his greatsword down. Ed was stunned, wondering how Ziggs could move so quickly. He hurriedly twisted his body to dodge, but Ziggs was already closing in, making evasion incredibly difficult. With a confident look, Ziggs believed Ed would not be able to escape the next attack. He plunged the greatsword forcefully into the ground, unleashing a fierce surge of fire energy. Ed immediately called upon his spirit, Mug, to counter the attack. A violent explosion of fire erupted, surprising even Ed with its sheer power. He stared dumbfounded at the scene before him, unable to comprehend what had just happened. It was Ziggs' turn to be astonished, wondering about Ed's unnatural movements as he moved at high speed. Ed used his fire-enhanced dagger to parry the attack. Ziggs was shocked when he realized what Ed was doing. Ed was using psychokinetic magic to control his own body, generating unpredictable movements during the fight. Ziggs determined that these movements were impossible to imitate, regardless of one's mastery of magic or physical prowess. To achieve this, one needed a combat sense far beyond conventional theory, and Ziggs decided to unleash a serious attack. He channeled his mana, casting the intermediate magic Frost Lance. Ed realized that Ziggs was not holding back, fully confident that Ed could dodge the attack, but in reality, Ed was barely managing to cope. Ziggs realized Ed's previous attack was merely a tactical maneuver, designed to buy time for a larger spell. Ed was astonished that the initially light sparring match had escalated so fiercely, and Ziggs admitted that he had changed his mind. Ziggs declared that he had originally intended to use only a single sword, but now things were different. He unleashed his full magical power, activating the high-level spell, Advanced Mana Armament. With a challenging smile, Ziggs asserted that even practice must be treated like a real battle. A terrifying explosion erupted after he cast the spell. From a distance, Yennecar flinched and anxiously called out Ed's name. She was simultaneously keeping an eye on the match and hastily cooking a large pot of curry for their post-battle meal. The ground cracked open under the force of Ziggs's magic. Ed braced himself, gritting his teeth as he defended against a powerful attack. Ziggs hovered in the air, using a mana bow and arrow to strike down Ed's shield. In response, Ed also condensed his magical power, forming an arrow made of water. He fired a barrage of water projectiles at blinding speed toward Ziggs. Ziggs was surrounded but calmly prepared his defense. He effortlessly created an elaborate mana shield, which was the essence of mana armament magic, the creation of weapons from energy. Most mages do not require this complex type of magic, as they do not need to utilize a diverse array of weapons. But for Ziggs, the only person capable of wielding every type of weapon, without limitation, it was a different story. This was Ziggs's unique magic, and he used it to forge an energy saber, lunging straight toward Ed. However, Ziggs was stunned to realize that Ed was once again utilizing telekinetic power. He was frustrated that Ed's movements were completely untraceable and unpredictable. Suddenly, a surge of blue energy enveloped Ed as he faced the attack. Thanks to the blessing of the wind ability, a powerful vortex was triggered upon the surprise attack, blowing the enemy away. A fierce, jade-colored gust of wind erupted, mercilessly pushing Ziggs back. Ziggs gnashed his teeth and roared, trying to resist the invisible force that was tearing apart his offensive stance. He was thrown backward, sliding across the ground amidst the streams of water he had created. Ziggs landed firmly, the blue mana current still swirling around his feet. He wondered in astonishment when that last attack had appeared. Ziggs cast Spirit Magic, summoning a vast sea of water right onto the training ground. Gigantic pillars of water began to rise from the surface of the artificial lake. From the flowing water, a massive beast formed, roaring fiercely. The water spirit Li Xia charged straight toward Ed with razor-sharp fangs. Ed was stunned by Ziggs's sudden and powerful attack. Without hesitation, Ed launched a counterattack, his hand erupting in magical flames. A mid-level magic particle explosion was unleashed, forming a brilliant fireball. Ed gasped after the collision, admitting internally that Ziggs was indeed very strong, just as he knew from the original storyline. He suddenly realized one thing. With this level of power from Ziggs, Taylor's group wouldn't have any trouble facing their enemies, but then another thought cut him off. From the other side, Ziggs coughed, acknowledging Ed's astonishing power. He landed on the ground, dust billowing up after the impact. Ziggs declared that he could no longer afford to be careless, as a darker and more powerful aura began to emanate from his body. With glowing eyes filled with fervor, Ziggs announced that from now on, he would fight seriously. Ziggs activated his ultimate skill, Advanced Mana Armament, Convergence. Ed was astonished as Ziggs summoned the water spirit Li Xia, which charged straight toward him. The spectral beast roared, fiercely attacking Ed's defensive shield with its fangs and claws. Through the clash of energy, Ed realized that the power Ziggs displayed had reached the limit he had anticipated for this scenario. Nevertheless, Ed was still shocked. He had never expected to witness this form of Ziggs so soon. He recalled that, in the original storyline, this was Ziggs's final combat form, only appearing during the battle at Gregol Cathedral. Ziggs unleashed his full power, transforming into the Spear of Nature, surrounded by countless hovering energy swords. He declared that he would stop relying on strategy and use absolute power to crush Ed. A destructive storm of green sword energy hurtled toward Ed. With no other choice, Ed poured all his remaining strength into creating a fireball in his hand to fight back. A terrifying explosion erupted, shattering Ziggs's initial assault. Thrown backward, Ed groaned from exhaustion, admitting that he had depleted his mana after using that ineffective move. He knew the real problem still lay ahead. As expected, Ziggs remained standing amidst the chaotic energy, ready for a second attack. Cornered, Ed slammed his fist into the ground. A blue shockwave erupted from the ground, forming a protective dome. He panted heavily, holding a magical tool that amplified the shockwave. Realizing Ed had resorted to using a tool, Ziggs roared that this was the end. He soared into the air, preparing to deliver the finishing blow upon the helpless Ed. However, just before delivering the strike, Ziggs's confident expression suddenly twisted into one of extreme astonishment. Ziggs was stunned to see Ed unleash a wind spell, wondering how his opponent could manage it when completely depleted of mana. Facing the overwhelming power, Ed declared that he too would have to go all out. He activated the legendary-grade magical artifact, the Golden Phoenix Ring of Glass. Determined not to let the ring drain his mana completely like last time, Ed gritted his teeth, using only a minimal amount of energy to activate it. With a defiant smile on his bruised face, he prepared for the final counterattack. Ed sighed in relief when a familiar voice echoed, calling his name. Before him, a spirit in the form of an ice-blue-haired woman appeared, declaring that Ed had successfully summoned her without any external assistance. The spirit Marilda smiled, acknowledging this as a significant breakthrough for Ed. Meanwhile, on the academy grounds, an announcement over the loudspeaker had just concluded. The crowd of students erupted in excited cheers. A male student confidently remarked that the outcome of the student council president election was already obvious. Lortel Cahelland stood on the podium, waving to the crowd who chanted her name in admiration. Her radiant smile exuded irresistible charm, solidifying her status as a born leader. The other student's friend worried that if Lortel were elected, there would be no one left in the academy capable of stopping her power. Elsewhere, Lortel, now wearing an eye patch, looked down coldly. She used an invisible force to restrain Tanya, offering an ambiguous compliment about the girl's fingernails. Lortel noticed Tanya's tension and inquired about the reason. Tanya trembled, lifted her head, and began to speak. With all her resentment and despair, she loudly declared that she was not the one who murdered Ed's older brother. In the shadows, Lortel Cahelland smirked, anticipating the drama about to unfold. On the high podium, Tanya Rothstaler faced the sea of people, the entire student body waiting in silence. She cleared her throat, trying to regain her composure before the magical microphone. With a trembling yet resolute voice, Tanya introduced herself and announced her candidacy for student council president. The massive crowd remained in absolute silence. Not a single sound was heard. Amidst the indifferent students, a slicked-back blonde male student and a gray-haired female student clearly showed contempt. From afar, Lortel mused that Tanya was performing well, trying to appear normal until the very last moment. She wondered if this was a desperate attempt to prove her innocence or a hidden political talent, but realized 10 minutes had already passed. Tanya's speech was met only by the deadly silence of thousands of students. With teary eyes, Tanya desperately concluded her speech. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the crowd, calling her a murderer. Hard objects began to be thrown onto the stage, clattering at the feet of the stunned Tanya. The entire plaza exploded in fury, the crowd screaming, demanding Tanya explain the murder accusations published in the newspapers. A thrown rock struck Tanya, causing her to stumble into the podium, her words of thanks caught in her throat. A boot stomped on a bottle of ink thrown onto the stage, staining the wooden floor. Tanya collapsed onto the floor amidst the rain of objects and insults. The crowd burst into savage laughter, panicking Tanya so much that she told herself she was about to laugh along with them. Slumped on the stage, Tanya blamed herself for being so reckless and foolish to step up there. Seeing the aggressive crowd approaching, she realized she should have run away from the start. In her extreme panic, Tanya had only one thought. She must escape immediately. Tanya screamed in despair, clutching her head as the furious crowd was about to engulf her. Suddenly, a surge of jade-colored energy erupted, throwing back the charging aggressors. From a distance, a pair of sharp blue eyes, gleaming with determination, observed the situation. An ancient magical crest flared brightly on the forehead of a newly manifested entity. A giant spectral wolf roared fiercely, materializing from thin air to shield the collapsing Tanya. Enveloped in the protective light, Tanya looked up, and faint memories began to surface in her mind. She remembered a boy, her older brother, whose face had been blurred by time, someone she couldn't distinguish as a memory or just a dream. The boy's warm hand grasped hers, a familiar feeling she had long tried to forget. But now, that memory became more vivid than ever, and her brother's hand once again took hers in the present. With tears welling up, Tanya realized that from this moment on, no one would be able to forget. Ed Rothstaler, wearing a hooded cloak, stood before his sister, reassuring her that although there were many things to explain, resolving the current situation was the top priority. A few days before this event took place, an important conversation had begun. In another space, Marilda appeared in her human form, smiling and praising Ed's remarkable progress. She commented that his mana efficiency was much better, and although still limited, it was sufficient for their plan. Memories of the grueling training surfaced. When Ed screamed in pain, his body enveloped by chaotic energy, Ed calmly analyzed the situation, noting that something about the entire affair was strange. He had calculated that Ziggs's power at this point in the scenario had reached its limit. Although summoning Marilda did not require excessive mana, it had completely drained his reserves. Marilda admitted the human form was highly efficient, but she disliked it, while Ed secretly prepared to use every magical technique available. Marilda complained about the inconveniences of the human form, from the difficulty of speaking and feeling cold without fur, to the trouble balancing without a tail, completely unaware that this was part of Ed's secret technique. In the middle of the battle, Marilda suddenly realized something and froze. Overwhelmed by Ziggs's magical flow, Marilda remained certain that victory should be hers. She asked Ziggs in astonishment when he had struck, while complaining that the human body was too cumbersome, preventing her from reacting in time. A massive explosion of green energy completely engulfed Marilda. However, at that exact moment, Ed decided to intervene. He rushed forward to shield Marilda, taking the full force of Ziggs's destructive attack. After the smoke cleared, Ed stood up, his clothes tattered, raised both hands, and calmly admitted defeat. Ziggs, the victor, clenched his injured hand and realized he had learned a valuable lesson. Exhausted on the ground, Ziggs was astonished by Ed's rapid progress in just 1 year, while Ed secretly thought that Ziggs had also become much stronger than in the original scenario. Ed admitted his calculations were wrong, and Ziggs explained that Ed himself had also grown significantly stronger. Ziggs continued, saying that witnessing Ed constantly growing stronger every day was the motivation that pushed him to surpass his own limits. After the match, the two sat down on the ground, and Ed began reflecting on how he had always tried to keep the storyline on track. He admitted that maintaining his future knowledge was part of the plan, but for the protagonist Taylor to win the final act, a prerequisite condition needed to be met. Ed recalled his previous belief that sticking strictly to the plot was the only path to victory. But in reality, even when the plot had been shattered, countless dangers continued to arise. Nevertheless, he had always managed to keep everything moving along the intended trajectory. Ed admitted that this very fact made him fear variables beyond his control, to the point where he hesitated about whether to save Tanya after hearing that Kadak and Leisha had escaped. He bitterly realized that the final fragments of the original storyline had completely slipped through his grasp. Returning to the present, Ed decided to put those worries aside and focus on what he could do now, starting with preparing a meal. In his thoughts, Ed smiled when thinking of Ziggs, who had grown stronger after their match. He was also pleased to see Yennecar and her spirits, the reliable allies he had gained. Ed accepted that even if this thought seemed naive, it was all right to be a little optimistic sometimes. His train of thought was interrupted by reality. Marilda roared in her giant wolf form, protecting the collapsing Tanya, proof that deviating from the plot was not necessarily an ominous sign. The sudden appearance of the powerful spirit caused the students, including Joseph Whitefelts, to panic, scream, and flee. Amidst the chaos, Joseph tried to shout to reassure everyone. He recognized the high-ranking spirit and smugly boasted to Wade Calermore that he had seen it before. From within the crowd, Lortel Cahelond, hidden beneath a cloak, also whispered that she knew who was controlling the spirit. And then, the entire academy was stunned to realize that the person was Ed Rothstaler, standing beside his sister, Tanya. Ed took the sound amplification device and loudly introduced himself to everyone present. Standing on the platform with Marilda, he declared that he had not been murdered by Tanya, and, on the contrary, he fully supported her. Ed began listing Tanya's powerful allies, from third-year valedictorian Yennecar to Lucy and Princess Penia. He continued naming combat faculty valedictorian Clevius and alchemy faculty valedictorian Elvira. Finally, there were Ziggs, magic faculty valedictorian Joseph, and overall valedictorian Wade, asserting that securing their votes was not difficult. However, setting aside all calculations, Ed made a sincere plea from the bottom of his heart. He placed his hand on the shoulder of the tearful Tanya, asking everyone to listen to her vision as her family member. Seeing the crowd begin to listen, Ed could finally breathe a sigh of relief. After the event, an academy official began the interrogation, recounting how Ed had survived the stabbing thanks to the Delheim hourglass. The official continued summarizing Ed's journey, surviving in the cave, being rescued by Yennecar, and then rushing to protect Tanya. Ed, with dark circles under his eyes from exhaustion, confirmed the story, and secretly thought that he had been interrogated an uncountable number of times. Ed Rothstaler secretly thought that he was utterly exhausted and couldn't believe the string of interrogations was finally over. A powerful voice rang out, calling the name of third-year magic faculty student, Ed Rothstaler. Ed stood in a luxurious office, facing the man seated behind a large desk. That man was Principal Obel Forsyth, who ordered Ed to step forward. Looking out the window, Principal Obel said that he had read all the investigation data and acknowledged that Ed had suffered greatly. Sitting across from Ed, Obel apologized on behalf of the academy for the lax security, but Ed secretly thought that the conspiracy had been too meticulously planned to be stopped. Obel took a sip of tea, thanking Ed for saying so. However, he abruptly set his teacup down and stated that he was unsure if the entire story was true. Ed calmly drank his tea as he listened to Obel remark that everything seemed too perfectly orchestrated. Principal Obel speculated that the timing of Ed's appearance seemed intentional, having waited until Kadek and Nox had escaped. He continued his deduction, suggesting that Ed wanted the news of his death reported back to the mastermind before he comfortably revealed himself. Obel affirmed that he had no intention of interfering in the internal conflicts of the Rothstaler family, but as the academy administrator, he had his own responsibilities. He explained that he needed to report what happened at the academy to the royal family, and if he reported that Ed was alive, the Rothstaler family would also learn the truth in a way Ed did not desire. Ed immediately suggested whether the principal could postpone the report, but Obel coldly asked why he should accept that risk. Ed revealed that the mastermind behind the assassination was his father, the patriarch Crepin Rothstaler. But Obel replied that he did not care about matters outside the academy. With an urgent expression, Ed explained that the Rothstaler family would want everything kept quiet, so reporting later would pose no risk. Principal Obel interrupted, calling Ed Rothstaler by his full name. He began listing Ed's astonishing changes, skyrocketing grades, improved reputation, the promising nature of his sister Tanya, and good relationships with top students. Obel concluded that all these factors made Ed look as if he had become an entirely different person. Principal Obel tapped the stack of documents, asserting that, as he had always maintained, Sylvania Academy always stood by its students, especially talented ones like Ed. He smiled and promised to remember Ed's name before dismissing him. Ed inwardly breathed a sigh of relief while facing the principal, realizing that Obel had grasped the entire situation and would keep the fact of his survival confidential. Meanwhile, outside the academy grounds, Clara firmly intercepted a male student holding a gift box, declaring that Tanya's schedule was finished, and she would not accept inappropriate gifts. From a distance, Tanya watched silently, reminding herself that she had waited for this moment. Ed finally appeared, much to Tanya's surprise. He smiled and congratulated her, stating that her election was practically confirmed and her day to shine had finally arrived. Tanya happily replied that she couldn't afford to let her guard down yet. Ed recalled that Tanya's integrity had been proven, and she had secured the support of 8 out of the 12 most outstanding students. The most decisive reason why Tanya, who had once been ostracized, managed to receive such an overwhelming vote count was Lortel's downfall. Lortel had cleverly engineered the election into a two-way confrontation between herself and Tanya, effectively sidelining the other minor candidates. The two-sided battle between them grew intense, and at the perfect moment when both had reached equivalent levels of support, a sudden exposé was released. The article exposed Lortel's trading company for embezzling public funds and threatening clients, forcing her to withdraw in disgrace. In the end, only Tanya's supporters remained. Ed mused that, due to the election and the investigation, the two siblings had barely had time to speak. Tanya offered a gentle smile, saying they would have plenty of opportunities to talk, but she truly wanted to thank him. Ed brushed it off, feeling she had thanked him sufficiently. But the memory of Election Day resurfaced, Tanya sobbing and embracing him. She quickly and awkwardly protested, claiming that moment was an exception. Tanya sighed, her expression growing more serious. She hesitantly admitted that the question might be slightly inappropriate and that she had tried to suppress it, but she couldn't hold it back any longer. In a flashback to the day the results were announced, Tanya asked her brother, "Why did you feel the need to stand up and defend me so openly?" Tanya reasoned that if he truly wanted to remain hidden, he wouldn't have revealed himself. His actions led her to mistakenly believe he simply couldn't tolerate the injustice she was suffering. At least, that was what she had assumed. Ed frankly admitted that was exactly the reason, catching Tanya off guard. He smiled and affirmed that since they were family, he naturally had to stand by her side. Hearing those words, Tanya smiled, feeling both content and happy. Tanya, now the student council president, told herself she should act professionally, but allowed herself a small measure of bias, as she was only human. She turned, instructing Ed to let her know if he ever faced danger, promising she would do her utmost to help. Ed sat quietly on the chair, watching his sister's retreating figure. He offered a gentle smile as she departed. Ed murmured his own words again. That family must stand by each other. Lortel Cahellan suddenly appeared, quipping that it must be nice to be family, and revealed she had been eavesdropping since Ed started saying those awkward things to Tanya. Lortel asked Ed about the recent wild rumors and whether he was truly all right. Ed remained silent, and Lortel smiled radiantly, confirming that everything had proceeded exactly according to her plan. Ed recalled that the decisive event for Tanya's victory was the embezzlement scandal of a trading company, which Lortel herself had intentionally made public. Lortel had deliberately manufactured a two-way race with Tanya to eliminate the viability of all other candidates. She even went so far as to meet Princess Penia and display hostility, specifically to provoke Tanya into running for the position. Lortel knew that Penia and Tanya, who felt heavily responsible for her supposed death, would side with her to repay that debt of gratitude once she reappeared. In a distant memory, a younger Lortel was comforted by an ash-blonde man, telling him she would soon have many enemies. She leaned against him and expressed her desire that he, at least, would remain her ally. Ed recalled that from the moment Lortel informed him of her plan, he had decided to save Tanya, and the battle with Ziggs had eliminated any lingering hesitation in his mind. Ed silently admitted that saving Tanya because she was family was not a lie, but it would also be dishonest to claim he hadn't factored in her utility. He knew clearly that the approaching Act 4 meant war against the Rothstaler family. Since he was already an enemy of the family, Tanya, as an insider, was the best connection for gathering intelligence and executing diversionary campaigns. However, Ed understood that the nuances of human relationships were something only those involved could truly grasp. He thought of Lortel, the girl who had lived since childhood by calculating every gain and loss as she stretched comfortably beside him. Lortel admitted that her reputation around the academy had recently become quite scandalous, and since Tanya disliked her, she had no choice but to temporarily hand everything over to Ed. Ed commented on Lortel's habit of seizing control and stirring up everything around her, but she merely laughed and called it an occupational hazard, confessing that even she sometimes felt shaken. Seeing her subtly sway, Ed asked with genuine concern if she was truly all right. Lortel brushed him off, asserting that rumors didn't cost her money and that the villain role suited her perfectly. She looked straight at Ed, gently stating that she would be fine as long as he didn't become her enemy, a candid remark that highlighted the complexity underlying their relationship. Ed's thoughts then shifted to Penia, imagining the princess standing alone on a balcony, wondering what she would do now that she was no longer the student council president. He also couldn't be certain about what would unfold in the impending conflict between the royal family and the Rothstaler family. Recognizing that the remainder of Act 3 was entirely unpredictable, Ed decided he could only stand back and observe. He returned to the log cabin hidden deep in the forest, realizing that nearly a month had passed since his last visit. To restore order to the campsite, He began meticulously cleaning up the fire pit area. Next, he moved inside the cabin, recalling that he hadn't cleaned the interior before his departure. But the moment the door swung open, Ed froze, his eyes widening in astonishment as he heard the steady sound of snoring emanating from within. His gaze immediately fixed on the familiar witch's hat, resting on his bed. Ed was dumbfounded, realizing that Lucy May Reel was sound asleep on his own bed. He could only stand there, watching the world's strongest mage, sleeping peacefully in his private sanctuary. Ed smiled contentedly after resolving everything. He held the Chronicles of Magic Discovery by Archmage Glocht in his hands. Sitting on the rocking chair, he flipped through the pages under the dim light. Feeling tired, Ed decided to put everything aside, placing the book over his face to rest. After returning to his campsite, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. 3 days later, the news of Tanya's official appointment as student council president was announced. In a luxurious office, Yennecar was surprised when a professor asked her to participate in grading. Melina, the senior professor of spirit studies, explained that she would give Yennecar bonus points for her excellent ability to control high-level spirits. Yennecar was confused, still not understanding why she had been assigned this task. Melina reminded her about the upcoming joint combat training session, demanding that Yennecar display the dignity befitting a second-year student. The professor commented that, despite being the top student of her year, Yennecar always smiled, as if she were the happiest person alive. Melina suddenly cut straight to the chase, saying that Yennecar seemed to be deeply in love with Ed, leaving the young woman stunned in shock. Yennecar screamed in panic, stammering as she asked why the professor would suddenly say such a thing. Melina casually listed the evidence, pointing out that the two of them were always together in classes and across the school grounds. She even recounted the sight of Yennecar constantly giggling to herself while running errands with Ed at the campsite. The professor concluded that Yennecar looked exactly like a child experiencing first love, to the point where she had to sigh in exasperation. Yennecar blushed, hastily begging the professor not to mention this matter to the other students. Melina yawned, replying that she didn't care about the dating rumors of young students, but she coldly added that everyone in the school already thought so, making Yennecar even more embarrassed as she felt the surrounding gazes. Cornered by the assertion that she and Ed were dating, Yennecar could only blush in confusion, her mind drifting back to the past. The story began in the distant eastern Sparte region, a fertile agricultural land named Pulan. Hidden deep within was Torin, a small village of only about 300 inhabitants, where Yennecar, then known as Janica Failover, grew up. Since childhood, Janica had displayed innate talent by being able to see spirits, becoming the hope of the entire village. Occasionally, outsiders would visit, and one day, a stranger greeted her. It was a young messenger, the only person who spoke to Janica using formal honorifics. Because all the young people had left the village, Janica grew up pampered and was completely unfamiliar with this distant style of speech. Gradually, the messenger told her about the vast world outside, about the magnificent cities. Their relationship grew closer, and the little girl, the pride of the village, grew up surrounded by boundless affection. She was loved by everyone, her smile, always radiant. Inevitably, the messenger also fell for her, and gathered all his courage to confess his feelings with a vibrant bouquet of flowers. As a girl who had never learned how to refuse, Janica could only awkwardly accept the bouquet. But because she understood nothing about romance, she clumsily rejected his sincere affection. The young man hastily left and did not return to the village for a very long time. When he finally returned, he brought a surprise: the letter of admission from Sylvania Academy. Along with that letter came a cold farewell. The messenger departed, leaving Janica with the letter in hand and an obsession with formal speech. 3 years had passed since her enrollment, and the face of the young man from that year had faded from memory. Nevertheless, the current Janica Failover still carried within her the fear of rejection and the unfamiliarity with formal speech from that time. Yennecar flinched when a formal voice rang out, calling her by the name Janica and offering assistance. At the Trix Hall administrative office, an employee reviewed Yennecar's documents and offered to quickly process the procedures. However, Yennecar stammered, blushed, and couldn't clearly state her request. In her hands was the dormitory withdrawal application form, while the employee advised her to seek counsel from those around her if she felt stuck. The employee continued to encourage her, saying that many people were willing to listen and help her. Those words recalled images of the past, when Janica was always surrounded by people but felt burdened and found it difficult to speak up. Later, during a conversation with Anise, her close friend expressed annoyance that Yennecar hadn't told her Ed was still alive. Anise quickly calmed down, accepting the explanation that Yennecar had her own reasons and no other choice. When asked about her current worries, Yennecar could only slump her head onto the table in despair. Anise lost patience upon hearing Yennecar lament her inability to refuse requests, pointing out that this was precisely why she had practically become Ed's maid. Anise listed a series of chores Yennecar had done for Ed, wondering what outrageous thing he had requested this time. Yennecar frantically denied it, insisting that she did everything voluntarily and that this time, she was the one who needed to ask him for a favor. She explained that their overly close and comfortable relationship made it harder than ever to open up and ask Ed for a favor. Hearing this, Anise immediately suggested a solution. "Why don't you try creating a little distance between the two of you?" Anise thought that being less intimate would make it easier for Yennecar to make and refuse requests, and also calm her racing heart. But immediately afterward, Anise contradicted herself in thought, realizing this was impossible and worrying that Ed would become lonely again. Suddenly, Yennecar slammed the table, stood up, and thanked her profusely, cutting off Anise's unfinished sentence. With eyes shining brightly as if she had found the truth, Yennecar declared that she had a brilliant idea and would go execute it immediately. She hastily said goodbye and rushed off, leaving Anise still bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. Anise dropped her hands, reluctantly accepting the situation. Immediately afterward, she clutched her head in panic, blaming herself for giving disastrous advice. Meanwhile, in a northern forest, Ed Rothstaler was contemplating the formula for crafting a rare magic staff. He knew that the core ingredient was a 1,000-year-old branch struck by lightning. Although this was a bonus item in the game, finding it in the real world was nearly impossible. Ed calculated that finding a 1,000-year-old ancient tree in this forest was not impossible. The real and most difficult problem was the lightning element. He gazed thoughtfully at the fire, while Lucy Mayriel was still sound asleep in a nearby hammock. Ed decided to wake the strongest mage, gently calling her name. Lucy slowly opened her purple eyes, still groggy. Ed froze for a moment, his face showing extreme astonishment. He looked up and saw Lucy, startled, had instantly teleported onto a high branch. He confusedly asked why she reacted so excessively when this wasn't the first time he had woken her. Lucy blushed, awkwardly clinging to the tree trunk and stammering an apology, while Ed reassured her that they could talk later. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. Yennecar Palaver cheerfully poked her head out, her hair covered in leaves, excitedly calling Ed's name. Ed calmly greeted her using her alias Janica and commented that she was late. Yennecar puffed out her chest proudly, awkwardly explaining that she had intentionally maintained her distance. Ed didn't seem bothered. He thanked her for coming to the training session, and then unexpectedly invited her for tea, leaving Yennecar completely stunned. Yennecar blushed, awkwardly accepting the invitation but wondering how she could possibly maintain distance from Ed. Against the backdrop of the sunset, Ed praised Yennecar's remarkable progress in spirit control. As they walked together, Yennecar explained that Mug consuming little mana was due to the high compatibility between the spirit and Ed. Mug fluttered excitedly at the compliment, while Ed greeted a newcomer. Headmaid Belle Maya appeared, carrying a sleepy Lucy in her arms, and Ed confirmed that the vice principal needed to see the year's top student. Belle expressed relief that Ed was safe following rumors of his death, and Ed politely apologized for causing her worry. Yennecar stood between the two, sensing a strange tension and starting to feel flustered. Belle reminded Ed of a maid's virtue of humility, but Ed firmly refused to change his formal manner of address. Despite Belle's annoyance, Ed calmly maintained his stance, forcing her to reiterate the rules of conduct. Yennecar was astonished to see Belle angry, realizing she was witnessing a subtle battle of wits between the two. A flash of realization sparked in Yennecar's eyes. She suddenly connected the concepts of distance, mental combat, and formal speech with a past memory. Yennecar cheerfully greeted Belle, expressing concern, while Lucy dreamily thought that life with friends was good. Ignoring Yennecar's words, Belle turned and announced that she had to leave to prepare for the inspection. She added that she needed to tidy up Lucy before departing. As Belle and Lucy walked away, she gave them a final instruction, and Yennecar enthusiastically waved goodbye. Ed silently watched them leave until Yennecar called his name. With a flushed face, Yennecar timidly suggested that they should both use honorifics when speaking, leaving Ed completely bewildered. She awkwardly tried to explain that maintaining respect and politeness was necessary, but Ed still didn't grasp her meaning. Flustered, Yennecar clutched her clothes, stammering her explanation. She confessed that she just wanted to try it once, causing Ed to silently accept his fate. With a bead of sweat rolling down his face, Ed reluctantly agreed. On the way, he told himself he would only talk for a few minutes, and then send her back before curfew. However, Yennecar's formal and blushing greeting, "Hello, Sir Ed," left Ed speechless. He realized in panic that this was not a dialogue from the game. This awkwardness was real. As Yennecar tightly gripped her staff, Ed felt infected by her confusion and was unable to utter a word. He didn't understand why she was so embarrassed, but her anxiety was slowly eroding his composure. 3 minutes later, the two sat in silence beside a campfire. Yennecar attempted to break the silence with a hesitant remark. Ed also intended to say something but stopped, feeling helpless against the tense atmosphere. He suddenly realized that even though they had shared suffocatingly silent moments before, this time made him exponentially more stressed, shattering their close, almost familial relationship. Ed clearly saw that even Yennecar hadn't anticipated the consequences. She was hanging her head in regret. He desperately sought a way to break the atmosphere, but didn't know what to say. Suddenly, Yennecar jumped up, citing the approaching curfew as an excuse. She quickly thanked him, turned, and ran off, promising to see him tomorrow. Ed sat alone by the dying fire, lost in thought, before a brutal memory of his former self flooded his mind, the image of the original Ed Rothstaler, panting fiercely after a battle. Ed sat alone beneath the ancient tree by the riverbank, seeking tranquility. A sudden voice rang out. Marilda teased him about the awkward formal conversation he had with Janica. Ed sighed, irritably asking why she bothered to ask when she had witnessed the entire exchange. Marilda manifested in her human form, sitting on a branch, and clarified that she was merely curious about what happened in the classroom. In Ed's mind, the image of his awkward parting with Yennecar resurfaced, making him feel profoundly uncomfortable. He brushed aside his discomfort, beginning to wonder if Yennecar was having some kind of trouble, genuinely worrying about her. Hearing that, Marilda gently descended to the ground. She playfully leaned close to Ed, confirming that he was worried about Yennecar, a fact he did not deny. Faced with Marilda's smug smile, Ed awkwardly tried to change the subject. He asked for a few branches to make a 1,000-year-old wooden staff, which surprised Marilda, noting he was as busy as ever. Marilda casually granted permission, saying he didn't need to ask her opinion. Ed wondered why the tree was called Marilda's guardian tree, but she explained that the matter was quite complicated. She revealed that she protected the forest because an old friend had arbitrarily named the tree after her. Ed mused over her long life, while Marilda abruptly brought up the first issue. He then asked why spirits took animal forms, and Marilda reiterated that she naturally possessed a human form. She explained that spirits imitate animal forms because they are familiar and easy, then posed a rhetorical question about whom she had imitated to gain her current form. Marilda suddenly leaned in close, whispering that their contract allowed her to read his thoughts. With a smile that was both smug and slightly embarrassed, she revealed that she had chosen the form closest to his ideal type. Ed was utterly stunned, his face flushing red with shock and embarrassment at the sudden revelation of his own preferences. Marilda looked him straight in the eye, her confident gaze affirming that it was the truth. Marilda cheerfully admitted that she was only joking, leaving Ed completely speechless. Ed angrily asked if she was kidding, but Marilda explained that she couldn't read minds or arbitrarily copy others' appearances. Marilda revealed that she had lived for a very long time, long enough to consider the history of Sylvania Academy a minor detail. She recounted meeting a special person on the desolate Arkan Island, long before the academy was built. Ed was stunned, as Marilda described that person as simple and amiable, and that her current appearance was a replica of theirs. It turned out that this person had infused mana into the guardian tree, founded the academy, and tasked Marilda with protecting the forest. Ed was astonished, realizing this profound connection was a detail never revealed in the game. The person Marilda modeled herself after was none other than the great mage and scholar, Sylvania the Great Sage. That night, while Ed was at his campsite, sudden footsteps echoed nearby. Startled, he turned around while halfway through peeling an apple, calling out to the newcomer. The person who appeared was Yennecar, who hesitantly greeted Ed in the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Ed awkwardly offered her some apple, and Yennecar timidly accepted the invitation. The two sat in silence by the fire, Ed focusing on peeling the apple, while Yennecar waited patiently. He told her to hold out her plate, and Yennecar shyly complied. After receiving a slice of apple, Yennecar ate it with a flushed face, her inner turmoil surging with confusion. Noticing her embarrassment, Ed suggested they standardize their way of addressing each other, but Yennecar suddenly grabbed his sleeve. She hastily asked if he was injured, then stammered that she had a strange question, but couldn't bring herself to look him in the eye. Yennecar kept her head bowed, pleading with Ed to listen until the end, before giving his answer. Ed took a deep breath, reassuring himself that he needed to remain calm like an adult and listen to her. Finally, with a crimson face, Yennecar gathered her courage and asked what Ed would think if she left Dex Hall to live with him here. Too stunned by Yennecar's proposal, Ed accidentally cut his finger while peeling the apple. Yennecar cried out in panic, anxiously asking about his injury. The campfire continued to flicker, illuminating the tense silence between them. Ed sighed, looking at his bandaged finger, telling himself that despite having lived through all sorts of situations over the past year, he still couldn't have predicted this. He mused that this small injury bought him some time to organize his thoughts, and decided to speak plainly about what Yennecar had likely already anticipated. Ed began by admitting that he considered her an incredibly kind and sincere person, and he was certainly not the only one who thought so. He then frankly confessed that he was very fond of her, leaving Yennecar stunned. Ed emphasized that he was a man, and complimented Yennecar on being very beautiful and possessing an adorable charm. He warned that while he could maintain restraint now, he wasn't sure what would happen if they lived under the same roof, causing Yennecar to become breathless with confusion. Ed explained that men generally shared similar traits, and while he appreciated her trust, he still had concerns. He firmly reiterated his hesitation. Yennecar looked up, resolutely stating that if it was Ed, she would completely accept everything. Yennecar's bold declaration left Ed utterly speechless, his face burning red. Immediately afterward, Yennecar also realized the implication of her words and was struck with extreme horror. An awkward silence descended, and Ed felt as if they were both walking a strange and fragile line. Ed stood up, stepped closer, and looked down at Yennecar. He pondered her manner of speaking, which was both formal and absurd, making everything feel both familiar and alien. Ed thought about the past few days. After the exhausting student council election, he had just felt relieved to return to his camp. Then Yennecar's sudden cohabitation proposal crashed down like a storm. This situation seemed to challenge Ed's sanity, and he spoke her name aloud. However, Ed Rothstaler clenched his fists, trying to remain calm to analyze the situation. By the flickering firelight, he gently asked Yennecar Palover if she was facing any difficulties. Deep down, Ed reasoned that every unexpected action had a cause, and there was certainly a hidden factor behind Yennecar's sudden request. Yennecar looked up at the night sky, admitting that there seemed to be nothing Ed didn't know. She confessed that she just wanted to run away, that she missed the days of being alone in the Ophelis Hall, and wondered if she looked like a fool. Ed recalled Yennecar's past, a person who had once collapsed under the pressure of the surrounding gazes. Throughout her year at Dex Hall Dormitory, she had endured the constant scrutiny of the other students. Nevertheless, Yennecar always tried to force a kind smile in response. She explained that the campsite felt like a sanctuary, and she just wanted to hide here, apologizing for being a burden to Ed. With a strained smile, Yennecar admitted that even though she knew running away wouldn't solve the problem, she still wanted to try asking just once. Ed bluntly replied that it was indeed a burden, causing Yennecar's smile to fade as she mumbled her agreement. But then he asked what difference it made whether it was a burden or not, leaving Yennecar bewildered. Ed explained his philosophy. Life involves being a burden to others, while simultaneously shouldering their burdens, and if necessary, he would repay her with a similarly troublesome request. He asserted that their relationship would last a long time, so everything could be settled through give and take, causing Yennecar to blush in confusion. Ed made his final offer. Although sharing one shelter was too much, how about building one more tent, which brought tears to Yennecar's eyes? He had expected her to jump up in joy, but Yennecar's reaction was completely different from what he had anticipated. In a sudden moment, Yennecar rushed forward and hugged Ed tightly, only managing a choked-up thank you. As her arms tightened around him, Ed smiled, realizing she was no longer speaking formally, and Yennecar could only sob. Ed noticed that Yennecar had tried to maintain distance but failed, and he wondered if that truly changed anything. He knew she was someone who would always help others in need, and her kindness would likely never be fully repaid. Ed mused that when someone like Yennecar breaks down and cries, no one can help but reach out to comfort them, regardless of how distant their previous relationship was. Dawn broke, signaling the start of a new day. In his tent, Ed woke up and stretched, thinking that building another shelter was not simple, especially since he also needed to prepare lessons and quickly craft the magic staff. He recalled losing sleep all night, trying to reorganize his packed schedule. Suddenly, a voice called his name from outside, making Ed jump and turn toward the entrance. Outside, the colossal fire spirit Takan, along with an army of spirits carrying construction materials, offered that he needed Ed's advice since he lacked experience setting up a tent. Takan noticed Ed's exhaustion and confessed he felt the same, having partied all night in the spirit world to celebrate. But now it was time to focus on construction. Ed was astonished to see that the spirits had already chosen the location and were working at breakneck speed. While Takan explained that building the tents facing each other would be very romantic, Takan continued muttering, considering different placement options to ensure privacy while remaining close enough. Suddenly, the tiny fire spirit Mug landed on Ed's shoulder. Mug confidently declared to Takan that the overall plan would be completed in 10 days, and as the field commander, it would ensure the work was as efficient as possible. Ed was stunned by the 10-day timeline. while Mug explained that it was a reasonable time frame based on the shifts of the lower-rank spirits. Takan roared, launching into a lecture about the old days, recounting how hard the spirits of his era had to work, and criticizing the current generation of spirits for being too weak. Frightened by Takan's fury, Mug hastily adjusted the plan, promising to complete the work within 1 week. Takan declared he had business to attend to and flew off, while Mug, still trembling, shouted a final promise that everything would be finished in 5 days. Ed was dumbfounded, thinking that this construction would only take 5 days, whereas it would have taken him several months. Feeling guilty for unintentionally causing pressure, Ed turned to apologize to Mug, but the tiny spirit was already psyching itself up, determined to succeed. Ed sighed in relief and picked up his tool bag. His busy schedule had been unexpectedly cleared, and now he had time to craft the 1,000-year lightning-struck wood staff. He recalled the times Yennecar quietly did laundry and cooked, realizing he owed her a great deal, and that merely giving her a place to stay was not enough repayment. Edroth Staler carefully carved a piece of oak wood, wondering if Yennecar would like this gift. Although uncertain, he smiled and continued his work, hoping she would accept his sincerity. Under the bright sunlight, he sat outside the newly built wooden house, completely focused on crafting the staff. Meanwhile, Lucy Mayriel was extremely annoyed because she couldn't sleep due to the noise. She went straight to the source of the sound, a bustling construction site managed by Yennecar's spirits. Lucy stood watching with a frown, clenching her fists. But the noise was not the real cause of her irritation. The main culprit was Yennecar Palover, who was perched happily on a pile of lumber. Yennecar cheerfully waved, calling Lucy by her familiar name. Her eyes shone with uncompromising determination. An image flashed in her mind, recalling the previous subtle confrontation between the two over Ed. With a confident smile, Yennecar knew she couldn't lose this time. She puffed out her chest and boldly declared to Lucy that she would be living here from now on. Lucy could only grind her teeth, pulling her witch hat low to hide her furious expression. Elsewhere, Ed chewed on a piece of wood, his mind already focused on other matters. He was at the East Plaza of the faculty building, clutching a massive stack of elemental magic books, determined to learn new spells. In his mind, the image of the particle burst spell appeared, a useful technique, but one with weak firepower. Clevius's challenge to crush him with absolute power echoed again, urging Ed to become stronger. Firepower, Ed muttered, as an idea began to spark in his mind. Suddenly, a melodious tune caught his attention, emanating from the clock tower. It was Adele Saris, the keeper of the holy flame and the prophet, playing a lute. Ed recognized her, a companion of the game's original protagonist whom he rarely interacted with. Adele Saris suddenly greeted Ed, commenting that he looked as busy as ever. Ed turned back, startled, secretly wondering why such an important figure would initiate a conversation with him. Adele explained that she had heard about him through Taylor and Isla, who seemed to have complicated feelings toward him, while Ed merely thought it was none of his business. Ed suddenly pondered Taylor, recalling Ziggs's words that the boy was visibly growing stronger and would easily pass the upcoming joint combat training. Adele, in her capacity as a bard, offered to play a tune for Ed, but he politely declined, citing the heavy stack of books he was carrying. Just as Ed was about to leave, Adele called him back sharply. She delivered an ominous prophecy, illustrated by the image of a blood-stained throne. Adele warned that if Ed were ever to become the family head, he would have to personally kill the person he respected the most, and if he hesitated, he would be the one to die. Ed was stunned. Realizing this was a genuine prophecy, he watched Adela's retreating figure, reassuring himself that prophecies weren't always absolute, knowing full well her ability to foresee the future. Nevertheless, Ed felt uneasy, for he knew of a future even more certain than Adela's prophecy. As Adele turned back and smiled, Ed recalled a cruel truth from the game scenario. In the third act, she would die. The scene abruptly shifted to a flashback, beginning with Ed firmly refusing something. He explained that he wanted to craft 2 magic staffs from 1,000-year-old lightning-struck wood, one for Janica and one for himself. In the flashback, Ed asked Lucy Mayriel to generate the lightning, but she grumpily agreed to only make one. Lucy irritably asked why he couldn't use a single spell for both staffs. Ed then decided he would only make one staff and give it to Janica, causing Lucy to immediately grab his sleeve in a fit of rage. He explained that because the item was so powerful, it needed to be given to the person who could use it most effectively, which only infuriated Lucy further. Seeing her fierce reaction, Ed had no choice but to concede and agree to make both. Lucy instantly calmed down, but stated that she had a small condition. Ed took Lucy's hand, firmly demanding that she accompany him somewhere. The story began to reveal Archmage Glocht, a great scholar with profound knowledge in all fields of magic. He was the only person to simultaneously possess the 2 highest-rank spirits, the fire spirit Teorphus and the water spirit Fried. After retiring, he dedicated his entire fortune to the development of the younger generation and the Academy's research fund, living an extremely simple life. It was thanks to Archmage Glocht that Sylvania Academy was able to rise and become the world's leading educational institution. As Ed dragged Lucy across the campus grounds amidst the astonishment of the other students, the flashback continued, recounting how Glocht had devoted all his assets to the academy. He retreated to seclusion in the Ramelin Mountains, while one student recognized Ed as the person dating Janica. At a secluded monastery, Glocht encountered an abandoned child, and that child was Lucy. Surprisingly, Lucy's magical talent far exceeded even the Archmage's imagination. Recognizing her talent as a gem of humanity, Glocht spent his final years honing and nurturing her. Although his life was a great heroic saga, Glocht's final years were tinged with sadness. His wife had sacrificed herself while conquering Teorphis, and all his colleagues had also passed away before him. In the end, only sycophants, or those seeking to exploit his reputation, remained around him, which was why he chose a life of seclusion. But the only consolation in that solitude was the existence of someone who could inherit his will. With just that, in a shabby hut on a rainy day, Glocht was able to smile peacefully and pass away. Returning to the present, Lucy stated that that was when Glocht's journey ended and hers began, even though hers had now also concluded, leaving Ed puzzled. Ed asked Lucy about Glocht's hometown, mentioning the lawless land of Cohelton that he had learned about in history books. Lucy denied it, saying that the history books were wrong and that it was merely where he spent his youth, leaving Ed completely dumbfounded. She revealed that his true hometown was somewhere else. Lucy pointed toward the island, glowing brilliantly in the sunset, and told Ed that it was Arkan Island. She recalled Glocht's enthusiasm whenever he spoke of life on Arkan Island, and his worry for the academy right up until his death, secretly calling him a foolish old man. Ed realized that Arkan Island was Glocht's true home in his heart, and Lucy told him about a journey she was compelled to undertake. In the flashback, young Lucy was left alone beside her teacher's cold body, and she used ice magic to preserve his remains. With her extraordinary talent, the girl could easily maintain this complex ice magic, something most mages could not achieve. From Glocht's hut in the Ramelin Mountains in the northwest of the continent, the girl began a chillingly solitary journey. She traveled south, crossing the Eurekla forest, the Great Lake Ica, and the alchemical lands of Crete. Her journey continued through the Milan Plains, the Holy Land of Carpia, and the Denkan wetlands, finally reaching the border of the Cloel Empire. The world map traced an almost straight path, cutting through countless territories from the Viscounty of Teldanil, the Rothstaler domain, all the way to the Cronful forest. Finally, the girl reached the Mexis Bridge, the gateway connecting to Arkan Island. Throughout the entire journey, she not only used magic to preserve her teacher's body, but also relied on it to move her own small frame. Lucy casually revealed that the journey lasted 3 months because she got lost, and it took her another week to find this place, leaving Ed utterly speechless. Inside a cave, Ed realized this was the very place where the Archmage and the Great Sage had once taught and trained each other, according to Glocht's records. Before them was a simple grave, with Glocht's staff plunged into a pile of books and flowers, and Lucy declared this to be the endpoint of her journey. Ed stared in astonishment at one of the books on the grave, the work Introduction to Physiognomy Magic, personally authored by Glocht Eldervane. He recalled that another of Glocht's works, Glocht's Southern Chronicle, had sold for 7,000 gold coins. Ed was stunned, realizing that if a mere chronicle held such value, this posthumous book analyzing physiognomy magic must surely be a priceless treasure. Lucy suggested Ed take the book, as she no longer needed it, having memorized all the teachings her master had left behind. She stated that she hadn't even lived half of the life she was granted, and perhaps it was time to begin a new journey. Lucy mused that even if she might live a half-hearted life, she still had a goal. With resolute eyes, she declared that she would keep her promise to her master, protecting Sylvania Academy, at least once should danger arrive. She admitted that her story was not a happy one, and that coming here was quite troublesome. However, Lucy smiled and explained that she simply wanted to show Ed this place. Although the journey to bring her master to his final resting place was over, Lucy still could not escape the Archmage's shadow. For that reason, she was always waiting for danger to strike, an anticipation mixed with both excitement and fear. Ed understood her idleness, knowing that only after the promised challenge was complete could Lucy begin her own journey. Realizing that time was not far off, Ed decided to enjoy today's idleness with her. Amidst the sound of lapping waves and the cool late spring breeze, the two shared a moment of peace. Ed gently reached out and touched Lucy's witch hat, a silent gesture of comfort. That moment felt like a farewell to the past and a welcome to a new future awaiting them. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yennecar was astonished by the newly completed wooden house. She couldn't believe it had been finished so quickly. Yennecar panicked when she saw that her spirits, especially Mug, had been overworked. Mug was exhausted but content, saying that they could now be released. Before Yennecar's eyes, the spirits dissolved into specks of light and flew into the sky, leaving behind wishes for a happy camping life. Yennecar used her staff, carefully drawing characters onto the ground in front of the porch. She gazed intently at her work, the inscription meaning, "Living Together." Immediately, Yennecar's face flushed bright red with joy and excitement at the prospect. Yennecar's silent scream echoed as she realized a harsh truth. A figure stepped out of the wooden house, and Yennecar exclaimed Ed's name in surprise. But the person who appeared was Lucy Mayriel, languidly yawning after a nap. Lucy's purple eyes suddenly widened, quickly grasping the situation. Yennecar froze, still holding her staff, facing Lucy right in front of the doorway. Beneath her feet, the inscription "Living Together" stood as an undeniable accusation. Understanding everything, Lucy flashed a meaningful and mischievous smile. She triumphantly cleared her throat, having already interpreted the situation in a far bolder way in her mind. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ed Rothstaler was concentrating on manipulating a complex purple magical sphere. Marilda looked skeptically at Ed practicing while Lucy slept soundly on his lap. But he remained firm that he had to keep trying. Even in her sleep, Lucy mumbled explanations about shaping magic, clarifying that it required a combination of theory and intuition gained through practice. A series of tools made of purple magic materialized, demonstrating Ed's relentless efforts. Marilda exclaimed in surprise, realizing that Ed had also undergone intense training. Ed replied that he had only tried 2 or 3 times, then gently stroked Lucy's head, causing the sleeping girl to blush and startle slightly. He continued by saying that such a thing was normal for a genius, while secretly marveling at the existence of the magic book written by Glocht. Ed recalled that the book contained knowledge of shaping magic, the ultimate form of magic capable of manipulating both space and time. This was the most elusive and dangerous type of magic, because it defied the natural order. He thought that Lucy had learned it intuitively, and thus couldn't teach it, and briefly regretted that Professor Glast wasn't here. The image of the talented professor slumped in a pool of blood flashed back, a painful truth about the person who could have guided him. Ed Rothstaler sighed tiredly after reflecting on the arduous training process. Suddenly, Ziggs Eifelstein appeared and squinted suspiciously upon seeing another female figure beside Ed. He dropped his luggage in shock, muttering that, no matter how great a man's ambition was, no one knew what kind of hell awaited them with such a lifestyle. "The spirit," Raina snapped angrily, complaining that she was happily reading when she was disturbed. Realizing his mistake, Ziggs awkwardly apologized for jumping to conclusions, while Ed calmly asked the reason for his visit. Ziggs explained that he brought the old magic books Ed needed, adding that Elka had helped gather them. Feeling grateful, Ed offered to do something in return, and Ziggs immediately seized the opportunity. With a sly smile, Ziggs invited Ed to join him in the student council's work. Ed pondered the offer, recalling the previous incident and believing that the student council president had placed great trust in him. He explained that the president wanted to gather trustworthy individuals, but Ziggs remained skeptical about this method of formation. Ziggs revealed that the president's ambition was to build the strongest cabinet in history, and had already recruited many talented individuals. He continued listing other promising candidates the president wanted, including the top students Joseph, Dorothy, and Ed himself. When asked if he would refuse, Ed merely hummed, prompting Ziggs to list his busy schedule and admit that his hesitation was understandable. Ziggs sighed, saying he had anticipated the answer but that the president would be very disappointed, which surprised Ed. Ed mused that ever since saving Tanya, the scenario had changed too much, rendering minor predictions meaningless. He shifted his thoughts to the upcoming major event, the second joint combat training, a crucial milestone before the arc of conquering Lucy. Memories of a tragic incident during that event flooded back. The top alchemy student, Claude, drank the vicious blood god potion after losing the match. Ed shuddered, recalling that the event had ended in a bloody and utterly disastrous scene. Ed Rothstaler gazed ahead thoughtfully, realizing that the future scenario was now completely out of control and unpredictable. Meanwhile, on a dirt road, the wheels of a magnificent golden royal carriage were rolling along. Pulled by white steeds and escorted by armored knights, this massive carriage could only move thanks to weight reduction magic. The escort force was so formidable that the people of the Holy City called the carriage the Palace on Wheels. Atop this extravagant mobile palace, 2 powerful figures sat observing. Archbishop Verdio smiled, remarking that despite the long journey, they were fortunate to still be able to monitor the Saintess's situation. Holy Pope Eldine, the head of the Holy City of Carpia, responded that the itinerary to visit neighboring territories had been flawlessly prepared. With a look of self-satisfaction, Holy Pope Eldine announced that they would soon reach Sylvania Academy. At the academy, all preparations for the Holy Pope's visit had to be ensured without a single flaw. In her office, Penia Prague felt the immense burden of countless tasks requiring her attention. She worried about the sudden visit from both the Holy Pope and the Archbishop, questioning their true intentions. Lortel Cahelland entered, carrying documents, and revealed that the official reasons were merely a facade, presenting Penia with an urgent meeting request. Penia was bewildered as Lortel explained that their primary concern was the Saintess Clarice, the very heart of the Church. She reviewed the meeting requests, surprised that besides the Saintess, the Holy Pope also wished to meet a second-year student named Adele. Simultaneously, Clarice decided that today, she had to set aside her student identity as Kylie to prepare for the impending visit. She sat before the mirror, while Belle Maya meticulously brushed her white hair, preparing her to appear in her true role as the Saintess. Clarice sadly inquired about the joint combat training session, and Belle confirmed it coincided with the Holy Pope's visit, much to her disappointment. Clarice mused that she did not want to return to the Holy City. Her academy life felt like a dream, and she still hadn't found the person she was searching for. The person the Holy Pope wished to meet, Adele, was a wandering bard who served as the keeper of the sacred flame. While searching for Adele, Clarice thought that despite deliberately walking through the second-year students' paths, she still couldn't find her elusive friend. She was eager to reunite with Adele and recount her experiences, from the exam with Elka to crossing the blizzard alone to find the log cabin. Now, no longer just a listener, as she was in her memories of Adele and the bard from years past, Clarice had her own stories to tell. However, she was adamant that she would never recount these events to the Archbishop. Clarice shuddered, recalling the shocking events. The top-ranked mage Lucy Mayriel destroying the dormitory, and a fallen noble like Ed Rothstaler being implicated in a murder case. She feared that if Archbishop Verdio, who always championed a pure life, learned of these matters, he would immediately force her to leave the academy. Clarice admitted that she always found it difficult to refuse Verdio's commands, a terrifying influence that did not originate from his mind-reading ability. That ability was a form of holy magic, and held no sway over her. The true reason was that Verdio had been her mentor since childhood. Returning to the present, Belle Maya noticed Clarice's tension, and advised her to eat freely, startling the Saintess who realized she had betrayed her anxiety. Clarice reassured herself that everything was fine, provided she maintained the condition. If any other student discovered her true identity, her academy life would be over. But then a horrifying thought suddenly flashed through her mind. She recalled Ed Rothstaler, and was certain he would never reveal her secret. But utter dread struck when Clarice imagined Verdio meeting Ed and using his mind-reading ability to uncover everything, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing Clarice's panic, Belle offered to make tea, but she hastily refused. Suddenly standing up, Clarice urgently asked Belle to help her prepare to leave, confusing the maid since they were running out of time. In a whisper, Clarice revealed her destination, Ed. Her face flushed. She confessed that she believed she would regain her composure simply by seeing Ed Rothstaler. Clarice desperately insisted that she needed to see him immediately, leaving Belle Maya utterly dumbfounded. Belle couldn't comprehend. Images of other girls who had worn similar expressions flashed through her mind, and she could only confusedly wonder about the reason behind the Saintess's bizarre reaction. Students gathered excitedly before the match list for the joint combat training session. Meanwhile, Yennecar lamented to Ed that no one had challenged her, and she hesitated at his suggestion that she should take the initiative. Ed calmly explained that this examination, where students face off against each other, would directly impact their academic scores. The competition format remained the same. Lower grades would challenge higher grades. However, a new rule allowing direct challenge letters had been added, promising unexpected developments. Ed calculated that, given the current circumstances, there were no first-year students in Class A. This made the matches between the first and second years more highly anticipated than ever, as they featured many outstanding individuals. Conversely, the matches for the third and fourth years garnered little interest, to the point where Ed and Yennecar had already moved on to discussing dinner. Ed recalled that last year, apart from Yennecar defeating Lortel, no third-year student managed to defeat their juniors. He mused that the lack of challenges proved he was recognized as a powerhouse, while Yennecar chuckled internally because he was still reading the book Lucy had given him. Yennecar sank back into contemplation, finding the idea of initiating a challenge difficult, given her personality. Ed looked into the distance, determined to remain discreet and avoid drawing attention during this event. Suddenly, a fully armored guard appeared, shouting loudly for everyone to clear the path. A magnificent carriage procession entered the academy grounds, the guard announcing the arrival of the Saintess. Ed was utterly stunned. This appearance was a variable that fell outside all his scenario predictions. As the procession passed, Yenneker marveled at the Saintess's majesty, while Ed was aghast to realize it was Clarice herself. He knew clearly that Clarice should have been absent, occupied with receiving the Holy Pope. Both Ed and Yenneker were shaken, wondering what major variable could have delayed the Holy Pope's visit and altered the Saintess's schedule. Ed turned to look at Yenneker with an expression of extreme bewilderment, startling her with his reaction. Clarice explained that instead of sending a letter, she decided to come in person because she wanted to see Ed quickly. With a warm smile, she gently offered her greeting to Ed. The Saintess suggested a brief conversation, an honor that caused Yenneker to respond awkwardly. Completely overwhelmed, Yenneker hastily introduced herself as Janica Failover, expressing her profound honor at meeting the Saintess. In her confusion, Yenneker clutched Ed's sleeve for help, while he internally noted that this reaction was perfectly normal for a devout believer. Ed quietly observed, silently acknowledging that Clarice's elegant demeanor was worlds apart from Kylie Eckner's appearance, a testament to her rigorous training. When Ed asked if she was all right, considering the Holy Pope's impending visit, Clarice calmly replied that their destination coincided with her current location. She added that she guessed Ed would be here to check the match list, making him even more curious about her true intentions. Taking a sip of tea, Clarice began by remarking that Archbishop Verdio was just as wise as the Holy Pope. She smiled serenely, noting that the Archbishop's sharp intellect made one wonder if he possessed the ability to read minds. Clarissa's expression briefly shifted as she revealed rumors that the Archbishop could genuinely see into people's minds. Her every word echoed in Ed's mind, and he immediately connected the dots. Verdio, mind reading, the ability to see thoughts. In a moment of realization, Ed finally understood the true reason behind this awkward conversation. He realized Clarice feared Archbishop Verdio would discover the secret that Ed knew her true identity. To reassure her, Ed let out a breath and commented that Archbishop Verdio was indeed an extraordinary figure. He went on to assert that given his lowly status, he would never have the chance to meet someone of such high standing. Ed stressed that he would be entirely focused on the joint combat training session, ensuring he would never cross paths with the Archbishop. Hearing Ed's firm commitment, a relieved and grateful smile briefly appeared on Clarice's lips. When Yenneker timidly spoke up, Clarice turned, her gaze having returned to its usual composure. With a sharp glare, Yenneker questioned Clarice whether she had come here solely to meet Ed, and the Saintess could only hesitantly admit it. Yenneker's killing intent flared, as she emphasized that Clarice had mobilized an entire carriage just to see Ed, while feigning concern about the Pope, leaving the Saintess to offer only a weak denial. Before the crowd of students, Clarice forced a smile, stammering that her anxiety was a normal human reaction. As she continued speaking about wanting to meet someone, the surrounding space suddenly grew dark, reflecting the heavy pressure weighing on the Saintess's mind. Clarice clenched her fists, questioning the true reason behind her actions. Her face flushed. She secretly admitted to herself that she simply wanted to see him. Snapping back to reality, Clarice quickly used the excuse of the Pope's imminent arrival to flee, ignoring the astonished calls of her guards. From their table, Ed and Yenneker only managed to catch sight of the Saintess's magnificent carriage in the distance. The carriage abruptly vanished in a plume of black smoke. Immediately afterward, a brilliant aura flashed, signaling that a magical teleportation had been completed. Ed sighed exasperatedly, running a hand through his hair, and lamented that, regardless of her identity, Clarice was always difficult to deal with. In a magnificent hall, students were cheering loudly for the joint combat training session. An arrogant silver-haired male student mentioned Ed, acknowledging the rumors of his strength but scoffing that he was only strong compared to the weak third-year students. Suddenly, the silver-haired student's eyes widened, revealing extreme astonishment. A voice explained that the combat rules for the upper blocks were far more severe, just as a sturdy hand pulled back a curtain, revealing a massive battle axe. A hulking, bald, and scarred warrior roared, introducing himself as Kordek Valadirk, the second-ranked fourth-year student from the combat faculty. The audience paled with fear, and one student sighed in relief that they didn't have to face such a terrifying opponent. Hovering in the air, a female announcer declared the match officially started. Third-year student Ed Rothstaler versus fourth-year student Kordek Valadirk. The moment the command "Start" rang out, the stone arena floor shattered from a terrifying impact. Kordek Valadirk roared wildly, declaring that his body was boiling with excitement. He warned that he wouldn't hold back in a practice match, and this was Ed's last chance to feel fear. Faced with the threat, Ed responded only with a contemptuous sneer. Instantly, he raised his hand, and magical flames erupted fiercely in his palm. The mid-level spell, Molecular Explosion, was unleashed, sending a fireball hurtling straight toward Kordek. The explosion engulfed the giant in a painful scream, witnessed by the stunned crowd. The smoke and dust gradually cleared, revealing the devastated arena floor after the destructive attack. Kordek staggered to his feet, his body bruised and battered, astonished by the mage's unbelievable reaction speed. He gritted his teeth, unable to believe that the strength of the third-year students had surged to such a degree. He recalled that just last year, Ed's spirits were nothing noteworthy. Now, facing Ed, he wondered where this monster had come from. Ed stood calmly amidst the magical vortex, completely in control of the situation. The other students watched breathlessly, swallowing hard at the astonishing sight. In just 5 seconds, Kordek collapsed, and Ed inwardly thought that he had been careful not to seriously injure him. Accompanied by his 2 spirits, Ed coldly declared the match over. Amidst the cheers of the audience, Ed sighed, admitting that his mind had been distracted by other matters. He recalled that after the Saintess's explosive visit, he had to guide the lost Yennecar. Then, on his way to the other stadium to fight Kordek, he unexpectedly encountered someone. Suddenly, Ed ran into Adele Saris, who was sitting by a window playing a lute and cheerfully greeted him. Ed wondered why a second-year student was in the Glocked building, but Adele merely smiled and suggested their meeting was fate. He noticed her smile was somewhat strained and sensed the discomfort hidden beneath her facade. As Adele stood up, preparing to leave, Ed inwardly thought of a terrible truth. He knew she would die immediately after the joint combat training session. He realized that promoting Tanya to student council president had altered the scenario, making the future more unpredictable. Recalling those he had been forced to leave behind, Ed decided he could not stand idly by again. He clenched his fist and called out to Adele with iron resolve. She turned back in surprise, and Ed hesitated for a long moment. Then he delivered a shocking statement. "You are going to die soon." Ed braced himself for the task of convincing someone who would not believe his warning, but Adele simply replied calmly, "I know." Ed was completely stunned by her serene smile. He took a step back in shock, unable to comprehend how she could know his destiny. A crazy thought flashed through his mind. Could Adele also be a transmigrator like him? Dismissing the hypothesis, Ed rushed away, determined to find Taylor to assess the extent of the plot's changes. As he sprinted through the corridor, a sudden, violent tremor struck. The entire building shook, causing Ed to stagger and the other students to cry out in panic about an earthquake. Ed told himself he was prepared for any contingency, but when he looked out the window, he knew this was beyond anything he expected. From another perspective, Taylor McClure watched in horror as a gigantic spectral tiger roared, an event beyond imagination. Ed was aghast, wondering why that entity had appeared right now. A creature believed to be extinct even in legends, a great calamity that human power could not stop. The colossal thunder dragon manifested amidst the storm. That was the final boss in the story of Sylvania's failed swordsman. Ed recalled his game knowledge. It was the boss of Act 5, the one who should only appear at the very end of the main storyline. He couldn't understand what was happening, as the flow of destiny had completely changed. Merely by lifting its foot, the monster generated terrifying pressure. It wasn't magic. It was barely even a noticeable movement, but with just one step forward, it created a devastating shockwave. Ed and the other students were thrown back in utter chaos. He struggled to brace himself, his entire body throbbing with pain. Half of the dormitory had been crushed into dust. Ed realized he was only lucky to have survived because he was inside the faculty building. Since this was the case, he decided he had to act, even if the price was steep. He might not be able to use magic for years, perhaps even permanently. Ed gathered all his strength, deciding to unleash maximum output even if it cost him his life. He summoned Marilda in her giant wolf form, refusing to let her stop. Ed roared, urging Marilda to run, knowing he would die whether he acted or not. He shouted loudly, his command echoing toward Trix Hall, demanding that the Saintess flee immediately. Amidst the rubble, the Saintess Clarice weakly urged the remaining people to gather and quickly escape. A guard attempted to approach, pleading with her to take his hand so he could escort her to the waiting carriage. However, before he could finish his words, the guard's body was instantly pierced by countless sharp, blue objects. From another location, Ed Rothstaler screamed as he frantically swung his sword, blocking the incoming rain of deadly dragon scales. A fierce shockwave swept through, scattering dust and debris everywhere. Clarice gasped in horror, unable to comprehend what was unfolding before her eyes. She was stunned to realize that the objects that killed her guard were razor-sharp scales. Fear surged as she understood that a simple shedding of scales was enough to cause this massacre, and she wondered who had created that terrifying monster. A heavily wounded commander embraced her, shouting for Marv to prepare the carriage immediately. Marve, the groom, frantically reported that the carriage had been destroyed, bringing instead a well-trained horse. The commander placed Clarice's hand on the reins, assuring her the horse would carry her safely across the Mexis Bridge. With tears welling up, Clarice desperately confessed that she did not know how to ride a horse. Her eyes were filled with utter terror at the precarious situation. Despite his fatal wound, the commander urgently instructed her to just grip the reins tightly and hold onto the horse's neck. He decisively slapped the animal's flank, ordering it to carry the Saintess away from the castle at all costs. Clarice screamed in fear as the horse reared up, galloping across the corpse-strewn battlefield. In her extreme panic, she sobbed, recalling how she once thought the mythological tales were mere exaggerations. Now, looking back at the scene of destruction, the Archbishop's stories from years ago came back vividly. And then, the legendary monster loomed large in the stormy sky. Wellbrock, the sacred lance dragon. Legend said that whenever it unleashed its magical breath, everything beneath it was annihilated. The colossal dragon unleashed a devastating torrent of blue energy toward the ground. A piercing scream echoed amidst the chaos. Suddenly, a large-scale magic nullification barrier appeared, halting the destructive attack. A female mage with cyan hair and pointed ears looked up in astonishment. From afar, a green-haired rider was also stunned by the sight of another mage floating, maintaining the barrier. Principal Obel gasped, admitting that even his high-level magic could only deflect the attack. He glared angrily at the monster, growling that the sacred lance dragon had awakened too early. In response, the dragon charged forward with terrifying speed. Obel stood firm, summoning a brilliant golden magic circle to prepare for a direct confrontation. He gritted his teeth, realizing he didn't have enough time to cast the confinement magic. Just then, gigantic purple magic chains descended from the sky, binding the dragon tightly. In a moment of recollection, Lucy Mayriel remembered the principal's plea, asking for her help when the academy was in danger. Back in the present, Lucy was casting magic, thinking that the situation was even worse than she had imagined. Bound tightly, the dragon roared a furious sound that shook the heavens and the earth. With unimaginable power, it shattered the magical chains. Lucy was repelled by the shockwave from the energy explosion. A mysterious figure with blue hair and purple eyes watched the scene in horror. Freed from its shackles, the dragon fired a destructive purple energy beam, tearing up the ground. The terrifying explosion from the dragon's attack swept across the ground. Thrown from her horse, Clarice screamed in despair. Suddenly, a purple magical sphere enveloped Lucy, blocking the residual shockwave. Inside the sphere, Lucy was stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. Principal Obel appeared behind her, thanking Lucy for buying him time. He deployed the highest-level defensive magic. A colossal shield named the Creator's Shield manifested, halting the dragon's attack. Nevertheless, the sheer force of the impact still compelled both Lucy and Principal Obel to strain themselves to hold the defense. Knocked down by the shockwave, Clarice staggered to her feet, covered in blood. She desperately thought of fleeing to Mexis Bridge to escape the island. Fear and helplessness overwhelmed Clarice as she didn't know what to do next. Just then, a voice rang out, relieved to find the Saintess safe. Ed Rothstaler, bearing wounds and a dark-stained arm, sighed in relief upon finding her. He anxiously asked if Clarice was injured. Still dazed, Clarice asked how he knew she was there, and Ed explained that he had guessed she would be at Trix Hall. When Clarice started talking about trying to reach Mexis Bridge, Ed grabbed her hand and said it was useless because she couldn't escape the dragon's attack range. He helped Clarice onto the back of Marilda, the giant spirit wolf, urging her to hold on tight. Looking back at the fierce battle, Ed realized that mere human strength could not stand against the Calamity Dragon. Even with the combined efforts of Lucy and Principal Obel, all they could do was stall the monster. Ed recalled that, according to the original scenario, Taylor McClure had to reach the ultimate swordsman form to confront this danger. But facing the harsh reality, Ed wondered if he should give up when confronted with a catastrophe beyond imagination. Shaking off his weakness, he roared, urging Marilda forward, his mind resolute that the original storyline had completely collapsed. While Lucy and Principal Obel stalled the dragon, Ed realized he had to find the biggest variable that caused this deviation, the only key to putting the monster back to sleep. Carrying Clarice on his back, Ed initially blamed himself, as every change in the plot until now had been caused by him. But this apocalyptic disaster went far beyond the butterfly effect. He couldn't understand why the final boss of Act 5 appeared at the end of Act 3. To find the one who summoned the dragon, Ed began reviewing the key characters, from Adele, Clarice, Taylor, to Lucy. He confirmed Lucy was busy fighting the dragon. Clarice was exhausted on his back and completely unaware. As for Taylor, the hero of the story, he was certainly risking his life saving people amidst the inferno. After eliminating everyone, Ed realized there was only one possibility left. Someone other than himself was changing the scenario. A name suddenly flashed in his mind, leaving him utterly shocked and incredulous. At the same time, a terrifying explosion ripped through Nail Hall. Amidst the ruins, desperate screams echoed. Yet, a figure calmly walked away, humming a thoughtful, It was Adele, holding two notices. One about the combat training session with Clarice, and one about the session being cancelled due to the Saintess's sudden change of plans. Carrying her loot on her back, Adele turned away from the devastation, expressing regret. What a pity. We could have met already. She paused, her eyes gleaming with strange confidence. But I am certain, Adele turned back with a mysterious smile, that fate will bring us together someday. It always does. In Ed's mind, a terrifying truth emerged. The game's final boss, the Calamity Dragon Wellbrock, had awakened right in the middle of Act 3. He knew that a direct confrontation was futile. Instead, he had to find the cause of its awakening so he could seal it away. In his thoughts, Ed ruled out key characters like Lucy or Taylor as the cause of the incident. He also dismissed the possibility that the Saintess Clarice was responsible for this catastrophe. Finally, Ed concluded that Adele was the key, recalling her strangely calm demeanor even when facing death. Believing the truth would be revealed if Adele was found, Ed decided he must first bring Clarice to safety. However, a source of dark energy was eroding his arm, signaling a dangerous limit. Ed gritted his teeth in endurance, keenly aware that his time was running out. Marilda landed, and Ed informed Clarice that they had arrived. Seeing that the Ophelis Hall's magic barrier was still active, Ed told Clarice to wait inside while she weakly called his name. Suddenly, a horrifying realization flashed through Ed's mind. He looked at the intact barrier and recognized a terrible truth. The Sacred Lance Dragon, Wellbrock's first phase attack, was a deadly rain of scales, and the barrier should not have been able to stop it. Clarice burst into tears in horror, believing that everyone inside Ophelis Hall had perished. Ed groaned softly in pain but still tried to reassure her that not everyone was dead. He explained that the active barrier proved someone was still maintaining it from the maintenance room on the top floor. That meant there must definitely be survivors up there. Upon arrival, both were stunned by the horrific scene laid out before them. Ed was utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. He screamed the name of Belle Maya, who was impaled by ice spikes while maintaining the magic circle. Amidst the ruins, Ed resolved to use holy magic to save Belle Maya. But then he quickly realized in despair that it was all in vain. Ed understood that she had been injured during the first attack, and had crawled up here solely to protect the remaining survivors. In his arms, Belle Maya coughed up a final mouthful of blood. Her blood-soaked hand placed a magic ring into Ed's hand. Clarice was stunned, desperately calling the headmaid's name. Ed imagined the words Belle Maya might have spoken, that she was simply doing what she had to do, like a soldier on the battlefield. Then Belle Maya's body went limp. She drew her last breath in Ed's arms. Clarice burst into wrenching sobs, unable to comprehend the tragedy that had just occurred. Ed gently used his hand to close Belle Maya's lifeless eyes. Life had completely left the loyal maid. Clarice continued to mumble unconsciously, clinging to a faint glimmer of hope. Ed clenched his jaw, the pain transforming into iron resolve. He promised Belle Maya's spirit that they would finish what needed to be done. Ed led Clarice into a room, used the ring to activate protective magic, and assured her that the place was safe. Afterward, he instructed Clarice to keep her composure while he went out to assess the situation. Clarice frantically pleaded, warning him that it was extremely dangerous outside. Ed firmly demanded that she look out the window to see the consequences of inaction. Clarice's eyes widened in horror at the sight before her. From inside the ruined room, Ed stared in astonishment at the sky, where an anomalous magical phenomenon was taking place. He recognized it as transmutation magic, but the magic circle was being cast using a completely unfamiliar method. Ignoring the irrelevant books scattered across the floor, Ed began a frantic search. Clarice confusedly asked what he was doing, but Ed only muttered a denial, his mind fully focused on the task. He suddenly realized that since this was the Saintess's room, there must surely be books on holy magic. And then he found what he needed. It was Glock's Introduction to Transmutation Magic, and Ed forced his reeling brain to connect all the facts. He pondered the chaotic sequence of events: the Sacred Lance Dragon's resurrection, Adela's disappearance, Clarice's ignorance, and the mysterious magic circle in the sky. Meanwhile, the Sacred Lance Dragon accumulated a massive sphere of lightning energy. It roared and fired a destructive beam of energy down toward the academy. Principal Abel strained to defend, shouting that he couldn't block the entire attack. A portion of the energy beam slipped past the shield, causing Abel to realize its target in horror. In that moment, Ed sighed in relief. He finally understood everything, realizing the story had likely been distorted from the start. When Clarice anxiously asked if he had found anything, Ed remained silent with the newly discovered truth. Suddenly, A blinding blue light erupted from behind, engulfing Ed. He was lifted into the air by the irresistible energy source, causing Clarice to scream in terror. She covered her eyes, screaming in despair as the light consumed everything. Her entire body was also submerged in the sea of pure light. The energy exploded, destroying the structure of the room. The light spread out, crushing everything in its path. When the light faded, only a desolate, ruined landscape remained, shrouded in silence. Amidst the desolate scene following the explosion, shattered earth and rock lay beneath an ominous, crimson sky. Clarice, drenched in blood, slowly regained consciousness amidst the ruins. She struggled to open her eyes, groaning in unbearable agony. Lying on the cold ground, Clarice realized her dire predicament with horror. Ed Rothstaler stood shielding her, his body blazing with a surge of green magical power despite his severe, critical wounds. With a resolute expression, Ed instructed Clarice that no matter what transpired, if she could not endure it, she must call for his help immediately. Clarice burst into desperate sobs, calling Ed's name and vehemently protesting his intentions. Despite Clarice's pleas, Ed continued to channel his power, causing his body to radiate with light. Ed whispered a final sequence of numbers. 1, 6, 0. Immediately, a destructive flash of light erupted from Ed's chest, causing him to cough up blood while Clarice frantically begged him to stop speaking. The wound on Ed's chest exploded in a blinding flash, and his life force vanished before Clarice's eyes. Overwhelmed by agony, Clarice rushed to catch Ed's collapsing body. She held him close, calling his name in shocked despair as he lay motionless on her shoulder. A blue crystalline object symbolizing his life force shattered into fragments. The purple-blue magical energy released by Ed's sacrifice violently erupted, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Witnessing it all, Clarice screamed in despair, unable to comprehend why everything had come to this. Images of the escorts who had sacrificed themselves for her flooded her mind, making her question why so many had to die. Clarice clung tightly to Ed, sobbing and pleading with him not to die for her. She desperately shook his body, unable to accept the cruel reality unfolding before her. Tears of regret streamed down her cheeks as Clarice whispered a belated apology. Clarice's eyes trembled wide open, stunned by the sight before her. She stood frozen, completely disoriented amidst the crowded academy grounds. The scene had shifted. She was now sitting at a table with Ed Rothstaler and Elka Islan, a sight that left Ed equally bewildered. Nearby, male students began whispering, wondering why the Saintess had come here specifically to meet Ed. Ed confusedly wondered what was happening, while Elka blushed intensely at Clarice's presence. He politely asked Clarice if she had something to say, utterly oblivious to the impending chaos. Without a word of warning, Clarice lunged across the table. She seized Ed's collar, her eyes wide with panic and urgency. Ed shouted in astonishment, unable to understand why he was being assaulted. Clarice ripped open his shirt, desperately searching for the fatal wounds she had witnessed, only to find them non-existent. All the surrounding students were struck dumb by the Saintess's shocking behavior. Elka was utterly panicked, screaming that Clarice could not possibly do such a thing in broad daylight. Having confirmed her fears, Clarice released Ed and collapsed onto the table, utterly exhausted. She gasped for breath, wondering if the tragedy she had just endured was merely a dream. Horrifying images flooded back. The massacre, the dragon Wellbrock, and Clara drenched in blood, leading her to suspect it was a premonition. The memory of Ed dying in her arms was crystal clear, making her question if it had been a hallucination. But upon seeing Ed's completely unharmed arm, Clarice knew that her memories could not be false. Another image flashed the scene of Ed's sacrifice and Adele collapsing, confirming that everything she had experienced was real, the undeniable proof being the faint scars etched onto her own wrist. Tears streamed down her face as Clarice gripped her wrist tightly, utter horror consuming her as she faced the grim reality. In a flashback, Clarice recalled that morning, when she deliberately struck up a conversation with Ed Rothstaler to prevent him from meeting a mind reader. Afterward, she proceeded to Trix Hall, waiting for the Holy Pope under the protection of her escorts. But in that very moment of waiting, a terrifying memory suddenly struck, and her eyes flashed with a brilliant red light. The image of the colossal dragon Wellbrock roaring amidst a sea of fire and lightning appeared, signaling a great calamity. Clarice relived the moment of utter despair when she realized her imminent death. Tragic deaths were replayed. The escorts were massacred, Clara fell, and even Yennecar could not escape her fate. The final memory was the image of Taylor McClure dying in a pool of blood, confirming a terrifying truth. Everyone would perish. Returning to the present, Clarice stared intently at the faint scars on her wrist, the undeniable proof of that nightmare. Horror consumed her. She gasped, clutching her wrist as she realized the tragedy was about to repeat itself. Clarice's sudden reaction stunned Ed and Elka nearby, and Ed confusedly called her name. In a panic, Clarice snatched Ed's arm, her gaze filled with desperate urgency. Without any explanation, she forcefully pulled Ed from his seat, shouting that they had to flee immediately. Ed struggled in vain as he was dragged away, while another student attempted to intervene, reminding her of her important appointment. Tears streaming, Clarice screamed that she would take full responsibility, insisting they must quickly reach Mexis Bridge. She dragged Ed in a frantic sprint across the school grounds, heading straight for a waiting carriage, leaving the bewildered crowd behind. Elka and the other students stood frozen, astonished that the Saintess had just kidnapped Ed Rothstaler in broad daylight. With a wild deduction, Elka fearfully wondered if the two of them were eloping. Meanwhile, the carriage sped rapidly away, the coachman worriedly hearing the Saintess's incessant crying from within. Sitting opposite Ed, Clarice tearfully revealed the terrifying prophecy. A great dragon would descend, and almost everyone would perish. With tear-filled eyes, she looked straight at Ed and confessed the earth-shattering truth. She had already died once and had just returned from the past. Clarice tearfully recounted that Ed had saved her once in the past, but before she could say anything, he was crushed to death by the rubble right before her eyes. She admitted that Ed certainly didn't understand what she was saying, but she still squeezed his hand and repeated his dying wish from that time. According to her, he had instructed her that no matter what happened, she must come find him for help and tell him everything. Ed was completely stunned, unsure how to react to the tragic story and the strange instruction he had no memory of. Meanwhile, their carriage was forced to stop before a crowded street, as the coachman announced that inspection officers were blocking the Mexis Bridge. Ed tried to advise Clarice that taking this route was a mistake and they should turn back to meet the Holy Pope, but she only began muttering a meaningless sequence of numbers. With vacant eyes, Clarice continued reciting the disjointed numbers. 1, 5, 5, 0, 0, 1, 6, 0. The memory of his painful death in a previous life flooded back with the final numbers. Ed's eyes widened in horror as he realized the terrifying meaning behind the seemingly meaningless sequence of numbers. The coachman sighed wearily, commenting on the congestion in the streets. He explained that due to the Holy Pope's visit, the Elte Trading Company's goods were causing a bottleneck, meaning they might have to wait a very long time. Suddenly, Ed climbed out of the carriage window, roaring a demand for the coachman to break through at all costs. He yelled that the Saintess knew everyone was in danger, and nothing was more important than immediately breaking through the blockade. Hearing the urgency in Ed's voice, the coachman resolutely told everyone to hold on tight. Confident in his 22 years of experience, he spurred the horses forward, skillfully maneuvering the carriage through the chaotic crowd. Holding the unconscious Clarice in his arms, Ed silently decided to completely trust her words, no matter how absurd they seemed. He realized that the numbers Clarice had just recited were a sequence of characters that no one else in this world could possibly understand. The sequence 15 to 500160 appeared in his mind, along with the image of a blood-stained military dog tag. Ed bitterly acknowledged that this was his military identification number from before he came to this world. On the rapidly moving carriage, Ed deduced that since the Ophelis Hall had fallen, Clarice had no safe place left on Arkan Island, and was forced to flee. He continued his train of thought, asserting that if time had truly been reversed, only symbolic magic would have the power to interfere with its flow. Meanwhile, Clarice leaned against the slightly confused Ed, whispering a request to stay put for a moment, and confirming the existence of symbolic magic. Ed confirmed it, but remained skeptical that reversing time on such a massive scale should be beyond human capability. Suddenly, a terrifying memory struck Clarice, the image of the colossal dragon Wellbrock roaring amidst a sea of fire and lightning. Haunted by the vision, Clarice let out a desperate scream while still in Ed's arms. Tears streaming down her face, she recalled the fleeting hope that this time they had successfully escaped. She had once believed that once they left Arkan Island, they would truly be safe. But the nightmare recurred, the memory showing their carriage shattered amidst a desolate wasteland. Startled back to reality, Ed anxiously checked on the Saintess, causing Clarice to gasp his name in shock. Her eyes widened in horror as the tragic memories continued to surface. She saw Ed in the previous timeline, his body pierced by countless shards of blue crystal, bleeding profusely. In his final moments, he pleaded with the sobbing Clarice not to give up, even as she desperately screamed that she would save him. Clarice recalled the overwhelming guilt when she could only cry and apologize for being unable to help him once again. Her mind was flooded with images of her other friends, like Taylor and Yennecar, who had also fallen because of her. Sobbing next to the dying Ed, she blamed herself for doing nothing but relying on his sacrifice. Yet, Ed gently told her she didn't need to apologize, nor did she have any reason to cry. With his last ounce of strength, his bloody hand touched her cheek, promising that he would definitely help her again. He begged her not to cry, not to despair. The memory ended with the tragic image of Clarice embracing Ed's corpse amidst the ruins, her cries of his name lost in the deadly silence. In her extreme agony, Clarice trembled, clawing at her own arm. She hated the damned blessing that granted her power but failed to save the person she cherished. Clarice sobbed, wishing that the blessing should have belonged to Ed, who sacrificed himself, instead of someone like her. Desperate tears streamed down her face as she drowned in endless sorrow. Amidst the desolate landscape, the dragon Wellbrock roared, and Clarice silently prayed to return to the past just one more time. A blinding light enveloped everything, and time seemed to reverse. Clarice's red eyes snapped open, filled with determination and obsession. Reality returned. She was standing before a completely healthy Ed. Confused, Ed asked the Saintess if there was something she wanted to tell him. The moment she saw him, the painful memories rushed back, causing Clarice to burst into tears uncontrollably. Without a word of explanation, she suddenly rushed forward and embraced Ed, much to his and Elka Islan's astonishment. Clarice held Ed tightly, swearing that at all costs, she would definitely save him this time. She pulled the bewildered Ed away, leaving a stunned, armored student behind. Clarice yelled, deciding that this time they would run toward the east. After briefly explaining the situation in the carriage, the two agreed upon a hiding place. But the memory of the third regression surfaced. The dragon Wellbrock still found them. Even though they had run to the other side of the island, she helplessly watched Ed collapse with a crystal shard lodged in his chest. They didn't have enough time, and the dragon's destructive power once again engulfed everything. In the fourth regression, she repeated the desperate act, pulling Ed to flee. That time, they hid in a coastal cave following Ed's instructions, but the cave collapsed, burying all hope. In the 12th loop, Clarice once again grabbed Ed, who was stunned, much to the surprise of the bodyguard. She recalled them reaching Glast's laboratory, where Ed struggled to shield her from the magical attack of the Sacred Lance Dragon. By the 15th loop, that desperate scene repeated itself, and she could only utter a mournful cry. In the 22nd loop, she forcefully shoved Ed into a carriage, ignoring the terrified bodyguard who shouted, "The Saintess?" Clarice slammed the door shut, telling herself that everything was starting over again. Her memories shattered into countless shards of glass, each reflecting an endless scene of death and failure. The peak of her agony was the image of herself sitting alone amidst a sea of blood and corpses, gasping in despair. Back in the present, inside the carriage, Clarice gasped for breath due to the horrific memories, causing the coachman to call her name anxiously. She told herself she didn't understand why time kept reversing, only knowing that neither the Archbishop nor the Pope were present to help. Clarice gritted her teeth, because, above all else, no matter how far she ran, this man, Ed Rothstaler, who was looking at her in confusion, would always find a way to sacrifice himself. Over dozens of repetitions, he always saved her and died in her place, leaving devastating images etched into Clarice's mind. The coachman called out again, but Clarice's mind was filled only with the lifeless numbers she was muttering to herself. Her trembling hand gripped her dress, as she desperately wondered what she should do now. The coachman announced that they had to stop because Academy staff were conducting inspections at Mexis Bridge, causing a traffic jam. A tear rolled down Clarice's cheek. She realized they had arrived at the familiar location in the loop. She looked at Ed, guessing that he would once again shout for them to push through at all costs, just like always. But this time, with tear-filled eyes full of resolve, Clarice commanded, "Please stop here." Immediately, Ed opened the door and stepped out of the carriage, an action that was not in her script. He stood firmly on the ground, turned back, and said to the stunned Clarice, "Please step out." "Saintess." Ed calmly told Clarice that he did not know how many times she had been through this. But then, he gently draped his jacket over her shoulders. With teary eyes, Clarice was bewildered to hear him say she needed rest. She couldn't understand why he would stop the carriage in this critical situation. Ed firmly asserted that this was his first time experiencing this, and he knew people who could help them. Clarice frantically begged him to run, saying she didn't want to see him die again, and warned that Mexis Bridge would soon be blockaded. Painful memories of countless failures flooded back, times when she tried in vain to save Ed and her fallen friends. The final image in her mind was herself sitting amidst a sea of blood, surrounded by the corpses of her comrades, all efforts having been for naught. Returning to reality, Ed reassured her that everything would be fine, even though she was drowning in despair. He opened a small jar of ointment and affirmed that her efforts were not in vain. Ed gently took Clarice's scarred arm, explaining that these unhealed wounds were a risk factor, and questioned why they remained despite the time reversal. He began his analysis, stating that her divine magic would protect her body by targeting those who intended to attack her. Furthermore, it granted her complete immunity to divine magic, which was why Archbishop Verdio could not read her thoughts. So why were only her memories and wounds intact? The answer stunned Clarice. The time reversal phenomenon itself was being executed through divine magic. A tear streamed down Clarice's cheek as she grasped the truth. Ed explained that it was likely a form of dimensional magic being utilized. In a previous timeline, Ed had realized that only divine magic, based on the power of the gods, could create such a large-scale spell. He smiled gently, asking her if she could now see a new glimmer of hope. Overwhelmed, Clarice threw herself into Ed's arms, holding him tightly while sobbing uncontrollably. With tears welling up, she confessed that she no longer knew how many times she had repeated this. She had stopped counting after the 10th loop. Ed gently placed his hand on her head, comforting her that she had done well to make it this far, and advised her to calm down. Ed mused on the human desire for a new glimmer of hope whenever they faced an insurmountable wall, the image of the tearful Clarice appearing in his mind. He decisively took her hand, asserting that he would handle everything now, as running away was no longer the solution since they had found the cause. In his mind, Ed recalled the strange events from the game. Clarice's rapid change after Adela's death, symbolized by the blood-stained lute. She suddenly turned against the entire church, becoming the faithless saintess, a personality shift so illogical that it broke the narrative. But now, Ed realized that it wasn't a change, but the result of her enduring so much suffering that her personality had been broken and reformed. He understood that the game could never fully convey the silent hell Clarice had endured through countless time reversals. The image of her kneeling amidst a sea of blood and the corpses of her comrades resurfaced, a tragedy she experienced even before knowing the church was behind everything. Therefore, her transformation from a devout saintess into a vengeful figure was entirely understandable. Ed concluded that the original plot had not changed when they entered the Nail building. He analyzed that they could not destroy the sacred lance dragon, and running away only caused time to reverse, so there must be another way. Ed urgently told Clarice that they would prevent the dragon's resurrection. He suggested they must find the Pope and the Archbishop, the only ones capable of performing such high-level divine magic. But Clarice replied that she had searched for them countless times without success. Ed immediately pulled her along, realizing that the disappearance of two such crucial figures was the greatest anomaly. As the two rushed through the main hall, a student gasped in astonishment upon recognizing the Saintess and Ed Rothstaler. Their commotion interrupted the joint combat training match between Taylor McClure and Wade Kellermore. Ed suddenly recalled the scene from the game. This was supposed to be the moment Taylor awakened and won easily, but in reality, he was being overwhelmed. Distracted by the sight before him, Taylor let down his guard and was scolded by Wade, making Ed realize that the story had definitely changed. Pushing aside unnecessary thoughts, Ed pulled the hood of his cloak up to conceal Clarice's face. The two continued to sprint through the crowd, as the moment of the sacred lance dragon's resurrection was rapidly approaching. The most urgent objective now was to find the whereabouts of the Pope and the Archbishop, who had vanished near Mexis Bridge. Ed knew that the only person who could possibly know their whereabouts right now was the island's information broker. He sought out Lortel Kehelund, who was operating from a temporary base, and immediately offered to purchase information. Lortel offered a professional smile, welcomed Ed, and asked if he had stumbled upon a lucrative deal. Ed mused that all information on Arkan Island passed through Lortel's hands, and she agreed to hear his proposal. However, Lortel's composure immediately shattered when she saw the Saintess Clarice clinging desperately to Ed's arm. Lortel squinted suspiciously, demanding to know if Ed had learned a hypnosis technique, as targeting the Saintess was far beyond the acceptable limits. Ed brushed her off, stating that he needed to find several people immediately, at the very latest before the joint combat training concluded. With a resolute expression, Ed declared he would pay whatever price Lortel demanded. The sheer magnitude of the offer made Lortel realize the gravity of the situation, and she coldly insisted that Ed explain what was happening first. At the carriage depot near Mexis Bridge, one of Lortel's subordinates rushed over with a report. The man presented a file containing witness information from the bridge area, while Lortel turned to Ed and began calculating a special premium price. Standing beside the luxurious carriage, Lortel explained that she had to abandon her own match because of this urgent request. Furthermore, she couldn't fathom the sudden change in the Saintess, who was desperately calling Ed's name from behind the carriage window. Ed reminded her that the combat training was about to conclude, implying that time was running out. But Lortel merely questioned his true intentions. He began praising Lortel's ability to maintain composure and make rational judgments, leaving her flustered by the sudden praise. Ed stressed that it was precisely in moments of peril like this that her true qualities shone brightest, and pleaded with her to stay calm and trust what he was about to reveal. Lortel cut him off, reiterating that Ed himself had stated they were out of time. Ed confirmed with a serious expression, asserting that this was precisely why he needed to speak these words. Lortel fell silent, her pupils dilating in shock at the terrifying implication. Her eyes were deeply shaken, signaling that a horrifying truth was about to be unveiled. Ed's words opened a terrifying vision, a carriage being torn apart into fragments. Amidst the chaotic scene, the horse neighed miserably as both the carriage and its occupants were violently tossed into the air. A nearby building exploded in a blue magical flash, sending debris scattering in all directions. Countless people screamed in despair as they were shredded by deadly energy currents and sharp crystals. In the chaos, Ed seemed to attempt to shield Lortel as a stream of blue light pierced through both of them. Lortel's eyes widened in horror, reflecting her own final moment before plunging into darkness. In the stormy sky, a pair of colossal dragon wings, radiating cyan lightning, gradually materialized. The magnificent creature, Wellbrock, descended upon the ground, its power shaking the entire region. The Thunder Dragon stood towering amidst the desolate landscape, an embodiment of absolute destruction. The vision ended, snapping Lortel back to reality, where she and Ed lay on the desolate ground beneath a torrential downpour. Utterly stunned, Lortel lay there, trembling and questioning what had just transpired. Her eyes still bore the deep imprint of the extreme horror she had just witnessed. Nearby, Ed coughed up a mouthful of blood, prompting Lortel to call his name in sheer panic. With tear-filled eyes, Lortel looked at Ed, trying to gather her wits to speak. But Ed raised his head, his resolute gaze cutting through the rain and blood, and asked directly, "How much?" Immediately afterward, he collapsed onto Lortel, utterly exhausted. She gasped, struggling to calm the frantic pounding of her heart. Lortel closed her eyes, having seemingly made a momentous decision. She handed Ed a piece of paper and stated that, compared to the value of her life, she was the one indebted to him. Ed took it, softly replying that he needed nothing, and Lortel bitterly conceded that it was quite a bargain. Amidst the desolate scene, Ed helped Lortel up, while the information on the paper revealed that the Pope and the Archbishop had used ancient concealment runes to proceed to a secret location. Ed's gaze sharpened when he read their destination: the academic chapel inside the faculty building. His strength completely spent, he collapsed amidst the rubble under the torrential rain. Suddenly, a nearby chest flashed with a dazzling golden light, causing Lortel to scream his name in terror. Seeing Ed collapse, Lortel rushed forward to support him and the unconscious Clarice, frantically shouting that he was forbidden to give up. She was utterly bewildered by Ed's constantly bleeding wounds, anxiously asking if he was all right. Suppressing her panic, Lortel let out a sharp breath, struggling to regain her composure. Ed stood up, one arm still holding the sobbing Clarice tightly, decisively telling Lortel to stop stammering and move quickly. They were fortunate to spot a severely injured horse that still had strength, and Ed determined it could carry them to the faculty building. Without a moment's hesitation, he asserted that they needed to be extremely urgent. Ed extended his blood-soaked hand toward Lortel, demanding the reins. Lortel hesitated, pointing out that the horse could only carry 2 more people, meaning one of them had to stay behind. Ed decisively declared that he and the Saintess must leave, forcing Lortel to accept in silence. He intended to explain the reason for his decision, admitting that it was a long story. But instead of words, Ed suddenly acted with a look of fierce determination. Quick as lightning, he lifted Clarice onto the horse's back, leaving Lortel stunned as he urged the Saintess forward. Lortel watched them go, silently understanding that Ed surely had a valid reason for this action. With a smile that held absolute trust, she looked up at him and affirmed that she would believe in him. Ed took the reins, sincerely thanked Lortel, and promised to repay this debt later. However, Lortel suddenly gripped his hand tightly, decisively saying, "No," indicating that she did not consider this a debt at all. Lortel Cahalan stepped forward resolutely through the pouring rain. She grabbed Ed's collar and abruptly declared, "Now, you will repay your debt to me." Clarice, still clinging to Ed, was utterly stunned by her audacious move. She could only manage a choked gasp amidst her extreme confusion. Lortel's eyes reflected a painful resolve as she shouldered the burden of a momentous decision. In a flash, she recalled her rationale. This was a necessary insurance policy for the future she couldn't afford to lose. Ed, still reeling from shock, called out her name while Clarice desperately held on to him. Without hesitation, Lortel forcefully yanked Clarice away from Ed. She warned the Saintess that everything in the world has its order, cautioning her not to cling to a claimed asset, or things would only get complicated. Then, standing alone in the rain, Lortel raised her hand in a farewell gesture. She silently lowered her hand, embracing her solitude. In her mind, Lortel walked through a desolate landscape, littered with corpses and pools of blood. She reassured herself that she was not mistaken, that the calamitous reign of the sacred lance dragon should have ended 3 centuries prior. Lortel commanded herself to smile in the face of this brutal reality. Forcing a smile through her tears, she recalled a maxim: "He who laughs in the face of danger will be the final victor," she finished, her mind confronting the colossal dragon Wellbrock. A horrific battle vision flashed. The sacred lance dragon roared destruction while a lone knight charged into the eye of the storm. Back in reality, Ed urged Clarice to remember his instructions, and she weakly mumbled her agreement. Clarice looked at him, silently wondering how someone who must surely be terrified and want to flee could remain so resolute. Amidst the chaotic night, the carriage horse let out a final, desperate neigh as the vehicle was utterly destroyed. The coachman was violently flung out as the carriage overturned. Ed braced himself, shielding Clarice as they both tumbled to the ground amidst the wreckage. Held tightly in Ed's arms, Clarice squeezed her eyes shut, enduring the impact. She opened her eyes in stunned realization, noticing their catastrophic state. Clarice cried out anxiously upon seeing Ed bleeding, wondering how he could possibly withstand such injuries. Despite his numerous injuries, Ed insisted he was fine, claiming he had endured worse, which only deepened Clarice's astonishment at his resilience. More importantly, Ed fixed his unwavering gaze straight ahead. They had arrived. The towering academy chapel loomed before them. In the holy capital reside the greatest holy mages. They are loyal warriors, ready to sacrifice for Telos, and their power is so immense that even Lucy struggles to contend with them. It is a noble title reserved for only 8 individuals. They are the Apostles of Telos. Facing an apostle, blocking the entrance, Clarice tremblingly demanded that the person step aside. The apostle apologized to the saintess, asserting that he was following the orders of Holy Pope Eldine and would allow no one to pass. He declared it was all for Clarice's own benefit, but a sudden surge of green energy abruptly cut him off. Ed had charged forward, using his own body to directly confront the apostle. He yelled, urging Clarice to hurry and get past him. The apostle furiously blocked Ed's attack, roaring once more that the saintess would not be permitted entry. The apostle was stunned when Ed unexpectedly deployed a technical magic device, the impact amplification sphere. The sphere detonated, unleashing a fierce shockwave that hurled both combatants backward. Reeling from the blast, the apostle cried out in pain. Seizing the brief opening, Ed's eyes flashed with resolve. He swiftly chanted the basic wind magic. Wind blade. The apostle contemptuously deflected the wind blade with his spear, which blazed with holy power. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, realizing Clarice had already fled far away. Turning back to face his unexpected obstacle, the apostle demanded his identity. Standing amidst the ruins, Ed, covered in blood, met his opponent's gaze with fierce resilience. The apostle scoffed, suggesting Ed's efforts were futile given his severe blood loss, and advised him to surrender. However, he was suddenly struck with astonishment by the sight before him. A massive surge of blue magical power erupted from Ed's body, causing the surrounding earth to crack. The magical energy converged in his hand, emitting intense bolts of lightning. He asserted that the battle was far from over, summoning a magic arrow forged from pure energy. In response, the apostle activated the high-level spell, Sacred Body Activation, converting all his magical power into raw physical strength. His spear transformed into a brilliant holy sword, and he declared that though he regretted it, he was now forced to strike. Without flinching, Ed drew his bow, condensing magical power into the arrow poised for release. The apostle charged, swinging the holy sword with terrifying force. In the decisive moment, he roared his identity. Apostle of Telos, Lightspeed Taldarak. Lightspeed Taldarak lunged, declaring he would take Ed Ross-Taylor's life as the two figures collided in an explosion of energy. Severely wounded, blood spilling from his mouth, Ed began transmitting his final message to the saintess. In a chaotic memory, Ed recalled the moment of his mistake, when Clarice was forced to flee on horseback amidst the battle. He told her that he wasn't asking her to give up. Instead, she had to break this loop herself, even though her body and mind were exhausted after countless repetitions. Clarice, in Ed's vision, was gasping desperately, as he urged her to fully grasp the current situation. He demanded that she steel her resolve, and pour all her strength into the upcoming battle. Returning to reality, Taldarak was astonished when his weapon pierced Ed, who still refused to fall. With a fierce gaze, Ed gripped the lance blade embedded in him, silently telling Clarice that this time, she had to finish everything perfectly. The apostle roared in fury at Ed's impossible defiance. Ed asserted that, of course, he wouldn't surrender without a fight. He gathered his last ounce of strength to summon Marilda in the form of a giant spectral wolf, which lunged forward and tore into Taldarak. The Apostle of Telos was trapped within the spirit's jaws of energy. He let out a final, agonizing scream as he was crushed. Ed's heavily wounded body plummeted, crashing hard onto the shattered ground. Marilda appeared in her human form, frantically scolding Ed for not summoning her sooner. She knelt beside the dying Ed, desperately saying he couldn't win alone and pleading with him to hold on to life. But her only reply was a weak, dry cough, as Ed's breathing slowly faded. In despair, Marilda begged Ed not to die, just as a massive pillar of light erupted from the distant building. The fatal wound piercing Ed's body continued to bleed profusely. Marilda screamed Ed's name in utter agony as she embraced his rapidly cooling body. Elsewhere, Clarice struggled to open a large sealed door, her voice echoing in the dark corridor. Exhausted and injured, she leaned against the door, knowing that behind it lay a sanctuary she had visited many times. The holy boss relief on the door only heightened the urgency of the situation. Gathering all her remaining strength, Clarice channeled magic into her hand, creating a brilliant yellow orb of energy. The energy exploded, shattering the door into fragments. She stumbled inside, gasping for breath after expending all her power. But the sight inside left her stunned and speechless. A pool of fresh blood stained the stone floor, signaling a tragedy that had just occurred. Clarice trembled as she looked up, recognizing a blood-soaked figure standing before her. It was Adele, her close friend, staggering forward with horrific wounds. Clarice screamed her friend's name in horror. She rushed forward to catch the collapsing Adele, repeatedly calling her friend's name in her arms. Clarice frantically asked what had happened, but Adele could only weakly whisper, calling her the Saintess. A voice echoed from the shadows. Taldarak, injured but still alive, remarked that she had arrived sooner than expected. Clarice froze, staring aghast at the unbelievable enemy, while Adele remained motionless. A tear rolled down Clarice's cheek, her red eyes reflecting utter despair. At Taldarak's command, Adele stood up and walked away, leaving Clarice reaching out in vain as he declared that she would never need to return again. Taldarak was stunned to see a glowing seal on Clarice's chest, wondering if it was a divine seal. Only one person could bear this mark, a seal requiring the combined power of the highest church officials. Holy blue energy erupted from Clarice's body, causing her to double over in pain. Taldarak was dumbfounded, as he realized the true identity of the girl before him was the Saintess. Meanwhile, Adele, covered in blood and radiating a brilliant golden aura, whispered that everything would soon be over. Clarice screamed desperately, asking Adele what she was talking about. A blinding flash of light pulled Adele away, despite Clarice screaming her name in vain. The two were separated by an explosion of white light that engulfed the entire scene. The scene shifted, and Ed Rothtaler recalled the moment the Saintess offered to speak with him privately. In the memory, Ed asked what she wanted to discuss. Clarice, with heavy but determined eyes, confirmed that she wished to speak. Her bandaged hands clenched tightly on the wooden table. She looked directly at Ed and declared that she would tell him everything. Her recollection began with the image of seagulls soaring over the harbor sky. In the memory, a brown-haired boy was cheerfully running along the coast, calling for a friend to stop. The boy looked back, anxiously warning the other person not to run if they didn't want to get hurt. He pointed out the dangerous rocks while looking toward a blonde girl sitting nearby. In response to the warning, the girl smiled gently. Clarice recounted that her parents had fled the war to seek refuge in the commercial city of Oldek. Clarice narrated that after arriving in Oldek, her family was deceived and exploited, falling into destitution. Their lives became so desperate that even a single piece of bread daily was a luxury. Amidst that despair, a hearty meal of sandwiches and milk unexpectedly appeared. As young Clarice was about to eat, a voice called out, addressing Adele. A strange man approached, lying that her father was busy and telling her to wait a moment. Having said that, he turned and walked toward his two waiting accomplices. He only glanced back at the little girl one last time before melting into the crowd. Then, he continued walking without a hint of hesitation. The man hastily departed, leaving a brown-haired boy behind with Clarice. The boy, who had been used as bait, secretly felt grateful for the luxurious sandwich he had never tasted before. But upon witnessing Clarice being taken away, the boy collapsed in despair, and the sandwich suddenly tasted bland. At a coastal cliff, Clarice coldly announced it was time to leave, even as the boy frantically ran after her to warn her. The boy stumbled and fell flat, while Clarice merely stood there, watching him indifferently in silence. After that incident, she recounted that she became an orphan at the Deldauros orphanage. In the city of Oldek, where faith was the way of life, even children like her had to work tirelessly. She explained that because the orphanage was sponsored by the Order of Telos, the hours spent praying in the chapel were a rare period of rest. Finding an abandoned lute, Clarice learned to play hymns, which allowed her extra time at the church and temporary escape from hard labor. And then, one fateful day arrived at that very place. She witnessed merchants bribing Archbishop Verdio, begging him to grant them entry into the holy capital. While Archbishop Verdio happily accepted the bribe, he clumsily dropped a lit candle. The flame immediately caught onto the hem of his robe. As the fire flared up violently, Verdio screamed in panic while the merchants could only watch anxiously. Suddenly, a large torrent of water rushed in, extinguishing the fire instantly. Archbishop Verdio was stunned, drenched, and still steaming from the heat. He turned around and saw the young Clarice, asking in astonishment how she had known about the fire beforehand. It turned out the little girl had prepared buckets of water nearby. Clarice innocently explained that she had foreseen the event in a dream, an ability she occasionally possessed. Hearing this, Archbishop Verdio suddenly grasped the girl's hand tightly. With eyes full of reverence, he declared her the Saintess of Telos, the chosen one destined to lead the church. Clarice's life changed overnight. She lived in luxury, attended by dozens of maids and receiving reverence from high-ranking clergymen. However, the new life demanded constant prayer, learning rituals, and sacrificing sleep for training, a trade-off for her previous impoverished life. She received baptism from the Holy Pope himself, the Archbishop, and even the greatest apostle. Clarice bore the Holy Capital's mark of blessing, proof of her divine mission. Her holy power grew stronger after each ritual, until only the final baptism remained to complete it. And then, for the first time, Clarice saw her own future. A terrifying vision of horrific destruction appeared before her eyes. Haunted by the premonition, she decided to abandon the path of becoming the saintess, leading Archbishop Verdio to angrily question her. Clarice knelt, thanked Archbishop Verdio for all his care, and expressed her desire to serve God in a different way than as the saintess. Verdio replied coldly, realizing he could not persuade her after all. He turned and walked away, reminding her that her prophetic ability, a type of magic that could bend time itself, was the very reason she was chosen. With an angry expression, Verdio growled that Clarice's talent was too great, and it seemed she had finally managed to see her own future. Many years passed in the Holy Capital. Clarice recounted that she had given up on becoming the Saintess of the Order of Telos. Instead, she remained in the capital as the keeper of the sacred flame. She played the lute throughout the night, because whenever she drifted off to sleep, the future vision of the dragon Wellbrock roaring in fury appeared before her eyes. In the nightmare, a panicked clergyman screamed that the plan had failed, and they must sacrifice the saintess to appease the sacred dragon of creation. Clarice painfully recalled that during her time in the capital, she had overheard many things. The world lived in peace thanks to the wise rule of Holy Emperor Cloel, but in a peaceful world, no one sought the Lord. As a result, the Holy Pope's influence waned, and Verdio, a clergyman who was also a merchant, knew exactly what they needed. That was the fear of destruction and a miracle from God. Their plan was to resurrect the sealed, sacred lance dragon, to sow terror into the hearts of the people, after which the order would perform a miracle by subduing the calamity. From the beginning, Archbishop Verdio had sought a saintess to serve as a sacrifice to seal the sacred lance dragon, and that sacrifice was her. Covered in blood and dark energy, she believed her escape had prevented that future from happening. However, a few years later, while playing her lute, she suddenly heard someone call the name Adele. Clarice recalled Adele, a girl who was not skilled in ordinary magic but possessed extraordinary talent for holy magic. With her demeanor, intelligence, and character, Adele seemed born to be the saintess, making Clarice wonder what she needed to do to live a pure life like her friend. But deep down, Adele had decided to reject that fate. She knew she had to tell Clarice the truth. It was because she had run away that Clarice had to bear the title of saintess. Adele would rather die in the sewers than live a meaningless life. She realized her struggle for survival would lead to Clarice's death, so she had to urge her friend to flee. Through the melodies, Adele sang of distant lands, imploring Clarice to run, whether it be to the Denken swamp or the golden city of Cloelon. She climbed onto the rooftop, continuing to strum, hoping the lyrics would guide Clarice to the trade city of Oldek or the academic land of Sylvania. Clarice smiled, listening from the window, completely unaware that the song was a desperate warning, a plea for her to run for her life. The present Clarice recalled that every night, Adele sang of freedom and romance, hoping she would run away. Yet, guilt constantly tormented Clarice whenever she saw Adele's smile, knowing that everything was built on lies and hypocrisy. Then, one early morning, Adele departed once more, beginning her life as a wandering bard. The final destination of her journey was Sylvania Academy. However, upon reaching the academy, Adele staggered, utterly exhausted, with fresh blood dripping from her tattered shoes. Covered in blood, she collapsed, stunning the surrounding students into silence. Clarice recounted that initially, she didn't understand why the sacred lance dragon was revived, but now she knew exactly how everything would unfold. In the future vision, Adele will enter the chapel and be blocked by the third apostle, Taldarak. She would then roll up her sleeve, revealing the holy blessing mark of divine magic. Taking advantage of Taldarak's astonishment, Adele will proceed inside, where the apostles of Telos have already set up their battle formation. There, to awaken the sacred lance dragon, they had prepared a chest containing the necklace embedded with Wellbrock's fang. Adele recounted that she had tried to convince Archbishop Verdio and the apostles countless times, but they would never listen. They dismissed the tales of the sacred lance dragon as mere folklore, and refused to bring Saintess Clarice, a fatal act of arrogance. That arrogance led directly to tragedy when Wellbrock was summoned, a colossal thunder dragon rising from the ancient fang. In their utter despair, they would rush to find the Saintess, needing her as a sacrifice to provide holy power to appease the dragon's hunger. The sacrificial circle carved into the chapel floor was the tool intended to extinguish Wellbrock using the life of a Saintess. And when Clarice was forced to kneel in the magic circle, everything should have ended in tragedy. But Adele chose a different path. She used herself as the sacrifice, allowing Wellbrock's fang to absorb her life force. She screamed in pain as the dark energy from the fang tore through her body, accepting her cruel fate. Even if her life was meaningless, Adele found peace in the thought that it was not entirely in vain. She had seen the light of hope in Clarice's eyes, but what she hadn't anticipated was that the divine blessing protected her body from the necklace's curse. The boundary magic within Adele was activated and pushed to its extreme limit. This type of magic uses holy power as fuel, bending the flow of time for the entire world. She had lived this moment repeatedly, cycling through it in despair. Adele recalled the surprise when Clarice found her in the previous loop, but now her holy power was nearly depleted. Breathing heavily, Adele knew she could only try one or two more times before everything ended permanently. Leaving a long trail of blood on the stone floor, she staggered toward the church, believing this was the end. Just as she was about to collapse, a steady hand caught her exhausted body. Adele raised her bloodshot eyes, staring in shock at the person who had appeared, and asked a foolish question about orange juice or plain water. Ed Rothstaler stared dumbfounded at the blood-soaked girl in his arms, while Adele could only wonder why he was here. In Adele's stream of memories, Archbishop Verdio dismissed her warning, doubting that after all this time, he would believe the prophecy that the sacred lance dragon could not be stopped. He arrogantly declared that the church would create a miracle that very day. Witnessed by the apostles of Telos, Archbishop Verdio passionately asserted that all of humanity would once again bow before Lord Telos. The church's arrogance led to tragedy. The sacred lance dragon Wellbrock was resurrected, bringing with it destructive wrath. Adele recalled that the only way to end this great calamity was to sacrifice the life of a saintess upon the sacrificial altar. The thought of sacrificing a saintess flashed through Adele's mind. She thought of the life of Clarice, the friend she cherished. The image of Clarice smiling gently appeared, strengthening Adele's resolve. Adele decided to shoulder the destiny herself, without regret, as this was inherently her duty. However, the blessing of holy magic protected her, summoning the greatest power within her. That power rewound the flow of time for the entire world. Adele's lute fell to the floor, signaling the start of a painful loop. With a body barely clinging to life, she awoke in the combat training room at Glocht Hall. Adele knew that once the holy power was depleted, the blessing would cease, and the sacred lance dragon would be sealed. Thus, she repeated her journey, dragging herself along the familiar corridor. And then, that arrogance repeated itself. The sacred lance dragon was resurrected once more, spreading terror. After everyone had left to search for Clarice, Adele returned to the sanctuary alone. She collapsed onto the glowing sacrificial altar. Once again, Adele placed herself in the position of the sacrifice, and once more, she repeated the sacrifice in endless agony. Adele accepted her punishment, believing this was the price for having pushed the responsibility onto others. Embracing her fate, she smiled peacefully, as her body was enveloped by holy power, feeling everything become easier. Her blood-stained lute fell, a sign that her power was about to run out. Nevertheless, Adele's bloody hand gripped the instrument tightly, telling herself that all holy power has its limits. After giving up on convincing Verdio, she staggered down a long corridor, leaving a trail of blood on the floor. Her exhausted body made her stumble against a pillar, despairing that stopping him was impossible. Yet, her trembling hand clenched into a fist, demonstrating her unyielding will. Standing at the church entrance, Adele resolved to rush straight into the sacrificial magic circle to prevent the sacred lance dragon's resurrection herself. She told herself she was almost there, determined to prevent the catastrophic future at all costs. But just as she was about to collapse, a pair of arms caught her, causing Adele to gasp in surprise. "Who are you?" Ed Rothstaler looked at her with concern, calmly repeating the phrase from their first meeting. "I prefer cold water. You should drink the orange juice." He gently helped the severely injured Adele sit down on an outdoor bench. Ed handed her a cup, while Adele was still preoccupied with her mission. With a serious expression, Ed looked her straight in the eye and delivered the familiar warning. "You are about to die." Those words stunned Adele. Her eyes widened in shock as memories flooded back. A flash of recognition sparked in her eyes as she remembered the name of the person before her. Ed Rothstaler. The memory of their first and only encounter surfaced when he appeared while she was playing her instrument. She recalled his warning that day, even though the world had continued afterward as if nothing had changed. Since that fateful meeting, he had never appeared before her again. The flashback ended with the image of the past Adele smiling peacefully, as she remembered her answer at that time. Adele, covered in blood but still smiling serenely, affirmed that she knew her fate well. Sitting beside Ed on the bench, she felt this conversation was like a distant memory, a return to the starting point. Ed thoughtfully agreed, but inwardly resolved that he had to end the conversation to get to the church. When Ed said he needed to put an end to everything, Adele surprisingly asked if that was all, which confused him. Ed looked her straight in the eye, admitting he didn't know everything, but he sensed something deeper. He questioned Adele, unable to believe she had so little to say when death was imminent, and she awkwardly confirmed it. Adele began to lose her composure, asking why Ed had to press the issue when she needed to act quickly. With a forced smile, she denied having anything left to say, but Ed's question kept repeating in her mind. She recalled countless painful time loops, where she always collapsed within the magic circle, and death was the only confirmed outcome. The memory returned to a peaceful night, when she played her instrument for Clarice, believing she had nothing left to say to the world. But Ed's voice echoed even in the past, asking if that was all, making Adele question if she truly wanted to say something else. She remembered choosing to sing, and Clarice's satisfied smile at that moment seemed to be enough. Ed's voice once again interrupted her thoughts, persisting with his single question. Pushed to her limit, Adele screamed in despair, demanding that Ed stop and leave her alone. She clutched the bag on her lap, whispering a plea and wondering if her silence was the right choice. The memory abruptly shifted to the first time she met Ed, when she was a little girl sitting alone on a bench, startled by something. After being helped by a stranger, the young Adele watched the person's retreating back. She smiled and offered a sincere thank you. Just then, a blond young man in a red coat walked past, and that familiar voice rang out. "Is that all?" The young Adele's golden eyes widened in astonishment. That moment was etched into her mind forever. In a distant memory, the young Clarice recalled the sight of her father hesitantly leaving amidst the crowd. With tear-filled eyes, the little girl wondered if thank you was truly what she wanted to say. Watching her father's back recede, she realized that what she wanted to shout was not goodbye. Tears streaming down her face, she knew it wasn't thanks. The truth burst forth in a silent scream. She only wanted to cry out for him to stay with her. Back in the present, Adele's bloodied hands trembled as she held a teacup, confessing that after countless lies, she was truly terrified. Her last defensive wall finally crumbled, and Adele burst into sobs, screaming that she didn't want to die. After the emotional outburst, Adele sat exhausted on the stone bench next to Ed. Ed handed her a bottle of water to regain her composure. After Adele finished drinking, Ed looked dejectedly at the girl who had completely broken down. He stood up, declaring that she had taken far too long to state such an obvious fact. Ed looked directly at Adele, demanding that she recount everything she knew. He clenched his fist, determined to put an end to all of this. In another scene, Clarice, with her white hair and blazing red eyes, began her story. She recounted that Ed had decided to act alone and gone to find Adele. Meanwhile, she herself had proceeded alone straight to the Grand Cathedral, where the apostles of Telos were engaged in battle. Taldarak, a red-haired apostle, was stunned to see the saintess appear, questioning why she was there. Clarice coldly brushed the apostle aside, ordering him to move, as she needed to focus. With eyes burning with resolve, Clarice vowed to herself that this time she would definitely uncover the entire truth. The heavy doors of the cathedral creaked open. Clarice rushed inside, shouting loudly for everyone to stop immediately. Inside, the apostles of Telos were performing a ritual before a magic circle, and Clarice knew she had to stop them all. Archbishop Verdio turned around, surprised by the saintess's appearance. In a flashback, Clarice recalled having once trusted Verdio's piety, and he had affirmed that he lived only for the holy city. Verdio revealed his cynical philosophy, that the ignorant populace needed a spectacle to reinforce their faith. Clarice realized in horror that the spectacle was the killing of the sacred lance dragon to bestow divine grace. She desperately warned that they were all severely underestimating the dragon and should consider the possibility of failure. Suddenly, a terrible truth flashed in Clarice's mind. She realized that from the very beginning, Verdio had intended to use her own life as a contingency plan. Verdio coldly admitted that it was merely an insurance policy. His face transformed into a shadowy specter, stating that her sacrifice would only be necessary if the plan went awry. In a different scene, Ed, carrying the injured Adele, confirmed that the truth behind everything was far from pleasant. He explained that the church was facing financial difficulties, and Adele deduced that this was why they resurrected the sacred lance dragon. Adele reasoned that they planned to stage a spectacle of the dragon's destruction to reinforce the populace's faith and the church's authority. Breathing heavily, Adele stated that Verdio's nature was always to do anything to increase the church's power and wealth. Ed asked if she had tried to persuade him, but Adele admitted she was no longer trusted, and Verdio wouldn't listen to anyone anyway. She asserted that Verdio would only use force to compel obedience, as he had brought an invincible force with him. That force was the apostles of Telos, the most powerful warriors. Returning to the present, Clarice despairingly watched the apostles surround her, realizing this was a force capable of fighting an entire army. Archbishop Verdio coldly apologized to the saintess, asking her to take a nap while the apostles of Telos stood guard. Carried on Ed's back, Adele desperately thought that nothing could be done against the enemy's strength. Suddenly, she gasped in astonishment. Ed asserted that sheer power was not the issue, confusing Adele, who asked what he meant. At that very moment, a surge of high-level electric magic named Divine Punishment struck the cathedral. Destructive purple energy spread, shattering everything inside. The lightning bolt struck directly in front of Archbishop Verdio and the apostles. Amidst the chaos, Verdio screamed in horror, questioning if the attacker dared to disrespect the god Telos. A voice rang out, replying decisively, "No." The purple lightning bolt struck down an apostle flying in the air. Another apostle collapsed in pain, enveloped by the electrical current. A figure dressed in a witch's outfit appeared in the center of the battlefield, declaring, "I am." Purple eyes flashed beneath the brim of the hat, and the person coldly finished the sentence, "An atheist." Verdio roared in anger, failing to understand what sin the stranger was referring to. The mysterious mage explained that the sin was inscribed within the very temple and laws of the church. Focusing magical energy, the person pinpointed their sin as arrogance. Archbishop Verdio was utterly enraged, roaring and demanding to know what the person was doing. Two other apostles, Lenos the 8th seat and Reuben the 2nd seat, appeared with brilliant auras, condemning the intruder for turning their back on Telos's grace. The mage remained unfazed, their sharp gaze confronting the divine power of the apostles. Standing firm against the two angelic warriors, the mage prepared for the confrontation as they shouted that this was the will of Telos. The mysterious mage crushed the sphere of dark energy in her hand. A violent surge of purple magic erupted, and the figure roared in fury. With cold, sharp eyes, the figure loudly challenged, "How dare you defile this chapel?" From above, an apostle descended, enveloped in divine light, introducing himself as Taldarak the Lightspeed, the 3rd seat apostle. Taldarak charged down with a sword of light in hand, declaring he would finish off the intruder. He unleashed a brilliant attack, aiming directly at the mage hovering in midair. But just before the blow landed, the mage suddenly vanished, astonishing Taldarak, who realized this was not mere speed. The figure had used the high-level spatial magic, spatial leap, to appear directly behind him. With a mere snap of the fingers, the mage released a wave of destructive magic. The raging purple energy engulfed the entire chapel, throwing back the apostles of Telos. An apostle screamed in agony as he was tortured by the magical current. Witnessing the scene, Archbishop Verdio was stunned, unable to believe that the nation's strongest warriors were being overwhelmed. The mage stood tall amidst the ruins, surrounded by 6 defeated apostles. Verdio broke out in a cold sweat, frantically wondering how the enemy knew this location to attack. He recalled the secret plan: resurrecting the sacred lance dragon on Arkan Island to solidify the church's power. Verdio realized the top-secret plan had been exposed and had failed completely. Facing disaster, he screamed, ordering his subordinates to protect Holy Pope Eldine and find a way to retreat at all costs. Hearing their intention to flee, the hooded mage sneered, and a new magical sphere began to form in their hand. The figure cast time magic, and a massive magic circle inscribed with clock symbols enveloped the entire area. Another apostle, Reuben, was trapped within the time prison, his body slowly crystallizing from the magical energy. A burst of dark energy spread as a voice rang out, declaring that all of this was for the sake of the god Telos, An apostle asserted resolutely while facing the mysterious mage. Archbishop Verdio frantically screamed, urging his comrades to capture the saintess immediately. Another apostle seized Clarice, despite her struggling and shouting in protest. Verdio calculated internally that as long as he had the saintess as a witness, he could use the Holy Pope's authority to coerce the academy. Facing them, the witch-hatted mage smiled, gathering a high-level lightning sphere in their hand. The figure unleashed divine punishment magic, a storm of purple electrical energy sweeping across the chapel. An apostle hastily erected a pure gold holy shield to defend against it. But the shield shattered, and the apostle was submerged, only managing to shout a final warning. Another commanding apostle immediately ordered everyone to retreat to the rendezvous point. Despite the danger, another apostle stubbornly generated a defensive aura. But all efforts were futile. The overwhelmingly powerful attack sent everyone flying, including Clarice and the archbishop. The mysterious mage clicked their tongue, showing annoyance at their troublesome resistance. Amidst the chaos, Verdio and his attendant dragged the severely wounded Clarice away, determined to destroy the evidence and take her with them. With a crazed look, Verdio glanced back and whispered a single word to activate the final trap. Immediately, a massive wall of fire erupted from the fundamental activation magic, blocking the enemy's escape route. The commanding apostle was astonished, unable to believe that a basic spell could possess such destructive power. The flames consumed him, his painful screams echoing through the sea of fire. He desperately tried to swing his staff to extinguish the flames, but it was too late. The staff was sucked into a fiery vortex, activating the spirit formula. Detonation. A terrifying explosion shook the academy, completely destroying the chapel before the stunned eyes of the officials. Amidst the chaotic scene, a figure darted away at breakneck speed. It was Ed Rothstaler, sprinting across the campus grounds where the apostles of Telos had fallen. Ed hurriedly called for the fire spirit mug to follow, and it immediately obeyed. Meanwhile, Archbishop Verdio realized he had been ambushed and wondered if the enemy was allied with the witch-hatted mage. With an angry shout, Verdio unleashed a powerful holy magic attack. The brilliant golden energy struck Mug, causing it to scream in pain. Undeterred, Ed continued to rush forward, determined to pursue them. The chase led into a nearby dense forest. Verdio panted, believing he had successfully shaken off his pursuer and would be safe simply by hiding the necklace. He felt smug, thinking no one could find him in this hiding spot. But instantly, Ed swooped down from above, blocking Verdio's escape route. With eyes burning with rage, Ed coldly ordered him to hand over the necklace. He mercilessly grabbed the archbishop's hair. Then, he delivered a devastating punch, slamming Verdio to the ground. Ed easily blocked the weak counterattack from Verdio's staff. Pinned down, Verdio grinned maniacally, pressing the tip of his staff against Ed's chest and declaring that everything was over. Holy magic energy began to converge, channeling directly into Ed's body. Ed looked down in shock, realizing the deadly danger. A blinding explosion of holy light erupted at point-blank range, completely engulfing Ed. Archbishop Verdio collapsed, his face contorted in agony as he screamed wretchedly. Despite his grievous wounds, he desperately clung to the wooden box containing the sacred relic. Ed Rothstaler, his face grim amid streaks of blood, growled an order for his foe to surrender the item, secretly acknowledging Archbishop Verdio as a formidable adversary. Carrying the unconscious Adele on his back, Ed realized that subduing Verdio would have been difficult even without the intervention of the apostles. He gazed toward the distant chapel, knowing that time was running out to prevent the sacred lance dragon's resurrection, a plan the enemy had meticulously prepared for ages. Ed gasped, his mind reeling as he considered that even with Lucy's aid, the probability of failure remained high, and he dared not risk another time reversal while Adele was in such a fragile condition. Suddenly, Adele spoke weakly, assuring him that everything was fine, which startled Ed. She smiled, reassuring him that failure was acceptable, as she still had enough strength to reverse time a few more times. Ed gritted his teeth, knowing full well that she was lying. He knew Adele's power was nearly depleted. She could die at any moment, and there was no time left for hesitation. Without a moment's delay, Ed lunged toward Archbishop Verdio, who lay faintly breathing in a pool of his own blood. The moment he reached him, the wooden box clutched in Verdio's hand began to splinter. Ed hastily tore the lid off the box, his face etched with tension. His gaze was intensely focused, sensing a fierce surge of magical energy. Inside the box, a dagger-shaped sacred artifact pulsed with swirling blue energy. Verdio looked up with a maniacal grin, gloatingly declaring that the sacred lance dragon was about to be resurrected and only the saintess could stop it. With his final breath, he laughed maniacally, screaming that all would soon bear witness to the greatness of Lord Telos. Ed decisively seized the sacred artifact, and instantly, a colossal torrent of energy violently erupted. The magical energy from the artifact shot straight into the sky, forming a gigantic pillar of light that signaled the imminent resurrection of the sacred lance dragon. Ed suddenly realized the truth. To prevent the seal from being broken, he needed to subdue the archbishop and seize the dragon fang necklace located off the island. Ed desperately grasped the core problem. If no one retained the memory of this failure, he had to find a way to transmit the crucial information. He knew Adele would have to sacrifice herself once more, but if the message wasn't delivered, they would inevitably fail according to the original timeline. His body, ravaged by wounds, gave out. Ed collapsed, coughing up a mouthful of blood in utter helplessness. In his mind, the image of Adele appeared, sobbing and confessing that she didn't want to die. Regret consumed Ed as he chastised himself for arriving too late yet again. Suddenly, a voice rang out, asking if being slightly late truly mattered. Just as a figure gently descended before him, it was Lucy May Real, the world's strongest mage, appearing amidst the ravaged forest with resolute eyes. Using his last reserves of strength, Ed clung to Lucy, urgently begging her to relay a message to either Adele or Clarice. He stammered that either of them would suffice, as long as the message was successfully delivered. Ed practically pleaded with Lucy to hurry, knowing their time was rapidly running out. However, Lucy looked down coldly and replied with a single word that stunned Ed. No. Seeing Ed's astonished expression, she explained that such an action was no longer necessary. Lucy confidently declared that she would personally deliver the message to the Saintess and Adele. A purple magical banner materialized, containing the entire strategy: seize the Dragon Fang necklace, escape the church, and remain vigilant against Verdio's cover-up conspiracy. A memory flashed back, recalling when Lucy had encouraged a young, exhausted Ed during training, acknowledging his immense magical potential. Returning to reality, Ed looked at his mentor with gratitude and whispered a faint, "Thank you." But the brief moment of relief was shattered by a sudden, agonizing pain that overwhelmed Ed. A pair of gigantic blue dragon wings, crackling with lightning, tore through the sky, signaling that the sacred lance dragon had fully awakened. Lucy calmly watched Wellbrock's full form materialize beneath the crimson sky, murmuring that it had awakened once more. Her magical banner had completed its mission, transmitting all information regarding Verdio's conspiracy and the escape route to Adele, who was on the verge of collapse. In Ed's mind, the image of Lucy casting the time reversal spell surfaced, raising the question of whether she had truly succeeded. The greatest problem was time itself, because once it reset, his memories would inevitably vanish. Ed desperately wondered if he could possibly devise a plan to defeat the apostles and escape the island again. He hadn't even finished formulating his thoughts when a single statement from Lucy left him dumbfounded. Lucy reiterated her promise to her grandfather about saving the academy, and Ed confirmed that he had heard that exact phrase in the previous loop. She explained that if time continued to loop, then she must have faced that dragon in every single iteration. The sacred lance dragon roared, and Ed, too, believed that Lucy had fought it alone countless times. Lucy tiredly confessed that she only came to the academy to fulfill that promise, and perhaps she had always been waiting for this moment to finally end everything. Ed pondered. If time simply resets, wouldn't stopping the dragon right now be utterly meaningless? Suddenly, Lucy leaned her head against his chest, whispering a request. She wanted to die in his arms. Ed was stunned, realizing that regardless of the outcome, they would forget everything once their memories vanished. Seizing the precious remaining moments, Lucy decided to voice something she would normally never dare to say. The final protective barrier surrounding them shattered, exposing them both to the destructive power. This was not a romantic confession, but a raw, naked truth that Lucy might never have admitted otherwise. With tears welling in her eyes, she choked out, "Without you, I am so lonely. Please don't disappear." Her hand gripped his shirt tightly, as if clinging to her last shred of hope. Ed quietly looked down, accepting her plea, for it was not a difficult request to grant. Amidst their quiet sanctuary, the sacred lance dragon let out an earth-shattering roar. A deadly rain of blue energy began pouring down from the crimson sky. Ed closed his eyes and endured the attack. Neither of them resisted, and not a single cry of pain or groan escaped their lips. Amidst the destructive energy barrage, Ed and Lucy silently felt the last warmth of the other. A moment later, the deadly energy barrage finally ceased. In the desolate landscape, the two lay together, motionless among the debris. Blood stained the entire area red, a testament to the fierce battle that had just concluded. A flash of light appeared, signaling the shifting of fate. In another room, a dry cough echoed as a lute fell to the floor. The prophet Adele Saris realized that all her divine power was depleted, leaving her unable to reverse time or foresee the future. Covered in blood, She desperately admitted that she had become mortal and failed to prevent the sacred lance dragon from awakening. Adele recalled her painful yet joyful meeting with Clarice, regretting that she never got to hear the Saintess's song. On the other hand, her encounter with Ed Rosstaylor was terrible, as even a fleeting thought of wanting to survive was enough to shake her resolve. The extreme physical pain reminded Adele of the most urgent task she needed to complete. She struggled to stand up, determined to stop the dragon's awakening and reverse everything, accepting that her destiny was to die. Adele remembered the moment she discovered Ed's entire plan, but realized that executing it again was impossible. First, it would take Clarice the entire morning to convince Taylor, who retained no memories. Gathering forces to confront the apostles of Telos would also consume a great deal of time. Adele dragged her bloodied feet, gloomily calculating that they would only be able to reach the cathedral when night fell. But by then, Archbishop Verdio's plan would have succeeded, and the sacred lance dragon would be fully awakened. As the sun set and shadows lengthened, Adele advanced down the corridor, knowing the chapel was right before her eyes. She told herself to step inside and offer her body to the ritual circle, but something unexpected made her freeze. The prophet's eyes widened, filled with astonishment and confusion at the unexpected sight at the chapel entrance. A magical orb appeared, containing the silhouette of a flying bird. In the middle of the academy grounds, an anxious shout rang out, calling Ed's name. Ed Rothstaler suddenly collapsed, caught by a panicked Yennecar as the book on symbolic magic fell to the ground. The book revealed that this type of magic does not fully affect those with resistance. The explanation emerged. Adele's time regression magic was a combination of symbolic magic and divine arts, and it was the divine blessing that resisted it. For that reason, Clarice, with her original white hair, was stunned to realize she retained all her memories from previous timelines. Meanwhile, Ed writhed as the magical energy in his body resisted the regression spell, the price for researching forbidden arts. His pupils transformed into a vortex of cosmic energy, signaling a terrifying truth about to descend. Ed's mind shattered into thousands of memory fragments, fully reliving the painful sensations of countless loops. Horrific deaths flashed before him, forcing him to grit his teeth and endure the soul-shattering pain, nearly losing consciousness. Clarice and Yennecar cried out Ed's name in horror, watching his hand emit a brilliant light. Suddenly, Ed reached out and tightly grasped Clarice's wrist, leaving her stunned. He struggled up with a determined gaze, realizing this was a race against time. At the same time, in the chapel, Archbishop Verdio laughed maniacally, declaring that the sacred lance dragon was about to be awakened. He spread his arms, summoning a colossal bird-shaped magical entity amidst shouts of religious revival. The magical entity swooped down, carrying a destructive stream of emerald energy. Ed shot forward like an arrow, determined to reach the Academy's chapel. He quickly opened a box, drawing out a dagger that emitted an eerie blue light. With the dagger in hand, Ed identified his target, seizing the Fang necklace. Archbishop Verdio froze when he saw Ed suddenly burst in, disrupting his sacred ritual. Following orders, Apostle Lenos immediately opened fire, launching brilliant arrows of light. Ed lunged to dodge, his mind recalling countless time loops where the beginning always unfolded similarly. The Saintess Clarice would frantically pull him onto a carriage, explaining the time loop and giving him time to calm down. Archbishop Verdio snarled, mocking the stranger who appeared from nowhere. He issued a challenge, wondering if Ed truly believed he could defeat a divine apostle of Telos. But Ed knew that in previous loops, there was always one person present. A hand gripped a staff, summoning divine power. A colossal holy bird spirit made of jade green energy materialized. It was a force faster than any carriage and vastly stronger than himself. Archbishop Verdio was dumbfounded when another colossal owl spirit appeared alongside the prophet Adele. But this time Clarice was right beside him, urging, "Let's go, Ed." Ed agreed, his hand tightly gripping the glowing Fang necklace, keenly aware that this was a race against time. Energy was already flowing from the necklace, for it was the key to awakening the sacred lance dragon. Once the necklace and the dragon sealed beneath Arkan resonated, the great calamity would awaken. Therefore, the only solution was to take the necklace far away before the sacred lance dragon revived. Archbishop Verdio screamed in terror. "What are you doing?" He lunged desperately, trying to snatch the necklace that had fallen to the floor. But it was too late. The necklace erupted in a fiery burst of energy. The explosion shattered the chapel's dome. Amidst the smoke and dust, the holy bird spirit carried Ed and Clarice soaring into the blue sky. Riding a giant avian wind spirit, Ed Rothstaler and Yennecar Pullover soared into the sky. Ed desperately called out Yennecar's name as they sped away, leaving the academy behind. Ed chastised Yennecar for not escaping on her own, but she firmly replied that she couldn't abandon him. Ed anxiously calculated the catastrophic consequences, ranging from expulsion to being hunted by the Holy Church. While Ed was preoccupied searching for a mental refuge, Yennecar noticed something familiar in his demeanor. Yennecar gently took Ed's hand, realizing he was trying to shoulder everything alone again. She asked him directly if he was suffering in silence again, stunning Ed, who couldn't understand how she knew. Yennecar recalled the moment she had seen Ed collapse, asserting that she could understand simply by looking at his face. With a resolute voice, Yennecar declared that whether they were expelled or became fugitives, they would face it together. She swore that she would never let Ed endure the pain alone again. Ed was completely surprised and moved by Yennecar's sincere vow. Nevertheless, the gravity of their perilous situation still caused him to break out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, Ed realized with horror that 6 figures with golden wings were pursuing them from below the apostles of Telos. The powerful angelic warriors surged upward at terrifying speed, their weapons of light ready in hand. Ed hastily urged Yennecar to fly as fast as possible, and she immediately obeyed the command. Meanwhile, at the ruined chapel, the smoke and dust slowly cleared, revealing a figure amidst the rubble. Archbishop Verdio angrily stepped through the wreckage, searching for the perpetrator of the chaos. He was stunned to realize that the person standing there was the Saintess Clarice, injured and covered in blood. Clarice gasped, exhausted after her failed escape, while Verdio could only utter her name in astonishment. A fleeting memory showed a hand grasping Clarice's wrist, along with the message that there was one thing only she could accomplish. In one vision, Clarice told the suffering Talie that only he remembered the entire history and knew every detail of this event. Clarice explained that while she was doing everything to prevent the awakening of the Sacred Lance Dragon, their immediate task was to stop Archbishop Verdio. Finishing her words, she decisively kicked away an obstruction among the chapel ruins. Clarice warned that the Archbishop was a cunning fanatic, willing to use the church to conceal all his sins. She urgently asked Talie how long he intended to stand by as an outsider. Her plan was to convince the Holy Pope, who was standing before her as she collapsed. With her last ounce of strength, Clarice looked up and shouted, demanding that the Holy Pope immediately excommunicate Archbishop Verdio. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ziggs and Elvira looked up at the sky where a battle was unfolding, and Elvira pessimistically suggested that Talie would lose to Wade. In the sky, Talie was indeed riding a giant spirit beast, charging into battle. Not far away, Ed and Yennecar were also flying on a windbird spirit, astonishing onlookers since Ed had been sitting stunned just 10 minutes earlier. A sharp wind blade, a basic wind magic spell, suddenly flew toward them. Yennecar realized the attack was too fast, and screamed that she couldn't evade it. The wind blade struck the spirit, throwing both Ed and Yennecar off its back. Ed frantically screamed Janica as the two began to freefall. Both plummeted straight down from a dizzying height. Their bodies grew smaller as they fell through the clouds. They vanished into the blanket of white clouds below. In that desperate moment, one hand managed to grab the other's wrist. Ed's hand gripped Yennecar tightly, and a blue magic cord appeared, suspending both of them in midair. Suspended in the air, Ed asserted that he had saved Yennecar. Meanwhile, the apostles of Telos relentlessly pursued them, roaring the command to capture both, prioritizing the necklace above all else. Yennecar unexpectedly called Ed's name, causing him a moment of confusion. She looked him straight in the eye and asked a loaded question if he could bear the consequences, leaving Ed utterly stunned. Immediately afterward, Yennecar pushed Ed hard on the chest with her hand. She deliberately leaned backward, falling into the void. With a confident smile, Yennecar affirmed her absolute trust in Ed and declared that she would act. In her palm, a magic stone emitted a dazzling golden light. A blinding flash of light erupted in the sky, causing Ziggs and Elvira, standing below on the campus grounds, to look up in astonishment. The flow of air across the entire academy suddenly shifted. A gigantic blue energy vortex formed and swirled violently. From the center of the vortex, countless winged spirits began to pour out, filling the skies above Sylvania. The apostles of Telos were stunned by this sight. But among the hundreds of spirits, one entity stood out above all others. Ziggs and Elvira looked up in panic as a colossal shadow eclipsed the sun. A magnificent creature made of water, taking the form of a whale, slowly materialized. This was the first water spirit among its kind to achieve sentience. It was the highest rank water spirit in the natural world. Its name was Frida. The apostles were overwhelmed by the army of hundreds of spirits that had just appeared. They immediately opened fire, launching streams of holy magic toward Fried, upon whose back Ed and Yennecar now stood safely. Ed Rothstaler confidently sensed the waning magical energy, believing the plan to prevent the Sacred Lance Dragon's resurrection was succeeding. But then, a flicker of anxiety flashed in his eyes as he noticed something amiss. Yennecar Pullover gasped in exhaustion, confessing to Ed that she would be bedridden for a while after expending too much power. She collapsed, slumping onto the back of the giant water spirit, causing Ed to frantically shout her name. He quickly caught Yennecar, realizing with alarm that she had a high fever when he placed his hand on her forehead. Yennecar panicked and pushed his hand away, pleading with him not to touch her, as it would only worsen her fever. In the sky, the apostles of Telos began their move, ordering Tal'Darak to lead the assault on the main target. They moved in perfect coordination, declaring they would clear the path with their holy light. The angelic warriors easily tore through the flock of obstructing wind spirits with blinding slashes. Every dazzling streak of golden light swept away all obstacles in their path of advance. The third seat apostle, Lightspeed Tal'Darak, plunged down like an arrow, the spear in his hand ready to deliver the finishing blow. Countless arrows of light rained down, aimed directly at the colossal water spirit. Freed, Tal'Darak confronted Yennecar, questioning her control over the spirit army, and branding her a danger. He pointed his blazing spear at the exhausted girl, coldly stating that he took no pleasure in killing. With a resolute gaze, he whispered an apology, preparing to strike without mercy. But at that moment, Ed stepped in front of Yennecar, and behind him, the fire dragon spirit Takan roared defiantly. Ed gave a decisive command, his voice echoing through the air. "Catch it, Takan." Tal'Darak was stunned by the sudden intervention, unable to react to the new threat. Takan's fiery jaws clamped down on the apostle's spearhead, halting the fatal attack. With a powerful flick, Takan hurled Tal'Darak into the air, causing Ed to lose his balance and fall backward. In a desperate effort, Ed held Tal'Darak tightly, both of them groaning in pain amid the blazing red aura. Tal'Darak's face contorted with rage, his eyes blazing, and his entire body erupting in golden holy energy. With a triumphant roar, the apostle used his spear of light to pierce through Takan, causing the fire spirit to collapse. Exhausted, Yennecar gathered her remaining strength, weakly commanding Takan to protect Ed at all costs. A terrifying explosion of holy energy swept through the forest, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Thick smoke and dust billowed up from the cracked earth following the clash's aftermath. From within the dust cloud, the winged silhouette of Apostle Tal'Darak gradually emerged, imposing and completely unharmed. Standing amidst the ruins, Tal'Darak calmly commented on his opponent's abilities. He looked at the dissipating Takan and admitted that summoning a high-rank spirit while controlling others was an astonishing talent. However, Tal'Darak confidently asserted that the apostles of Telos, the executors of God's will, were even stronger. He ordered Ed, who was severely injured on the ground, to surrender the necklace, threatening that otherwise both Ed and the summoner would die. Lying amidst the wreckage, Ed decisively refused the apostle's demand. Ed stared directly at his enemy, asserting that he was wrong and that there would be no more regression. He clenched his fist, his mind flooded with thoughts of the non-existent Delheim hourglass and the memories of countless deaths he had endured. With his body covered in injuries, Ed struggled to his feet, telling himself that he could not gamble his life away again. Ed stood firm before Takan, enveloped in the flame of his own and the spirit's determination. Ed's eyes shone with ultimate resolve. He was determined to survive at all costs. The Apostle of Telos, Tal'Darak, was formally introduced, his entire body radiating a dazzling stream of golden holy energy. His ability was Holy Vessel Awakening, a high-level holy technique that converts all magical power into physical energy. Tal'Darak charged forward at terrifying speed, his power shattering the ground beneath his feet. Ed recalled from previous loops that Tal'Darak's speed far surpassed the speed of sound. A wave of blazing golden energy knocked Ed backward. He realized that dodging the attack with the naked eye was utterly impossible. Facing Tal'Darak's incoming spear, Ed could only watch in horror. If he couldn't see the attack, Ed decided to close his eyes and bet on a different plan. Tal'Darak swung his weapon down with earth-shattering force. The moment of impact, a green energy shield suddenly appeared, blocking the attack. The wind spirit Marilda had automatically activated the protection of wind, saving Ed from a fatal blow. Inside the protective vortex, Ed gritted his teeth, enduring the tremendous pressure. He decided to launch the only possible counterattack, aiming for a minuscule opening. Using the intermediate magic-focused burst, Ed fired a stream of fire energy directly at his opponent's spear. The explosion repelled Tal'Darak, forcing him to forcefully break against the ground. Enraged by the resistance, Tal'Darak roared, his murderous expression revealed for the first time. Ed gasped, admitting that his inherent weakness was a lack of firepower. Just then, the fire spirit Takan manifested behind him, and a voice echoed, promising to handle the firepower. Ed explained that Takan was immune to magic and possessed overwhelming destructive power. A massive sea of fire generated by Takan engulfed the entire forest. Amidst the inferno, Takan raised its head and roared at the blue sky. But Taldarak, like a golden flash of lightning, plunged straight down from above, piercing through Takan's flames. Ed realized that his opponent was the fastest physical warrior, Lightspeed Taldarak. The flames surrounding Takan's sword began to fade as Yennekar's weak voice uttered an apology, her magic clearly having reached its limit. Ed realized the worst-case scenario had occurred when Taldarak stood unscathed, his entire body radiating divine radiance amidst the dying flames. From the Apostle's perspective, Ed was merely a solitary figure collapsing amidst the fire, preparing for his next desperate move. Despite his fatal wounds, Ed mustered his remaining strength and pressed his hand into the ground, channeling a powerful surge of water element magic into the parched earth. Taldarak was momentarily surprised as streams of water unexpectedly erupted from the ground, forcefully lashing against his body, enveloped in holy light. As the battlefield became a mixture of fire and water, Ed roared a single command: "Ignite!" The two opposing elements collided violently, instantly creating a massive cloud of steam that enveloped the entire area. Standing amidst the dense vapor, Taldarak quickly analyzed the situation, wondering if a simple smokescreen was all Ed had left. The Apostle's expression hardened with contempt, deeming this nothing more than a crude and obvious trick. With an enraged shout, Taldarak charged through the steam screen, his weapon leading an attack intended to end the battle once and for all. The attack struck true, sending Ed flying and causing him to cough up blood, forcing him to acknowledge his opponent's overwhelming power. As his consciousness faded, Ed realized that ultimately, there was only one path left for him to claim victory. His mind flashed back to the previous loop, recalling that it was the Great Spirit Merilda who had ended this battle. But the harsh reality struck. The Golden Phoenix Ring was with Yennecar, and he had never personally summoned Merilda's full power. Clenching his aching chest, Ed desperately told himself that there had to be a way. Before he could find an answer, Taldarak charged again, his brilliant golden holy light exploding and shattering Ed's remaining defenses. The tip of the divine weapon slammed into Ed's shield with a blinding flash. The magical barrier shattered like glass, and the horrific impact hurled Ed's battered body into the air. Crying out in agony, Ed wondered if this was the end, if there truly was no escape from this despair. A massive blade of silver light, resembling an angel's wing, descended and utterly annihilated the ground where he had just stood. His body drenched in blood, Ed Rothstaler gasped for breath amidst the hazy steam. Submerged in a torrent of brilliant golden energy, he felt that this was the end. The familiar sensation of impending death once again invaded his mind. In the moment he faced the Grim Reaper, Ed's consciousness plunged into darkness. Memories of countless deaths and resurrections flooded back like a torrent. Amidst the extreme pain, a series of his spirit skills suddenly leveled up. Ed managed a faint smile as he finally grasped a certain truth. Just as Taldarak's spear of light rushed forward, Ed was no longer there. Taldarak was astonished to see Ed vanish right before his eyes. Ed realized that whether it was holy arts or spirit resonance, the essence of learning magic remained unchanged. All of it was built from countless failures, from memories accumulated through perseverance and determination, from the desperate struggle of never giving up. In the middle of the battlefield, the high-rank wind spirit Merilda manifested completely, letting out a sky-shattering roar. Taldarak was stunned by the overwhelming presence of the legendary spirit. Ed, enveloped in blue energy, delivered a heaven-shattering punch to Taldarak's face, for repetition was the path to mastery. Taldarak shrieked in pain and outrage at the sudden attack. Ed continued his assault, mindful that no one could do things perfectly from the start. But what did that matter? Taldarak roared, condensing a brilliant spear of light. The fire spirit mug charged forward with all its courage. Ed confronted the spear of light head-on, for everyone must fight to survive. A blade of blue energy formed in his hand, ready for the fight for his own reasons. With a defiant roar, the Apostle Taldarak used his bare arm to block the attack from the water spirit Lisha. In a bloody moment, Ed Rostalor raised the energy sword, preparing to deliver the finishing blow to Taldarak, who lay collapsed at his feet. Taldarak screamed one final time in despair as Ed's blade slashed down. The cold blue blade pierced Taldarak's chest, causing him to cough up blood while Ed held the weapon firmly. Ed gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into his trembling fist. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, staining the entire forest red. Ed's arm, covered in his own blood, and that of his enemy, tightened its grip. Another spray of blood erupted, marking the end of the life or death struggle. Standing over Taldarak's motionless body, Ed gasped, the sword still deeply embedded in his opponent's chest. He panted heavily, his body trembling from exhaustion and pain. With empty eyes, Ed stared into the distance, the cost of survival etched deeply onto his face. He stood unsteadily, trying to regain his breath after the brutal fight. Leaving Taldarak's corpse behind, Ed immediately turned and ran toward the burning forest, where Clarice watched him go. He clutched his chest, reminding himself that he still had work to do. Ed gripped the vial around his neck, his eyes shining with unshakable resolve. The scene shifted to a grand cathedral, signaling another confrontation about to take place. Inside, Clarice screamed furiously, her red eyes fixed directly on those present. She knelt before Holy Pope Eldine, urgently demanding that he excommunicate Archbishop Verdio. The Holy Pope looked down at Clarice with a stern, unreadable expression. Archbishop Verdio stepped forward with a smug smile, advising the Holy Pope not to trust the Saintess's words and asserting that everything was for the future of the Church. Confronting Archbishop Verdio's arrogance, Clarice coldly challenged him. "You claim to know nothing, yet you speak?" She exposed the dark plan, using Velosper's necklace to resurrect the sacred lance dragon Wellbrock, then having the apostles destroy it. Archbishop Verdio and Holy Pope Eldine were stunned, and Verdio stammered, asking how the Saintess could possibly know of this conspiracy. Clarice asserted that Verdio's plan was destined to fail, as the Church had attempted it countless times, but had never managed to defeat the dragon. She declared that her very presence here was to break the cycle of failure they had created. A massive, glowing red, sacrificial magic circle lit up beneath their feet as Clarice revealed the final step of the plan, her own sacrifice. Clarice insisted that she would only accept the sacrifice if it were truly the will of Lord Telos, and not a mundane conspiracy. Painful images of fallen guards and apostles flashed by as she questioned who would still believe in the Church after so many innocent lives had been taken. She looked directly at them, declaring that her existence, knowing all their plans, was their greatest threat. Clarice recalled the image of Ed Rothstaler, covered in blood, who had fought to exhaustion just to bring her here. She asserted that, if she died, the truth of what transpired would be spread across the continent by the person she strove to save. Her warning rang out. Her death would cause the entire world to lose faith and turn its back on the Church. Verdio attempted to threaten the Holy Pope, claiming his authority would be shaken if he listened to the Saintess. Holy Pope Eldine sank into contemplation, chastising himself as a weak old man who always followed those with stronger faith. Finally, he came to a decision, realizing that the future of the Church must be entrusted to the one with the most unwavering faith. The Holy Pope looked at Clarice and solemnly declared, "Saintess, I shall follow your will," leaving Verdio speechless. Clarice's eyes shone with iron resolve upon receiving the most crucial support. Facing a silent Verdio behind his mask, Clarice declared that this time, his plan wouldn't even have a chance to begin. Standing before the altar, she began to read the verdict, invoking the authority of both Holy Pope Eldine and herself. Clarice stretched out her hand, loudly declaring the expulsion of Archbishop Verdio, but she was met instead by an echoing, sinister laugh. Clarice's eyes widened in shock upon hearing Archbishop Verdio's savage laughter. With a crazed expression and a blazing red aura, Verdio roared, asking if she truly believed that declaration would change anything. He grabbed Clarice's bloodied wrist, using brute force to restrain her. To the Holy Pope's astonishment, Verdio began dragging Clarice away, proclaiming that simply by stopping her, the sacred lance dragon would surely be resurrected. He frantically explained that even though Ed Rothstaler had stolen the necklace, the apostles were in pursuit, and the boy would not escape. A vision appeared. The corpse of Apostle Taldarak lay sprawled out, while Ed, also severely wounded, was desperately fleeing alongside a cyan-haired mage. Amidst the smoke and fire, Ed affirmed that everything was far from over. With determined eyes, he tightly gripped the sacred lance dragon's necklace in his hand. The magical artifact emitted a blue light, signaling the dragon's imminent resurrection. Returning to the present, Clarice lifted her head and loudly said, "No." She wrenched her arm free from Verdio's grasp, declaring that she would not let things proceed according to his will. Verdio was stunned by this sudden resistance as Clarice began speaking about the person who had helped her. Clarice's entire body erupted in a brilliant yellow divine power, and she asserted that this person was far stronger than him. With eyes blazing with power, she growled that this person was not on the same level as a man like him. Clarice unleashed the divine power release skill, a blast of holy energy that hurled Verdio far away. Verdio's body was sent skidding backward, carving a long furrow across the ruined floor. Collapsing from exhaustion, Clarice heard Verdio's mocking voice, asking why a pure saintess could radiate so many colors. With tears welling up, she gasped her reply, "It is because I am a saintess." In a symbolic image, Clarice, disguised as the student Kylie Eckner, held a prism, stating that she was also a student and had learned many things. A beam of white light passed through the prism, scattering into a rainbow, proving that even the purest light contained countless colors within. In Clarice's thoughts, the red light symbolized Lortel Kehaland and her powerful father. The yellow light was the divine power being released by the prophet Adele. The turquoise light was the raging energy of the water spirit Pello. The blue light was the image of Ed Rothstaler, bloody yet unyielding. And finally, the purple light belonged to the mysterious female mage in the wide-brimmed hat, hovering in the air. The mage returned the sacred lance dragon's necklace into Ed's bloodied hand. She unleashed a massive magical attack for cover, while the water spirit Freed appeared in the distance. Her magical energy transformed into a ferocious shadow monster, charging forward. Clarice told herself that light only becomes pure white when all those colors converge into one. Her thoughts shifted to Ed, who recalled the original scenario. Taylor, now a senior student, was facing fierce resistance from the freshmen. Every first-year student fought desperately to defeat the senior and earn high scores. Ed realized the crucial difference. In this timeline, not a single student from Class A was present at the event. The wolf spirit Marilda vanished into the air, signaling that one phase had ended. And because of that change, the scenario had progressed in a completely different direction. In the original timeline, Taylor had defeated his final opponent, Claude, the top first-year alchemist. But refusing to accept defeat, Claude drank the forbidden evil blood god drug. That is how he transformed into the stage's sub-boss, Claude, the Calamity Alchemist. He borrowed the power of the evil god Mebular and began using all manner of dark magic. Claude, in his transformed state, unleashed a fierce dark magic attack. The endless gauntlet of challenges continued, and yet another opponent collapsed before Taylor. In Ed's memory, this was the climax of the arc, where the protagonist Taylor had confronted countless foes. He could barely remain standing, yet he relentlessly struck down every single opponent. Ed remembered the moment Taylor, exhausted and drenched in blood, refused to yield. He channeled all his remaining power, causing the sword in his grasp to flare with brilliant golden light. Taylor's sacred light violently collided with Claude's dark energy. Claude's face contorted in horror as the wicked power sustaining him was utterly overwhelmed. Taylor delivered his ultimate technique, the elemental decapitation, a finishing strike imbued with the power of the elements. Claude's mutated body crashed to the ground before the other students, signaling the end of the battle. Ed recalled that this was the second joint combat training event. In the original game scenario, this was how the event concluded. Taylor, the swordsman who had once been ridiculed, was now recognized as one of the Academy's strongest. He received acclaim from the students, staff, and his companions alike. The image of the hero raising his victorious sword was deeply etched into everyone's memory. However, that moment of triumph was tragically short-lived. The instant Taylor stepped away from the arena, he was struck dumb by the news of a comrade's death. A shattered lute lay upon the floor, signaling a tragedy. A bard and a prophet, the people he sought, had fallen where they stood. The announced death of Adele Saris stained the hard-won victory with blood. In the original scenario, Adela's death was never described in detail. Her predetermined fate was to collapse upon a bloody magic circle. Her demise was depicted as a brutal and unavoidable conclusion. But in those final moments, her eyes held a different kind of light. In reality, Ed had intervened, using overwhelming force to subdue Adele in a fierce battle. Though defeated and riddled with injuries, Adele was still breathing raggedly. She was alive. Ed stood there, utterly exhausted and covered in blood, realizing that the original narrative had fundamentally changed. Meanwhile, Taylor and his party remained blissfully unaware. They cheerfully walked in the glow of victory, having received no news of any casualties. Ed recalled that while they celebrated, a separate upheaval had erupted at the church. Archbishop Verdio had been struck down by Clarice using her divine power. After defeating the traitor, Clarice stood, exhausted yet dignified, beside her escorts. The Holy Pope decided to handle the incident internally to prevent a public scandal. Thanks to this, Clarice was able to shed the unjust epithet of the faithless saintess. Furthermore, the plan to resurrect the sacred lance dragon ahead of schedule had been completely thwarted. Since there was no condemned saintess, the church lacked the pretext to invade Arkan Island. That also meant the final boss of Act 3, Awakened Lucy, would never manifest. Ed recalled the tragic past scenario, where Taylor was forced to confront a tormented Lucy, realizing just how many things had changed. The current Lucy, however, instead of being consumed by hatred, was blushing and whispering that she wanted beef jerky. The entire academy was bathed in the peaceful sunset, utterly unaware of the calamities that had been narrowly averted. 2 days passed in peace. At a secluded wooden cabin, Ed Rothstaler knocked, inquiring about Janika's condition. From inside, Yennecar frantically told Ed not to enter because she needed to bathe, while Ed muttered to himself that his own eyesight was still very poor. The price for borrowing future magic was steep. Yennecar had temporarily lost her ability to use magic, and her eyesight had yet to recover. Meanwhile, the highest-rank spirit Frida, who had blocked 5 apostles, was rumored to have crashed into the forest outside Arkan Island. Yennecar, after collapsing, had woken up in this wooden cabin. She didn't know how she arrived, but the one who saved her was the mysterious mage in purple robes. Ed seriously instructed Yennecar through the door that if anything were to happen, she must seek him out first. Suddenly, Belmaya appeared, beaming with a basket and bucket in hand, causing Ed to muse that a headmaid usually wouldn't handle chores personally. Observing Belle's cheerful expression, Ed surmised that she genuinely enjoyed performing these tasks. Belle kindly inquired about Ed's health, but he merely replied that he was fine and was only concerned about Yennecar's vision. Belle saw through Ed's evasion, asking if anything else was weighing on his mind. Ed pondered for a moment, then firmly replied, "No." Belle smiled and accepted his answer, stating that caring for Yennecar was the most important task right now. As she stepped inside, she reminded Ed that he would need to help Yennecar change clothes and wipe her sweat. She added that she trusted Ed not to make any mistakes. The door slowly closed, then it suddenly cracked open, and Belle mischievously peered out, saying that this was Ed's youth, the time to make mistakes and listen to his heart. Stung by her accuracy, Ed awkwardly slapped his hand against the wall. His face flushed bright red, and he stammered, telling Belle to stop saying such strange things and hurry inside to help Yennecar. Ed turned his face away, muttering that it was a shame. From behind the door, Belmaya peeked out with a sly smile, pointing out that young Master Ed had just spoken to her informally. Ed was utterly speechless at the sharp retort. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, he spun around and walked away to end the conversation. Meanwhile, Belle loudly complained about the dusty atmosphere inside, suggesting Yennecar would be better off in the infirmary. She declared she would throw open all the windows to air out the room. Just then, Yennecar screamed in panic, demanding why Belle was doing that while she was changing clothes. As dusk fell, Ed mused that the quick-witted Belle had sensed his inner turmoil. He admitted that thanks to the chaos the maid created, the day had passed swiftly, leaving no time for worry. Sitting by the fire, Ed felt detached from his usual routine and realized he was running low on firewood. Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing him to look up in surprise. A figure wearing a red hooded cloak, carrying a lute, approached, and Ed called out the name Kylie. The figure lowered the hood, denied the name, and revealed her white hair. She boldly declared herself to be the Saintess Clarice. Clarice announced that Archbishop Verdio had been officially excommunicated, and Ed received the news calmly. She further explained that Verdio was being escorted by the apostles to the Holy City, where the Holy Pope would determine his punishment. Ed asked if she still trusted the Church, and Clarice replied that Holy Pope Eldine had admitted his negligence. She believed this was merely the action of a misguided individual, and that this incident could be a turning point for the Church to improve. Clarice affirmed she was willing to give them another chance, while Ed listened silently. After a moment of contemplation, Ed changed the subject, asking about Adele's whereabouts. Clarice reported that Adele had vanished. She had used her saintess status to search, but found no trace. Ed asked if she had anything she wanted to say to Adele, and Clarice admitted that initially, she wanted to recount everything she had experienced. Now, sitting by the peaceful campfire with Ed, her thoughts had changed. With a gentle and grateful smile, Clarice said that now she only wished to express her gratitude. She decided to leave her lute behind, hoping Adele might pass by this camp. As they both stood up, Ed asked if Clarice would stay here during the summer break, and she confirmed, having nowhere else to go. Ed spoke up, saying he had a small request for her. Clarice shyly pulled down her hood, suggesting that from now on, Ed should treat her as a junior. Ed was slightly confused, replying that he had always naturally treated Kylie that way. Clarice smiled beneath the hood, explaining that wasn't what she meant. She sincerely offered that if Ed ever needed help, he should feel free to ask, and she would do everything in her power. Ed quietly watched Clarice's silhouette disappear down the path under the setting sun. He stood alone in the silent landscape, deep in contemplation. Ed told himself he should leave immediately to avoid seeing Clarice again. Suddenly, a voice rang out, asking if he was all right. Adele Saris stepped out of the cabin, her body wrapped in bandages, stating that although her divine magic had not yet recovered, she could walk again. Ed clarified his meaning, asking if she was truly all right leaving without meeting Clarice. Adele sadly replied that she had no more songs left for Clarice, nor the courage to lie any further. With a pained expression, Adele admitted that everything had been a lie from the very beginning. Memories flooded back, songs praising the god Telos, tales of the outside world, and melodies celebrating freedom. She gripped the lute, bitterly concluding that every song she had ever played was a falsehood, and Ed merely listened in silence. Adele's bandaged hand clenched the neck of the lute, revealing her inner torment. Ed was stunned by Adele's confession. Before he could recover, Adele suddenly hurled her lute into the blazing fire. With resolute eyes, she declared she would embark on a journey to all the places she had lied to Clarice about in her songs. The lute sank into the flames, and Adele explained that this was a long journey, so she had to discard heavy baggage, asserting that this time it was not an escape from fate, but a true pilgrimage. Ed skeptically asked if there was truly a difference, and Adele merely pondered the question. Then she smiled, wondering if perhaps she finally had a place to return to. Adele stood up, asserting that she would return within 3 years, before Clarice graduated, so she could play a new song she composed herself right here. Ed promised to help her choose the best wood for her new lute upon her return, making Adele happily joke that she would try to come back in 2 years instead. Suddenly, Ed spoke seriously, saying there was one last thing. Adele listened silently, wondering if that was all he intended to say. He stood up, faced her, and pointed out a harsh truth. She had lost both her magic and divine power, could no longer see the future, and the future she once knew was over. Ed warned that now, she would have to embark on an entirely new journey, unable to rely on a predetermined script, as images of the altered fates of Yennecar, Taylor, and Clarice flashed through his mind. He continued, emphasizing that she might face dangers more terrifying than she could imagine, as chaotic visions of other characters and a dark dragon flashed through his thoughts. Looking straight at Adele, Ed posed the final question. "Aren't you afraid of not knowing what awaits you?" Both stood silently by the fire, with only the crackling of burning wood remaining. After a moment of silence, Adele softly admitted that she was indeed very afraid. But then she clenched her fists, a spark of determination lighting up her eyes. Turning toward the brilliant sunrise, she gave a bright smile, and asked in return, "Isn't that also exciting?" As night fell, Ed pondered the immense change in this world, having just spoken with a girl who was originally supposed to die in the source material. Watching the lute burn to ashes, he realized this was no longer about the script, but a moment of choice forged within a finite period of time. In his stream of consciousness, Ed Rothstaler envisioned a dark path where he had to choose between preventing the revival of the sacred lance dragon and saving Adele's life. He recalled the hypothetical moment when he, covered in blood, decided to prioritize the greater threat. The consequence of that choice was the image of Adele shattering like a mirror, a sacrifice he had accepted. Ed questioned himself, realizing that without unexpected variables like the power of the mysterious mage in the witch hat, he would not have hesitated to make that choice. Looking at the ashes of the lute, he coldly admitted that he would abandon Adele for his own survival. His memory abruptly shifted to a bloody, modern battlefield, where a fully equipped soldier advanced, and Ed recognized that figure as his true nature. The panicked eyes of another soldier flashed behind the gas mask. Amidst the carnage, a female soldier lay collapsed, and Ed pondered the values like compassion and duty that he had discarded. A silent, agonizing scream echoed from a blood-soaked mouth. Under a hail of bullets, the soldier continued to fight, leaving behind both camaraderie and friendship. A single tear rolled down inside the mask, proving the truth that he could easily turn his back on everything. Returning to reality, Ed sat silently by the campfire under the night sky. His face was hidden behind his hair, concealing his heavy emotions. Yennecar Pullover gently approached, her bare, sandaled feet lightly brushing the grass. She quietly sat down next to Ed as he realized that the summer vacation had begun. Yennecar leaned her head on Ed's shoulder, and he reflected on the massive changes. Janica, the final boss of the first act, was now right beside him. He poked the fire, thinking about how Lucy, the final boss of the third act, had completely vanished from the story's flow. They sat together in silence, gazing up at the starry sky, and Ed believed that one core thing remained unchanged. His eyes reflected the flame of determination, even if it meant distorting history or ignoring someone's sacrifice. With Yennecar resting on his shoulder, Ed reaffirmed his ultimate goal: survival, no matter the cost.